main crime. Why don't make I say I've been a government teacher, and now we be study struggle. That will betray them on the way. Will be wrong. Now why that way you don't hold me? Or the international community may they pressurize the republic so that may the republic may not disturb them so that may they get their full independence and stand by their own. And they talk today so on the 27th March 2024.
So according to you, you like to be an Amazonian or la Republic?
I like to be an Amazonian.
Where do you give it? Where do you give it? If you your own colleague, then will the people that they work, they help la Republic with the key amber or key your own colleague, they like the Southern Cameroonian, the winner Southern Cameroonian, them where do you get to tell them?
What do I get for them and other colleagues and say they get to follow the philosophy of Amazonian because with the fight where they did the struggle, where they did one is a good struggle and it is truth. It is based on the truth and justice.
So may the one the way they help la Republic, maybe they can't key back for here.
No,
we advise them, see with you.
The advice what I think here, I say, may they stop all the one-time killings because I know the hell we anyway.
My country people then. Today, Saturday, number 6th day for April 2024, we will talk about the United Nations Charter, Article 76. But first, when I listen, and then I will talk after.
Here is a country which, for good or for ill,
for their own mafia and their own political benefit. But we
where we'll capture you for Douala yesterday. He go talk, and then I go talk after.
Good evening. My name is Tatas Wangomba. Bibi Amba.
you say Bibi
Amba.
Ane here.
Bibi Amba.
Bibi Amba. What side? Kambe. Okay. Your name now is Sidwan. Your Amba name. Your Amba name now is Wait. K2. You be now. You be get wrong. You be get wrong for the tell me. You be get wrong for the tell me. Commander K2.
Go Nangbaga for push. I mean, these are different. I don't come out, so I can leave the sister for Evans. Where they will come out for village, come married. I want to go leave it for Motomi, going back for village. That time we home me, me for Commissary. So I think that we did.
That time we did Commander K2 for How many army where you don't kill them?
How many army for there? That be their commander. I never kill no one because we don't go some place. That place, no, my village. I don't know that place. No, we don't kill man for them. That be their commander. No, we don't kill man. See when make me have to run for them because they picking them too successful for them. They be straighting. They kill me say no man of the commotion side can be commander for that village. Not them. I'm a commander. We name be na Evans. Became for Garo. Yeah, Evans won't go to work for them. Evans can die. They put me commander from Garo.
My name for commander.
My name for commander is na K2.
Who?
K2. My name that for commander. You want me for day? People them don't die for day. Innocent people don't die for day. Me, I see and say the innocent people die. So me, I know I'm not fighting this. But president, Phobia, he say any man waiting for Bush may come out to be safe. I come out for Bush from 2000 and I never killed Julius.
I will kill Julius.
I never killed Julius.
I will kill Julius.
I never killed Julius.
You know Julius how they talk now?
I know the Julius when I talk where we die.
Huh?
I know Julius when I talk where we die.
You know?
I never kill Julius.
I will kill him.
Me, people the way they kill Julius. Now people then from look where they kill Julius. When I kill Julius.
They will be aware.
Now after I be aware. Now after I be aware. See, when I will catch you. When Garum where they catch me. So fast as I be there from Garum, they will know that I say no man of you come up for some side, come for them. We I don't know. They will not be nice. We will not be nice. Now what are they? Who me kidnapper? God no, 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 no. See what they talk where they talk number 2.
They will confirm say you will be
I will
be
be
na Amber commander K2
Commander
Garum.
K2.
It's a new subdivision. You confirm so no?
I confirm so.
Now we get 10 gun them for una camp.
Now the gun they now we get up.
You know why they catch you now? Witness they will see you don't kill people for them and say they catch you when you get army gun.
I never ever touch army gun. I don't know as they use army gun. I want to say the man where he talk say I will hold army gun. Me stand for front talk say na the army na ye. Me see me the army gun and then me testify as if me see me with the army gun. I think say for that village, I don't be for that village. I come up for that village. What come for here? I never get no problem, no man for that village. This picking them, these people them, this
Everywhere you don't come out, people for any company, or police station,
Joe's office
or just go tell say if you don't come out.
I know be get man way if of it take me go down for the direct. I know be get person if it take me go down for the. So I know be go no place.
Okay, you are going where you get them. You put the gun outside.
All the thing you do without picking them.
And I began only gun.
We begin at the country gun them we be 10. 10
Okay, that's true.
I talk number 2. At 10 country gun they will get up. 10 country gun they will get up.
So now you pictures and this is what they show una. Time we be there for Bush. When I see the wickedness of the Anglophones and where I tell una, they don't grant this picking them amnesty. And this picking they see them on a daily basis as picking they surrender, they go for DDR center, they be integrated. So once they go for school, so once they live their normal lives, them you know, say no man in the chase ex-combatants them. You know. Now why that way? After I don't kill Anglophones them fine, they don't decide now say, okay, I don't want me for kill Anglophones anymore, or this life for Bush. You don't decide now, say, okay, this life for Bush, it be too hard, it be difficult. Mosquito, snake bite, rain, cold. All kind of thing they do me. I don't like me for the stay for bush. I don't like the odeshi. I don't like the nonsense. It just come out here, nyati. Just go ye, go take it back, climb on top motor, pay for a moment, go ye for Douala, go shit on for the living normal life like a normal, ordinary human being. And the saddest thing and the funniest thing, now say some Anglophones, the things say now so it's supposed to be. Say because they don't grant amnesty, any person if you just come out for bush, go do whatever I want to do, just come out, go you for Yaoundé or for Douala. And then time when you tire, life had you for Yaoundé, you come out, go you back from Ndu, come out, go you back from Cambe, go carry the same gun, enter a bush, kidnap a few people, carry ransom, and then come on now, go you back for Douala, just go stroll. If they catch you, talk say no, I don't surrender, I mean, then they leave you. Now, what that we supposed to do? You're just supposed to talk, say, I be don't surrender. Now, all that. And even the one we did for bush, when they catch you, when military launch operation, they come, or when we're not there for road, we're not the extra money for people, military can begin shoot. Just tell them, say, why they shoot me? I be don't surrender me. They say, when? You say, like 0.1 second ago, I be surrender. Now, all that, yes, we're just supposed to take your word for it. Because say you talk, say, if you don't surrender, that's all. We just agree, and then we give you amnesty, right? And the funniest thing I said, I saw some Anglophones, the things say it's supposed to happen. You're not supposed to apologize. You're not supposed to make things right. You're not supposed to go through disarmament or demobilization center for DDR. You're not supposed to. You're just supposed to go meet your uncle with the Yaoundé or your auntie with the for Douala or your girlfriend. Just go you. After you don't kidnap people, then carry the ransom money. Go enjoy them. Go enjoy them for Douala. It's normal. It's normal. That's what Anglophones they believe and say it's supposed to happen. And then when they call we Anglophones, now they vex. So now them this, now the wicked Anglophones in this are the tell now. One, the wickedness start with the people the way they know better, but they radicalize this kind of shit. Nobody blast them, send them for bush. So to a greater extent, he been a victim as well. He been a victim of radicalization and manipulation. And then two, after he don't realize himself that he be a victim of radicalization and manipulation, what he do? You know, even say make her go through the process like every other person. Now, this can begin to pose an existential threat to all the ex-combatants where they don't surrender legally. Not them. And even you, the victim of amber terrorism. Imagine say you be there from Cambe or from Ndu, you demand your business. This same shit, nobody blast, it can't kill your uncle or kill your family member or extort money from you, then drive you out of your house. You come on, run, go become IDP for Douala. And then in 1 or 2 years after you don't go for Douala, go become IDP, you just suffer for day. You want to see the same shit, no white blast a day, a drive or ride, pass on top of Kada. You see, you know, you recognize, you know a name, you know a papa, you know a mommy. And then you're supposed to just run quiet. They don't extort you, ruin your life, take everything when I don't ever own them. You're supposed to just run quiet. Nyafuka. Now ye own victim, a pointy out for Douala, they capture ye. And this kind one left for me, my solution for the kind of people them. Now for extract information from me, take it, go back to that bush. It will give you all that information, everything will be transpire, especially the communication where they be people the way they will facilitate their movements, and people the way they become point finger and say that man a black leg, that man a black leg, when I go kill him. Now the information that we need for taken from me, all your collaborators, them, some of them, they inside government, some of them, they work for positions of authority, some of them are just village people, them. All of those people, them, we need for extract all that information from you. And after we extract that information, we're supposed to disappear you. Now, my solution, that personally, even I ask my opinion, now my opinion that this kind begin that they're wicked for the level where they're not supposed to share the same earth or breathe the same air where we they breathe them. They're not supposed to. They don't get that right. They don't give away that right for enjoy the liberties the way all we would enjoy them. Murderers. Now this kind of people they catch human beings or cut them, kill them like goat, like how they slaughter goat. Now them this. When I look at time we talk, so they talk the blue for face for 2018. So shit no why the worker ride unknown gunmen. So there's some government officials the worker talk unknown gunmen too. Now the unknown gunmen in this no. Now them this. When they see them now, every day we provide them evidence now for now. We show when their pictures, their names. Time we publish them for 2018-19. We say sunshine, now their faces. They can't talk say with implicate innocent civilians. Now the innocent civilian that I don't go me. My country people then. Happy Easter for all the Christians. Today is Sunday number 31 day for March 2024.
Révolution d'Ambazonie. Dr. Sako, apprenti social. Bien appris à Portia. Political witchcraft for the Londiana. Amber Boy, Songulu. Sakorong spoil we country. Now we go fix them. Sakoe, 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 Sakorong.
I recently read somewhere people talked about exchange of notes between the British High Commissioner, they call him Ambassador, and Ahijo.
My country people them. Today, na number 28 day for March 2024. And I want to respond to Justice Ayapol Abine ye outing on Equinox TV on the 17th of March 2024. When I listen,
Barrister Ayapol Abine, how can the sick nationhood of Cameroon today be healed? How can the bonds be brought together, be strengthened?
First, by telling the truth, by facing facts. I recently read somewhere people talked about exchange of notes between the British High Commissioner, they call him Ambassador, and Ahijo. And tell the truth. Let us face facts. The famous United Nations Resolution 15, I mean 1606, parenthesis 15, of 21st April 1961, called on three governments, the UK, the Republic of Cameroon, and Southern Cameroons. Southern Cameroons are the government at that time, to come together and finalize the joining. That's the word they used, I think in capital letters, to finalize.
so the first thing first, Justice Ayapol talks say we need for be honest, truthful, and we need for face the facts. We need for tell the truth. So we could tell the truth. He quote Resolution 1608 as usual. Yes, but wait away, I don't do one before and say I don't read the whole text of Resolution 1608 for una.
Pastor them where they do always time for toi. That means that inside that your own sia équipe nationale de Shiba. Dr. Sako, he promet Amazoni them say with $1 million, I go take una rich boya. But so that road for boya is so long. That road for boya is so long. Now the Amazoni said, see people.
We feel we can do undo. We are this year with the presidents of the Nigerians. So
why they arrest you? Everybody they approve. Why?
It's because I'm a freedom fighter.
Freedom fighter.
Yes.
And you're a freedom fighter, your people will be very, very happy. Why they arrested you?
It's just because it is political talk.
Political what?
Talking. It is political fight. We are fighting for politics. The politician of Southern Cameroon and the people of Cameroon have decided to put us in this mess. Our leaders I was not like this. They assigned us to fight that better will come. But
So-
for 8 years, we have been suffering like this. That is why we are like this, sir.
Look at the whole people here. Look at the whole people. They are very, very happy. It's not, let me tell you, it's not your kingdom. Let me tell you now. I know it's not your kingdom. But there are many people that you drop them from the community, you burn their house, you kill the woman. In the Mokwa community. A lot of people in Mokwa.
No, sir. I was not there, sir.
And the lady thief, they're the one that killed you.
No, sir.
And the
Chief
information
Mbeli
get to
Francis. No, sir.
them. And you still know the letter to all various communities in the border area. You attack them.
Yes. The Kokwa community. Because they told us to fight for the freedom, sir.
And okay, that's why you want to attack the Nigerian community?
No, we don't want to attack them.
Then why do you write a letter to them?
We do not attack.
Why do you write the letter
You
to
born
them?
you born the Belegete community in Nigeria. Why?
Why do you burn it?
We did not burn Belegete community just like that because
What are
we
you
have
saying?
common boundary. They have their farmland in our area there in the southern Cameroon. Okay. In Amazonian as it's called. So we have common boundary with them. We have an agreement with them that they will be contributing some of amount for their cultivation, for their food that they work in our own territory. So as they don't do that, our people ask us to ask for them so that they will come and comply. Sorry, sir. Why do you kill Chief Ngweli?
It's okay. It's okay.
I did not kill
It's
Chief
okay.
Ngweli, sir. Who killed Chief Ngweli? Francis.
The
Who is the ambassadors? We are many of us. Their leader. Who is their leader? Who gives the command?
Let's go, let's go.
Terrible. So you want to die for Akwaya, and you have been killing Akwaya people. You say you want to die for Akwaya. You have been killing Akwaya people. Why are you killing Akwaya people? You say you are.
If I ever do back, if I ever do back, I don't ever want to keep quiet.
The name when they call it Bidana. The name when they call it now be Capricorn. No,
the name is Akpo Giant.
Akpo Giant.
Capricorn, I don't name the way people they know the Adam. No, attempt to the chief.
Don't worry. We want to tell you, waiting be the pleasure. Waiting be the reason when we find man like you. They torment our people.
I know they torment my people. I try to correct my people because I never ever fight Nigeria person. This is Nigeria. You understand? I did fight, I did correct my people because they sent me for battle for 5 or 8 years. Then they don't want to look for the solution. Where we will end the problem.
You are from which place precisely?
My real kingdom is Mateni. My parents gave birth to me in 6 March.
Okay.
So they brought me in Bika when I was a kid.
Okay.
Yes, I studied my education in Banfe. Although I did not go to school so much at that level, but since I was struggling to do many things, I studied online most. And the thing that we have to tell you for now, but the question we ask you.
Okay, we know that you get into this struggle. I've been a criminal struggle you get into.
I think I joined this revolution and I will set my people free. The longest way we don't be for freshman for over 102 years.
You suppose fight government, I've been to fight your
Deciding, my brother. We think say so another government they will fight. Then we know the say the government will fight our brother corner. Because we know go fit the fight the government. When we talk say the fight the government. When we fight that government, they still our brother they will fight. Where they make and they still work for the very government. So it's no way for the fight our own brother them. So that make them learn the opposite government join me so that peace will reign. That's why we see sometimes we fight our own brothers because I no go talk say I dey fight some person, then my brother still chop with that person.
Okay, as you take talk so now, communities like in your shoe, wetin they do because even one person know they work for government. Wetin they do when you command them say make them die all.
In Jashu, I don't get problem with Jashu. See what happened for Jashu, I was not the person. I was not in control by that time. I was having people like General Piano Bullet. I was having people like General King, General Eta. I was having people like General Dege. I was having people like General Omega. Most of them. And let them send their troop. Because of they say we get the information say Lama Ebony because we be send book. We say any place where it is inside Cameroon land where they G Ebony, where they can meet up, we will fight. We will make concrete agreement before they will start the extract. So by then, when the movie finish, I know explain much about that because I know I go in just one time I will go make peace. Since very important, I don't go in just one time to go make peace because first way it happened. Every the time where the peace started, I was not there. I will never ever be like that. So but since I spoke before that hotel and in the afternoon. Now, anything where they do, but
okay. But again, I want to ask you now. Oh, Papa, you know, concern for anything. Where you know they even call phone, you know they work a go man fair or go acquire. You meet your man, you go say me then kill you. You know like you so. Wait to happen where they kill those kind of person. What did they do?
Besides my brother, I never ever do that kind of thing. If I hear that kind of information, just forgive a dog, a bad name, just to happen.
Because why we talk so be say we never hear to say fuck report back say why this soldier do this kind of thing so he punish him.
No, that one, my brother, I don't hear plenty people don't hear. I don't even drive plenty on my soldier because I know be that person where.
Like back on this, that Torabang is pin this, Torabang the food driver, the flag food driver. I in this. I bought my house for a fully cash drive material number and this material. Yes, the one for Kalamu the day. The one they don't keep for Kalamu the day. Akojan today night we must meet up people Nigeria. Don't vex, don't too much. At Torabang is pin this. I've been at twins now. What's the other man? It will be ambatu. Okay, now the class also wa. For Kalamu, I don't die. Then Santimano knock you the man. Non twist non twist disappear. When I twist it disappear. You know get snake for enter Kalamu bush. Now me carry small for quiet time, go get for military. Now me carry patrol and non go get for military. Now me start me boys start resign. I write my number, buy rainbow, this short rainbow so send her for 90. Put my phone number inside, which no pass. Send her for 90. Say, pretty fair, call me, may I help you. Now she done.
Lesson number one. Lesson number one. This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me do the video. When I'm always say I say, oh, I want to country people. Master the kind of way it work with the Cameroon government. It don't confirm for this video. So this one, nothing way all una don't forget sense. So I want to thank my country people and all the other soldiers and say, oh, God bless you. We'll continue to listen to this video. That's what my country people have told people. I'll play the video here. Wait. Very important. Let's start them back from the beginning. So Ambazonians will thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
As your family been able to
Anybody using IPOB to commit crime is a criminal. It's not part of this family. Our family is based on 4 cardinal points. You must be without fear before your enemies. You must speak the truth always, even if it leads to your death. You must help the poor and those who cannot help themselves, and be of good character that God may love thee. That's who we are.
Ten or 11 of them, or how many did they on the screen? 11 of them. Okay, I believe so. When I feel recognize all of them. This one are just a snapshot, not just a few of the Ambazonian shit, no white blast terrorism, the noise makers, them where we don't silence them. Now the homework where they give you now say in the comment section, write down the name of the biggest noise maker. Just talk say noise maker stop or noise maker dot and then write your name. The biggest noise maker way, amber noise, or just say amber noise maker. 3 words, amber space noise maker space and then the name of the noise maker. In your own opinion, who will be the biggest amber terrorist shit no web blast noise maker? For you, where don't make noise, where we don't kill them, or today, you know, they still make noise. Some of them, they will never kill them yet, but they need to still make noise. Who's our way there for them to make noise? So just looking at the ones where they did on the screen today, the question you get to ask them now, say, where them they? Where them they will jam them, take their AK, knock out for head with firewood, drag the dead body, try for Bisset Junction, or try for Guzang Market Square, or try for City Chemist Runabout. They smell the whole place today. Where them they will jam them, will take their dead body, will try for Public Square, they smell the place, will knock out for head with firewood. Where them they? From a fang small number, smelly carcass, to Ayeke, die body for Bisek Junction, to Chacha, compromised by Amber versus Amber, to Ivomba, die body in public, 10 Kobo, now Amber versus Amber, the kill and tram, Transporter, die body, the end up for Boya Munyade, Oliver Lekiaka, firewood for head, 33 export, die body where don't the smell, tram for Bisek Junction for Kumba. No pity, Kumkumai, she no white blast noise maker. Where them day? Who's are you day? You don't make all that noise today. They never even type RIP for your name for Facebook. Shame to do them. RK will wipe them like Grombib, will hunt them like Grombib, kill them, throw them. Bitter cola, everything say don't mask your face, will unmask your face, throw away your carcass. Now for Bisset Junction for Kumba. Mad Dog Fonte Lucas, if you make all that noise, who's I day today? Will kill them. Would display the dead body for City Chemist Runabout inside Bamenda. Now, who's where them day that? Where them day will kill them, throw their dead body in public. Noise makers, they don't even make noise anymore, right? Okay, thank you for playing to my contributor then. We'll continue with our broadcast.
Lesson number 1, my country people talk about it. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong. So Ambazonians will thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
Okay. So Francis, he don't vote. Francis Drake, he talks say, or Francis Drake, he's a noise maker RK for ye. RK between the greatest noise maker. So much see for when I don't vote, who be the greatest noise maker, we don't kill him or we don't silence him. We get Lucy Eno. It's a noise maker, 33 export, film marshal, noise maker, no pity for you. Film marshal, no pity, and film marshal, 33 export, they've been the biggest noise maker then. Yep. And then we get Boya Pikin talks say no pity be the biggest noise maker. And then this one is a cha-cha, our biggest noise maker. And it's also Mami Jera being another amber, she know why blast terror, so we don't silence them. Yep. Eric Tato, 100% silence. Yep. Sperm chop, nan chop, 100%. We don't silence them. Now so. Oliver 33x4. Aretha Obenson Makia say amber noise maker na Oliver 33x4 firewood for head. Bam. It go para silence. Amber noise maker, no pity. That one be don't have boko. It don't make noise plenty. In Chofon, it's talk say Oliver noise maker. Oliver will be a noise maker. Oh, get Rosemary talks amber noise maker. Nanchop Clovis. A PA Clovis will silence up. This one to talk says it's a no pity be at a noise maker way. It be the over make noise way will silence them. Fantastic. Yeah. So Katan no talk say own noise maker been a tapang ivo. We don't silence that Katan knows. Yeah. No be lie. That one to be the make noise. Okay. And then Lucy and say we don't drink 3 expo for their head. Since. And then Ngala Elvis, it talks in a 3 expo, bro silence. Okay, my read this comment now from YouTube, from Don Ennard. He said, I have a friend who is actually in Cameroon who bought agricultural land in Edea and employed around 50 people. He bought the land in 2019. You see? So now money that way, you know what we mean for buy land will be big enough for employ 50 people then? 50 people. Those 50 people are guaranteed a majority in francophones. They don't go invest hundreds of millions of francs in the francophone zone because of anglophone stupidity. When they call when I say anglophones now when I vex. Thank you for sharing that message, for sharing that experience and that testimony. Okay, Lucy and not talk against our king. You say Sako is shoe do how? You know see the shoe? Not show him again. See I know. You know see the shoe? You know see the shoe? It dey like salamander them. Nyanfuka, he call himself a president. Okay. So we'll get Louis. He talks say it's my first time following this platform. I bet you it is the best to disprove these fools called Amber. Thank you. We they gain new followers every day, while Amber they lose followers and lose them every single day. Lucy and
March 21st, 2024, the commercial electricity came down. Breaking, this bomb exploded.
When I see from my back, my video that for Kemis Junction, the image that come where ADF then go plan bomb for the middle of Kemis Junction. This one, not before Monday goes down, not before Wednesday, for Thursday, in the middle of pedestrian area, around 100 meters for Cameroon military, their checkpoint. Then carry that attack, then put up for road. For do it, for fighting our people, I want to make our people they know something. Because eventually down the line, the ADF will be tagged a terrorist group because they use terror. That one of terrorize our population. Not before use terror against our own people. Few hours after they put that bomb for road with high explosive, with Ngwatang them inside, we for cause maximum casualties for our civilian them, not before La Republic. Few after them, the ADF Ntanka then go broke inside credit union for T Junction, carry money go shoot wash night for a waste. The soldier they don't give you the tip, we don't send people they meet and go for the. When I go enter broke bank. So all this activity then, where the ADF they do one. Now for intimidate people then for come back and collect money, it not get nothing to do with our struggle. People where they take advantage for this struggle, for begin do extortion for our civilian, then where they not get no political objective for behind. All this criminality we need to see for which way be. When I see which way I have actually do when I see which way the ADF they do Make any man ask him say, did he work now for who he favor? Bamenda market, it just be burnt not long ago. Business people, they still try to recuperate, for recover from the losses for the burning of that market. The Rango block Batibo road. If there are abandoned that small Batibo for them, it never correct. Insecurity for town. All chat group them for town, they get warning for people that meet and no work for night. With the struggle right now for start becoming organized anti-gang them for inside Bamenda. When I go plan bomb for the middle of the road. I go continue for the highlight this problem will get and when an internal challenge. We use force for intimidate our own people, not be convincing people. This is using terror. And anybody where you follow our church, any person where you listen for you know if you claim, say you don't know the conduct of this man. This has nothing to do with our people. This is just people who are psychopaths trying to take advantage of this struggle. They don't keep people for inside EY, keep people from Bonji. Our own people then. Innocent civilians, the way they don't get nothing to do with the fight. They never kill no La Republic. They are criminal gangs who are taking advantage of the struggle of our people, and they should be known as such. We must make this distinction to the international community and to our own people, so that people who are there after money, everything they do is after money. You can see it's clear. It has nothing to do with our struggle. The people who have been killed in Bonji, a bike man coming to buy Mbo, a farmer, a carpenter, they go to Gozang, Hans and Cletus, common people. They are killing only our own people. They are helping La Republic. They are doing what La Republic wants.
Thank you, plenty my country people then. So when I don't hear Nakapo Daniel Daki don't talk him with the own mouth, no me I talk him. It explain for now how the Ambazonia terrorists, Ayabachoi ADF gang, they plant primitive explosives them in the middle of the town for city chemists roundabout inside Bamenda, where it get projectiles inside for target the ordinary Anglophone civilian. And instead of don't go on for talk about how they've been a terrorists, extremists, and that one a criminal activity. Now they go broke open banks and credit unions and all those things there. No make them think say they so capable they be better than them, or because when we so-called mad dog Fonte Lucas, if they break open credit unions them for that same Bamenda, where they work under ADF. Capo Daniel be still being a member of that gang. So now just say they don't chakra because like I don't tell you now, amber terrorists, they don't get friends and they don't get secret. So sooner or later, the snake it go bite snake because that is the nature of this shit no wireless bumbling international idiots. Now so they did. So no things today. So because the capo they talk and me they play a video, it means they be better than the rest of the gang. They are all criminals and terrorists. Now, going back to the person maybe asked me a question a few days ago, say, countryman, give me your opinion about, say, if they give a referendum today, what do you think, say, Anglophone population it go vote? Listen to what we Capo Daniel come up for talk. He explained upon and say, what to be the victims of Ambazonia terrorists, the atrocities, ADF inside Batibo. They kill a carpenter. They kill a bike man where they go buy Mbo. They kill farmer. Those are the victims of Ambazonia terrorism. Capo Daniel explained upon now. Because this bomb attack it happened yesterday, the 21st of March, 2024. No mean that's some long distance thing. No. Yesterday inside Bamenda for city chemists runabout. When I know who it became today for can rescue the civilian population. Now the Cameroon military, they bring a bomb disposal unit. They cordon off the area. It stop pedestrians and civilians from accessing that area for preserve them and protect them from Ambazonia terrorists, their bombs. And then it successfully, safely detonate the device. And then it reopen that road. And then people, they start using them. They make videos and all of those things and news is spread throughout the town. Who you think, say, in the minds of that same population, they know, say, who be their enemy and who be their friend? Answer that for yourself. Inside this talk where Capo Daniel come off for talk, he also mentioned about the Bamenda main market where be born just February where it passed. So it don't be now about a month and a half since the Bamenda main market be born. There is a lot of suffering, destitution, poverty in the Anglophone zone today, where Anglophones they pride themselves in making their own territory ungovernable. They pride themselves. People that actually go post publicly for Facebook, they celebrate, say they don't make their territory ungovernable and they don't do economic sabotage in their own zone. No mean I said they sabotage another person. They sabotage the economy or the economic activity of their own people. So, talking about the Bamenda main market where it be born, now I get a report for give now breaking news will come up from Bamenda today, the 22nd of March 2024.
Lesson number one, my country people talk about it. Listen, whether or not you accept my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong. So Ambazonians will thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
So una fit see now the videos and that and the pictures and that where this one now the construction work for the new Bamenda main market. The message where I get them and the information I say they don't give the contract. So they don't give the contract to this company. They call it the Edge Construction Company, a contract worth about 6 billion francs for construct the new Bamenda main market. And the work it don't already start today. Today, as I talk, now the work that way it don't already start. First of all, of course, the guy for first do the groundwork for demolish some other structures, then carry away all the debris, all the rubbish, and then clear the space, and then they go start lay the foundation, the design, the new, how the Bamenda main market, the new market, it will look like. So now latest developmental projects in that, and on the screen now, I see now in the mayor of Bamenda City Council. So now the developmental projects in that with Cameroon government, it bring them inside Bamenda as I speak. I don't already come up for tell you about the detonation of the Ambazona terrorist primitive bomb. So they are constructing their new market. When they be burn the market, when I be see any amber terrorists where they talk say they get multiple presidents and multiple governments, when I be see any of them, it comes to the rescue of the population of Bamenda. No, I actually hear some of the idiots there. They go shit on for their Alphabet TV for Facebook, not be TV or Facebook page. They talk about how waiting where the Bamenda city mayor be supposed to do or waiting not supposed to do. And I just laugh at them. Now people in this way they talk say they get their own country. And in the same light, they give legitimacy to the Cameroon state institutions the way they do on the ground. They claim say they so what do they say? Say they control their territory, right? That's what they say. No, me I talk them, not them they talk them. Say they control their territory. And at the same time, they give the Cameroon government legitimacy. They talk saying that Cameroon government, the city council, it get the legitimacy and the powers and the budgets and the access to the territory for build shops, for give compensations, and for do all of these things. So what to be the function of our own Ambazona terrorist governments, multiple governments? Anyways, make I not digress too far.
Would he come out for this morning time with news we happen for Batibu, for instance, Bonji in particular, say ADF, it done kill 3 more people them. Would then get video of one of the cops where he be taken for hospital, and would he get more details from villagers them. I go play them very soon.
So my country people them, when I don't hear Nakapo Daniel the talk, no be me at the talk. Say ADF, the Ayabacho, a terrorist group, they don't kill 3 more innocent civilians them today, the 19th of March 2024. But make it finish the report and then I go talk after. When I listen.
So how any man go expect say some person they will fight for Ambazonia, he go she don't quiet when one man Ayabacho it is slaughter our people. Is it possible for anybody to ignore what he is doing? The murderer. This is number 21 murdered innocent civilian killed by Ayabacho and his group, the ADF, in Ambazonia since the beginning of this year. How many La Republic have he killed? Nana, 0. How can anybody ignore the pain of our people? Make a play the video where our people they don't stand for Bamenda for one of the cops where they don't bring them for inside General Hospital for Bamenda. They don't come for inside Bonji. They don't begin work a share paper them. Door to door, the share paper say they want ask liberation tax. How much money they want collect them? The money where they don't collect and give for Mumu Lucas Asu, they don't chop them all. The 2 million where General Efang die, they don't chop them all. The one where they collect them for Regina Mundi, they don't chop them all. What are these people doing? Preying on our innocent people. I don't tell our people, say, if we no wake up, the radical element, the extreme element for this struggle, it not go only define us, but it go seal our faith. Make us start with a video for Bamenda mortuary as the Batibo people them they put for mortuary person way they don't kill him for Batibo. ADF say they want lock road for Batibo. The population they cry, they mourn, make the Ayabacho, Lucas Asu Mumu, me them begin celebrate the Mama Najela and everybody where it donate money for Ayabacho. No say there is an alternative. There are several ways of fighting a war, but no man can be killing our own people, slaughtering our own people in the name of liberating them. It is not possible. They are not fighting for us. They are not fighting for our independence. Ayabacho is a wicked man. He's a murderer. I go play audio for the woman for village for inside Bunji. We were network the listener for we about the incident. Now for country talk, but me gonna hear also which way it happened for inside Batibo.
Where Magawa in no for Nengo. It's no ghost and for Nengo Nani Sote. No ghost and Bonengo Sote. Ben being running a Bunji. Or more or by bomb tat. You tumble and bim tat. Yes, I can. I am back on water. I want a child or just one. The big woman no more what to do. But some of the one I'm busy saying, Mrs. One hour, I should say do. I come to happen to someone got locked down on being
According to information or the Gitam, the one of the man when he drive bike, he carried two members of his family. They struggle for run for reach for Bamenda. One of them be sick for go for hospital. Now the ADF they open fire, then kill he on the spot. You cannot have any justification to kill people like this. The people them for inside Bonji, from which world here, they then begin to run their village. They come through Bali and from Bengui, how the road they run close the road. I mean, hundreds of people they run Bonji, running away from Ayabacho and a gang. These are not people fighting for our freedom, running to Bamenda as the ram became work as self people them with later semi them pay liberation tax all man for village. That is Ayabacho. That is a wicked and evil man, and that is the person they want to cover up. His crimes are not something that people make up. These are what he has done. This is what he is responsible. He is defined by his conduct. Murder, murder, murder. Innocent people for no reason. Excessive use of force. Abuse of our people that rise up. So Meguna sabi way to go on and Meguna know. Any man where you fight for Ambazonia, where you truly do stand for the population, where you fight now for the interest, for the independence, you cannot see these things and stay quiet. Imagine the hundreds of people the way they run from Bonji. So they run na ADF. They need to run a La Republic now. But now our people they run from Bonji. Those hundreds of people the way they talk according to the church people, the way pastor the way they don't call we they talk for day. Imagine the family the way they get them. The one way they get family for Yaoundé, for Douala, for abroad. They go record and say we don't run camp for Bamenda. They run past na through Batibo. They run past through Bali, run with food. If you remember me, time we did for BHS Mancon as students, that way SDF politics we start. That way the first ghost town they we start. We come out run from school, work out food. Traumatic event. Imagine all those children running with their mother, pregnant women, running away from Ayabacho and his order to close Batibo for 1 month. That they want to cry, they die for Ifang. The same time, they are going around giving notice for people to pay money. People who don't even have food to eat. Imagine which of these people will support our struggle. This is how Ayabacho and his extreme measures that is targeting only our own people, leaving the enemies in peace, is destroying our struggle. All those people, the people connected to them, their family members who are going to take responsibility, do you think they'll want to listen this about our struggle again? This is how the extreme groups amongst us have put people away, 10 off people, until we are in a position where La Republic is more comfortable. Culturally, the identity is being accepted by our people, their national football team, their music. Our musicians are now carrying their flag. 237 is trending amongst our people, youth, because of actions like from Ayabacho. I will never blame anybody who says he's working for La Republique, even though I will not make that accusation because I don't have evidence. But everything Ayabacho is doing is working for La Republique. Whether it is his extremism, what he says, what he does, is working for La Republique favor. There will be no reason why La Republique will attack Ayabacho. There is absolutely no reason. So this is very sad. Our mothers and our children running away from our own children who have been misled by a power-monger megalomania man who sits there in Norway ordering the murder of our people with Lucas Momo and their supporters and people who share their material. There is no way any normal person will refuse what Ayabacho is doing. I mean, there is no way. You see the murder of people in Gozang, people who support the struggle, killing of Patanu Che. You see this Momo, this fool in Ghana, this refugee, Michael Nam, supporting, insulting the power. I will not doubt whether he was not the one who asked the Ayabacho people to kill them because now they are working together. Murder, murder, murder. Innocent people. None of these people can ever go to heaven. They will go to hell. You cannot be in this group. You cannot support Ayabacho, what he's doing, with your clean conscience, with all the blood that he has on his hand, and then say you are fighting Pobia. It doesn't make sense.
So when I don't get the comprehensive report, Nakapo Daniel talk not with me. The atrocities the way Ambazonia terrorists they commit them on the ground inside Anglophone zone every single day. They kill, they target our civilians them. They kill them one by one. Now what it is when me I be start telling when I since 2018. Now na Capo Daniel it do the black legism for me. It do even pass me sir. I accept. Capo Daniel do and pass me, which is fantastic. We don't finally succeed for educate at least this one amber fool. We don't move the scales them off the eyes. Now if you see fine, it is see exactly what way we done the same since 2018. At that time, it be been a part of the problem for the other side for amber terrorism. It be been a their spokesperson, the so-called DDC or whatever it be call itself. But anyways, make I not digress too far. The reason why I make this audio now, because just yesterday, I be there inside some WhatsApp group where some person asked me for this today. So in my opinion, I think say if they give the referendum now for the Anglophones and for decide if for get independence or whatever, because we talk about the two alternatives then for the referendum for 1961, the plebiscite. So it asked me, say, ma give my opinion, whether if they give the referendum today and they give a third option, whether Anglophones they go vote for leave. I tell you, said today for 2024, I don't think so. But for 2020 or before 2020, I believe, say, if Anglophones they will get the option for vote, they go vote for get independence or for leave or whatever the case. But I tell you, say today, for this March 2024, if they give that opportunity to make all Anglophones they vote genuinely without threat, may they go vote, they no go ever vote for get independence, especially under this shit, no blast, this bumbling international idiots like Sako Ekome, Ayabacho, Lucas, Beneza Akwanga, them, and Ayuk Tabe for Kondengide. There is no way any rational Anglophone go ever allow themselves to go fall inside that trap. You know.
Inside down a oncia équipe nationale de Shiba. Them get back can people. Can fall past them. With La République et be focus. Contact them to confess how na hard work. It hard will be geared towards who them? Towards Ambazonians. Towards our generals them. But we, our own hard work, now for go dig into the past of fellow Ambazonians. Who be fuck who not be fuck who? Who be La République, who not be La République? Who be there for prison where they don't release it? Where it's there for ground zero? Even the one where they release and go around country, on a go see call and black leg. I never see diabolic people like this.
How many times we don't see contact to scam so in the attack La Republic General? Or how many La Republic General or military personnel who don't see where they attack one another? To the extent where we will do one. We're all focused not only about fellow Amazonians. That one we go dig. But then they take their time for the target we. They even infiltrate our forums then. You leave Moja. You leave Konda titles. You leave Nasserewi Clovis. You leave Kawa Yannick. You define a place that can. Now turn go fire some of you now. You define a Makenam. You define a fellow activist then. Now jealousy, on a hatred, on a witchcraft. I don't even know which one. Man Najela, you know, see, you stand as an executive for the egg of sea. When you continue for the behave like small picking, like small girl, tell me why they not go insult you with vulgar language. When they insult you, you go find who you go complain give. And when you go give the person, you know go talk the truth. Mommy, stop for the fine trouble. At least, if you know if you exercise self-control, respect your age. At least, respect your age. And respect to your husband to where you deal with see. How you go feel if your husband, in listening to that kind of message, the way Uncle Vince insults you, he talk to you, how you feel say your husband go feel? Mommy, why you behave so? Like say they use juju for your skin. What it be a problem? I beg, I think say time to reach where egg of sea, it go need for do a reshuffle. Una consider for check una staffs them. I don't know why na mad people na carry and put them for this one so na get staff members them. Dr. Yabacho, I beg you, Papa, look into your staffs them. Check their mental health. Check them if they're okay. Egg of sea staffs them, also executive for Egg of sea, they be responsible for what way Ambassador you go through today. From Pascal Kiki, Capo Daniel, Man Najela, and Sons, Biko Khan, Joe Brown. Do psychiatric evaluation, take this people, go hospital, go check them. Check all them. Before you want to give people give person executive position, make sure say if they're mentally all right. Una stop this tune at the duam. Una stop this tune at the duam. Now, one of the reasons this way it make a way collaboration and unity among Amazonians them, it almost be like an impossibility. Why? Because they staff them, executive for Egg of Sea, they insult the other ones, they attack them. Even with the other one, Tabang Ivo. Now, for Tabang Ivo, where I be first developed hatred for the Egg of Sea and the ADF, the time be newly joined this struggle. Where I see how they don't kill our brothers and for Guzan, they shoot them close range where they tie their hand for back. While others they cry, Tabang Ivo come for outside, he talks, if it doesn't La Republic, he first deny. So maybe ADF they do that action. It not stay. When evidence, eyewitness don't start to come from outside, Tabang Ivo change. He start to laugh and laugh. The more people they say they cry. They be crying babies. When something over too much, you know they find again. When I learn for ask on ourselves, say, why Bison and Egg of Sea and ADF be the hatest group for the whole Amazonia? Why? Despite all the efforts where Egg of Sea and ADF they put them in for say make Amazonia be free, yet the people know they embrace them the way they're supposed to. Why? When I ask myself that question, because of the behavior and attitude for some of our executives, them we don't talk this thing time and over again. Yet no changes. It was the one every day. Tomorrow, man, Nigeria go work time for ACN. They talk about Amazonia. You see the rubbish what she they do. If La Republic never go arrest Tapang, go arrest Fritz Takang, man, Nigeria, they had to calm down. No peace. The same way when I be gone for for Abdou Karim head. Abdou Karim est la République est là. How manage it for Granzoro the talk? La République they arrest it. This until they arrest Abdou Karim. Today on the protection I love you. See, I'm Kamade. At least, now they learn from the past. There is karma. Una stop this evil behavior. Just like how we see how they won't take this thing. All the other groups, them, all their fundraising events, they tie to them, they put up for ACN. They take over form when they do, and we will not see place where they take over till today. Una omit them, una don't put that for inside. I beg una even take shame, change. At least una use shame for change. Tell me how others not go point to una finger say una be sick, una operate an occultic group. Because all una behavior, all una attitude, it shows that people they be possessed. Una amend una ways. Man Angela, amend your ways. Stop this way you do. Respect your husband, respect your age, and respect your health.
My country people then, many of you don't hear about the Bakassi Peninsula, where it been a case or a struggle between the Cameroon government and the Nigerian government. But what we wanna not understand, now say it gets a wider implication for these Anglophones, their claim to so-called sovereignty. And I go explain that for you today.
With today's agreement on Bakassi Peninsula, a comprehensive resolution of the dispute is within our grasp. I am confident that the two parties will continue to implement their agreements in a cooperative and constructive manner. The momentum achieved must be sustained. So I have urged the international community to give its full support to Nigeria and Cameroon's efforts to implement today's agreement on the ground as soon as possible.
The agreement signed today, which marks a climax in the series of agreements we have concluded and implemented, is a clear demonstration that where there exists goodwill and equal commitment to peaceful resolution between two parties to a dispute, a happy and equitable solution can always be found.
En signant le présent accord, nous nous sommes dotés d'un instrument efficace de mise en œuvre de l'arrêt de la Cour portant règlement définitif de notre différend frontalier.
On the 10th of October 2022, after 8 years of legal procedures, the International Court of Justice be decide and make a ruling for talk say na Cameroon get sovereignty over the Bakassi Peninsula. What we wanna get for understand and say Bakassi is then under Indian division when a part of the former British Southern Cameroons. This point will be very important. Now remember.
When states disagree on where their border is, when states contest islands or a maritime zone, when one state considers that another has violated a treaty or other rule of international law, and when the UN or one of its agencies needs an opinion on a legal issue, they can turn to the International Court of Justice. Like the General Assembly and the Security Council, the Court is what's known as a principal organ of the United Nations, and is the only one not to have its seat in New York. The ICJ is the principal judicial organ of the UN and the world's highest international court. The court has existed since 1946. Its two official languages are English and French. Its founding document, the statute, is an integral part of the Charter of the United Nations.
Veuillez vous asseoir.
All UN member states, therefore, automatically recognize the existence of the court and can call on its services.
So for the document where the International Court of Justice will make the decision, they will write them in black and white. They say, in Bakassi, the ICJ decides that the boundary is delimited by the Anglo-German Agreement of 11th of March 1913, and that the sovereignty over the Bakassi Peninsula lies with Cameroon. So, as Narisiam, the whole fight between Nigeria and Cameroon for Bakassi Peninsula, it will be now for determine who get sovereign power over the territory. And the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, it don't decide. And remember, say, the ICJ, now one of the main organs of the United Nations. And this one, it be by extension, now the United Nations, it decide, say, now Cameroon government for Yaoundé, it own the sovereign power over the former British Southern Cameroons. And they base their argument 11th of March 1913. This one be very important because this agreement it be between the British and the Germans in 1913. At that time, no African person no be there for the time where they will decide, time where they will make this decision for divide that territory amongst themselves. This one, the agreement between the colonizers, the British and the French. And now because say, even for the African Union Charter and the United Nations Charter, the African states, they understand and they accept and they sign them as a treaty, say they go respect their borders at the time of independence. And now the United Nations states a the guarantee, when say, now Cameroon owns sovereignty over the former British Southern Cameroons because at the time of independence, that territory belonged to Cameroon. So for when I not understand, as per international law, the former French Cameroon began independence on the 1st of January 1960. And on the 1st of October 1961, that former French Cameroon, where it become the Republic of Cameroon, it ceased to exist. And it get another sovereignty where it include the former British Southern Cameroon. So that territory be one as per international law. Now, why that way I don't show on the documents them for explain and say by the time when the British the one leave in 1961, they be hand over the sovereignty of that territory to President Amadou Ahidjo. So that former La République du Cameroon it no exist anymore. There was a new country created on the 1st of October 1961 when one country, when a former French Cameroon and former Southern Cameroons combined, they form one sovereignty. And why that way, that block, that territory, it get now only one seat at the United Nations. And I go explain more for some of it will make them a little bit difficult for una to understand because we not understand the implications there for international law. Like I talk the British, they will sign exchange of notes with President Amadou Ahidjo for hand over that territory to Cameroon, hand over the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons to Yaoundé. That territory never ever exercised its sovereignty, even for 1 second. Never ever. So now why that way the people the way they call themselves restorationists, they are just making noise. It no go ever work. And I go explain for now the wider implications them on the international scene and also on international law.
So this one, nothing way all una get forget sense. So one time my country people and all the other slogans say, "So God bless you." We'll continue to listen to this video.
Another point we get for understand and say, the treaty or the agreement between the Germans and the British for 1913, now ye determine the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons today. Because that boundary between the former Southern Cameroon, because at that time for 1913, that territory had been a German Cameroon. Why were the other side across been a Nigeria, it been a British colonized territory. So they will get an agreement between the British and the German for Europe. It never get nothing to do with no African person, because as I don't explain for now before, sovereignty means say the power and authority, the supreme power and authority where a people they get them for govern themselves. And as a colonized people, they don't seize away that supreme power and authority. A foreign entity, the British, the Europeans, and the Germans or the French, they don't seize that authority where our forefathers and were traditional rulers they get them for govern themselves. They seize them with the power of the gun. Now, why that way they get the sovereignty over that territory, where it go now for be transferred to the League of Nations mandate, and then later on transferred to the United Nations trusteeship agreement, and then later on now it be transferred to self-governance, where now West Cameroon it become an integral part of the Republic of Cameroon, where we get them today. Now one territory.
On the 1st of October, the date set by the United Nations for the British Southern Cameroon to achieve independence. What happened on that date was the British simply invited that foreign country to Ambazonia, and they, in their own words, transferred sovereignty to that foreign country.
Anything will be happen before the 1st of October 1961, it no really matter from the 1st of October 1961, what way you get for understand, by international law, and even I'm here to talk, this one now the United Nations it talk, and I go bring in more information. What way matter by international law, now say that territory, it be recognized legally by the United Nations, by all the members of the Security Council, the permanent ones and all the other members of the United Nations. They recognize that territory as part of one and indivisible Cameroon. And they understand the wider implications. Say, if you go temper with anything to do with Resolution 1608, you go temper with separating Cameroon, then by that action, you don't already separate Nigeria, because Resolution 1608 it get to do now with the former British Southern Cameroons and British Northern Cameroon, where it is an integral part of Nigeria today.
Who thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
So, when I get to understand, say now Cameroon government, President Paul Biya government, it be take Nigeria, go sue them for the International Court of Justice for settle the case for Bakassi Peninsula. And during that case, the Nigerian government it be submit their own argument and say the democratic way for decide the sovereignty for Bakassi Peninsula. Now for let the people they decide through a referendum. Nigerian government be talks so because they be understand say about 90% of the people the way they live on the island, now Nigerian citizens the way they no go want for be Cameroonians. But the International Court of Justice it be reject this idea of referendum. Make I digress small. The United Nations it be formed of some main organs them. They get 6 main organs we make up the United Nations. You get the General Assembly, when at the main organ of the UN, it be composed of all the representatives from all the member states. Then each member it get 1 vote. Then you get the Security Council, where it be made up of 15 members. 5 members of the Security Council, they be now permanent members. You get Britain, France, United States of America, Russia, and China. And then you get the Economic and Social Council. Then you get the Trusteeship Council. The Trusteeship Council, it will be established for provide the supervision for the 11 trust territories. Them, for example, the British Southern Cameroons or the British Cameroons, where it will be a trusteeship agreement with the United Kingdom. So they will fall under the Trusteeship Council. That council, it will be abolished for 1994 after all the 11 trust territories, them, they will don't gain self-governance or independence. Now, you also get the International Court of Justice. The International Court of Justice, now the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, now the highest court in the world. This court, it not try individuals them. It try now states. For example, when country, it get conflict with another country, for example, it no respect international treaty or international law, one country, if it take another country to the International Court of Justice. So now only member states of the United Nations, they fit start a case or proceeding with another country for United Nations. So now what is that way the International Court of Justice it be? And no say someone they sometimes when they confuse the International Criminal Court with the International Court of Justice. The ICC it be different. ICC if it try individuals like Ayabacho, Sako Ekome, Charles Taylor, or any other person for war crime, that one, when they talk now about the ICC, the International Criminal Court. But this one, at the International Court of Justice, now an international court where it be now a part of the United Nations, and they try cases them not only between states, between country to country. They need to try individuals them. So you also get now one of the most powerful organ of the United Nations as well, now the United Nations Secretariat. Now for there now way you get the United Nations Secretary General. Now they lead the UN Secretariat, and now they carry out the day-to-day work of the United Nations. So now the 6 main organs where they make up the United Nations. Now them this.
Lesson number 1. Lesson number 1. This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me do the video. When I always say, I say, oh, I want to, oh, country people. Lesson number 1, my country people, talk about it. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong.
So the Green Tree Agreement. If una go for una Google, una just type in Green Tree Agreement, Nigeria, Cameroon, and it will give you all the information where you need them for understand what will be happening. So following intense diplomatic offensive and the good offices of the United Nations Secretary General, Cameroon was able to secure the Green Tree Agreement with Nigeria on the 12th of June 2006. This agreement was brokered by the United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan, and it was witnessed by the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and the United States of America. Where you get for understand and say Britain, France, and the USA now all permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Now only 5 permanent members they be. The other 2 now Russia and China. So the tell when I say 4 of the most powerful countries in the world, America, Britain, France, Germany, now them be witness the signature, this international treaty, this international agreement. Now, international treaty this way Cameroon is signed up with Nigeria, deciding on the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons. And it will be witnessed by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan. Now, he signed on that document. Other witnesses then to where they sign. Now, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and the USA. So these people then, all these powerful countries then, when them literally hold the United Nations, they don't decide them unequivocally, say the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons lies with Cameroon, Yaoundé, President Paul Biya. Now he signed on that document on behalf of the whole of that territory. And they don't demarcate the border now from the Atlantic coast all the way to Lake Chad, the borders between Cameroon and Nigeria. It be set in stone. They don't lay foundation stones them for demarcate that border. And the sovereignty of that territory belongs to Cameroon. Cameroon is one and indivisible. Now wait till this way, the United Nations, they talk. Nobody me at the talk. The agreement it be signed and it be held at the United Nations Secretariat.
So this one, nothing way all una get forget sense. So one time my country people and all the other soldiers say, "Oh God bless you." We'll continue to listen to this video.
Under the Green Tree Agreement, the Nigerian military began to withdraw out of Bakassi Peninsula within 90 days, and a transitional period of 2 years will be given for Nigerian administration and administrative authorities then for commot so that they could be replaced by Cameroonian administration. So after the case for International Court of Justice, it will go through and Cameroon a win, what will be the reaction inside Nigeria? Some people them inside Nigeria, they will call the government of Nigeria for go to war over the matter. This school of thought, they will argue, say this, so it will be against the national interest of Nigerians in terms of national security and national economic interest for accept the decision from the International Court of Justice. But some other Nigerians, they will caution against war. According to the Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo, the Green Tree Agreement will be a great achievement in conflict prevention. President Obasanjo talks, It could serve or it should represent a model for the resolution of similar conflicts in Africa and the world at large. Moreover, President Olusegun Obasanjo Ebi play a leading role in conflict resolution amongst other African states. So it tell the world, say the way Cameroon and Nigeria, they handle the Bakassi case, it should be an example for the whole world for copy the example. Okay, make just one small digression, make a digress small. So they call them say the Green Tree Agreement because now the actual location where they be done down for signed the agreement. It no means say now some tree where it be green. No, now one word, green tree. So as we don't already discuss them, now for 2002, where the International Court of Justice, it be passed that judgment, it be make the ruling, say the sovereignty of Bakassi Peninsula and the whole of the former British Southern Cameroons, it belongs to Cameroon. But it will take up to 4 years because now for 2006, where President Obasanjo and President Paul Biya, they actually done down for sign the Green Tree Agreement. Why it will take them that long? When I get to understand, say as I don't already talk on before, some people them inside Nigeria, they be talk say they so make Nigeria a go to war for Bakassi Peninsula. So it will be important and it will be necessary for Nigerian government for take that judgment and that ruling from the International Court of Justice, go back for Nigeria, go discuss them with the political leaders them and make sure they make all man a fall behind. They begin to lobby people them for put sense for their head, for make them they understand the importance of signing that international treaty with Cameroon and the United Nations as the guarantor for make sure say Nigeria it go abide by that international treaty. So now basically why that way it will take 4 years for Nigerian president and the people them for go down discuss them with the own people them back home in Nigeria so that make no person in no vex time where they hand over the territory to Cameroon so that make no conflict, it no come out of that. So the Nigerian president it begin to put sense for your own people their head. Even the people the way they be talk to me they go to war. You get to understand say every member state of the United Nations, it don't sign the United Nations Charter. And part of the charter, like I don't already explain them, the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, now one of the main bodies of the United Nations. So when you sign the charters of the United Nations, you don't already automatically sign and say, if another member state of the United Nations it bring a case against you, you go must can't answer the case. And you don't already sign say whatever decision where the International Court of Justice it pass them, whatever decision they make them, you go abide by the decision of the International Court of Justice. Now, what that way you sign them when you sign the Charter of the United Nations. So President Obasanjo be need for convince the people then say, listen, by the virtue say we being a member state for United Nations, we don't already agree say any decision where that court it take him, it could be legally binding on us. If we decide now, say we not go accept the ruling of the International Court of Justice, it means that we don't declare war against the United Nations. This time now, not been a war against Cameroon, but a war against the United Nations. Now, do you want to go to war against the whole world? It could be Nigeria versus the world. Now, the sanctions, the way they go place on Nigeria, it go target the top leaders in Nigeria and it go target their military. They go make sure say any person will sell them weapons, it go commit now an international, it go break international law. So now no country no go sell una weapons. No country no go support una military. No country no go do business with una. Una no go fit sell una oil. Una no go fit do international trade. And as a result of that, how una go fund the war if una want go to war with Cameroon? On the other hand, all the other countries them around the world, they go support Cameroon in war against you because they understand that Cameroon it get the legitimacy, they get the right for fight the war because they don't take the court, they don't take the case, they go for court and court it don't decide them. And then after the court don't decide, and then una deny una for abide by the laws and the rules where una don't already sign them. So it go mean now say Nigeria go stand alone for fight against the whole world. You think so una go fit win that kind of war? If we go for that kind of war, it mean now say Cameroon and no go end for Bakassi. Cameroon go fight that war can reach for Abuja. Because now wait the world it go want now regime change inside Nigeria. The world it go want to make Cameroon military, it can't enter right inside Abuja, right inside the seat of government inside Nigeria. It remove the president, topple the government, because that government, way, they don't sign international laws, and then they know they abide by the international treaties the way they sign them. So that kind of government, the whole world, it will support Cameroon for topple that regime, and it will give them all the support, all the military equipment, the training, and everything where they need them for fight that war and for win them, but not just for win for take Bakassi Peninsula. They go win the war for the way where they go topple the regime in Abuja, for the central government, the regime in power. And they go make them for the way where once Cameroon don't win the war, Nigeria go pay reparations, because there is a cost to war. Human beings, they go lost their lives. Properties, they go be destroyed. Who go pay for all of those things then? At the end of the war, when Nigeria lose and Nigeria go lose, then Nigeria will be forced for pay Cameroon back for the destruction and the cost of funding that war. Nigeria will pay reparations. So now, for the next maybe 50 to 60 years or whatever, all the oil revenues, the way Nigeria will sell oil abroad, a percentage of that oil and all their external trade and all their international export, a percentage of that money will go now to Cameroon government. So when you use all of these things, now all these kind of arguments, where Obasanjo be taken back to Nigeria, go talk to your own people, now for them now they see sense, they understand that it be important for respect international law, especially when where you don't already sign the treaties, you don't already sign for certify and for ratify the United Nations Charter, where it means now the United Nations and their laws, it govern Wuna also inside Nigeria.
Kunkumaster, the kind of way it work with the Cameroon government. It don't confirm for this video. That's what my control have told people. I'll play the video here. Wait. Very important. Let's start them back from the beginning. Muna here again.
So for conclude, the United Nations, it don't decide in an international treaty signed by the Secretary General Kofi Annan and President Olusegun Obasanjo and President Paul Biya of Cameroon, say the United Nations, it recognize, say, the sovereignty of the Republic of Cameroon. It include the former British Southern Cameroons. So for those of una where una be talk about so-called Union Treaty, where una be talk today, so Cameroon not get sovereignty over the British Southern Cameroons. Cam can explain for we now how it be possible. Said the United Nations it recognize, say Cameroon government it gets sovereignty over the former British Southern Cameroons. British they be there for day, the Germans they be there for day, the French, the Americans they be witness all of this. The case it be take 8 years to a decision, and then after the decision be made, they still get political wrangling. It will take another 4 years before the Green Tree Agreement it be signed by President Biya and President Obasanjo of Nigeria. So these are the facts. I bring una historical documents and historical facts. I know they make up lies. I don't show una the pictures them. So the International Court of Justice, it be tell Nigeria said they get for quickly and unconditionally withdraw all the administration, police, and the military out of Bakassi Peninsula, because the sovereignty of that Bakassi Peninsula and the whole of the former British Southern Cameroons at large, the sovereignty of that territory, it be held by the Cameroon government seated in Yaoundé. These are the facts.
Lesson number one. Lesson number one. This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me do the video. When I'm always say, oh, I want to, oh, country people. Lesson number one, my country people talk about it. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong.
I remember for January 2022, more than 2 years ago, where we published say Senator Kemende, he be killed, murdered by Ambazonia terrorists for Bamenda. And I be specify and say this on a snake bite snake.
Today say now we kill Kemende Henry.
Yes, now we kill Kemende Henry. When they be killing, the motorway if they inside the boy and take him. Listen for me now. When they be killing, the boy the way they kill him and carry the motor go to the camp. La Republic later on attack that camp, recover that moto. All man know say na Ambazonian fighter then kill it. No be news. Unless na person wey he play for himself. International community where they get people for ground, they know. People for ground zero, they know. Now who way you hide and say no we kill him?
No, because if you convert it to criminal people, then kill. Not be any fighter, then kill.
Na fighter then kill him, my brother. Na fighter then you want talk na say you no be fight more talk say na fighter, or you want talk say no be fighter then kill him.
Talk na report we did that time. You we come out talk say na criminal then kill.
Yes, we'll be talking na criminal then kill him because even my example for you here no. That way they be kill Kemende. Our forces they be talk say no be they be killer. Until the day where they go catch the Kemende in moto, we come with them for inside cabinet. We ask them for say now how come we come do get that Kemende in moto? I question the boy and then talk say yes. Now our soldier they be killer and then give the name for the commander. Me I no be ever know why they be killing. Go back from a conversation with General Ayabacho. That way Kemende become for Bamenda. The information come from me say they for Bamenda. I be call Ayabacho tell you say Kemende they for Bamenda. Nothing and this way don't do am. He don't talk for me say nothing and this way want do am. He tell me say they need to pick up that man. I tell you say no. That man a man where he work with we. Some people then they be very important where you're not supposed to touch them. Ayabacho be talk say okay. Where the show say probably I don't know whether he go for bago talk me the boy then go catch it or not before they go kill it for the place where it happen. But for say now who kill Kemende, all man for Bamenda no say na ADF Kemende. The only person way you know am. Now people really they not be in connection with ground zero. So there is no debate about that one. The information why we talk at that time say na criminal they kill them because no be any normal person for go kill Kemende. Kemende na man way idele frundi. Idele today so man come say you want go kill bishop. You go kill bishop, you not go touch not only the bishop, you go touch the whole Catholic Church. So some kind of people in the way we're not supposed to kill them. If I have a child, tell me.
I sympathize with the killing, but not compare with bishop because
I want to tell you, say Kemende, listen for me. Kemende, a big past bishop when it comes to Cameroon politics. Now man where even francophone they fear ye. Now man where the American government they look and let the people they now where they know democracy. Now, man, that way either articulate the democracy for inside Cameroon, fight for freedom for our people inside parliament, debate, write, document them. Kemende be communicate with us one by one. He consult with us one by one. Before Kemende one go for interview, he call me say Kapo, I go interview today for Equinox, I go interview for this place. You are my toxicity. Now start the plan for talk. Now how you feel helpful? Now how you push the thing for in front? I will tell you say pa commode resign. He will tell me say Kapo. Maybe we get differences for this area. Say we run this, we go fight for inside the system. But we physically work together. I have actually know all man waiting for egg of sea. I quanga them all they know because I always give these people the report. Why would you want to kill Kemende? That why we talk for I have actually talk for inside cabinet say, listen, I have actually be talking to me them pick it up. I deny.
Support the killing of anybody, not even Kemende, not even anybody. The problem is you are walking back from your statement. You will get all the information.
Like what statement?
You don't talk that time. That is the problem.
You know, when you are in an organization, listen.
Because Senator Henry Kemende be being an amber himself. It be the work with them, it be the collaborate with them. And now this kind of people, they initiate the Ambazonian nonsense inside the Anglophone zone. So now poetic justice. When the snake where you don't defeat them, they don't grow enough for swallow you. I remember when I be posting. Someone they come out, they call themselves lawyer, they can't threaten me. They say, countryman, you the slander some good man in name. They talk all kind of nonsense. I just ignore them. Even the Anglophone journalists, they never get the powers or the courage for people publish what way me at the publisher because they will get the same kind of similar threats from people the way they talk, so they go litigate or they go sue them for court, say they slander Senator Kemende because he was also a barrister. You understand? Because of all those threats. So the journalists then to inside command, they go right and say, unknown gunmen. Now, so they write them. And then they started write nonsense. Okay. A few months they can't pass. Nobody Cameroon military go for the amber terrorists, their camp. They go take that Senator Kemende Yimoto, where they be killing for that incident where they kill it for petrol station, they shoot it for day, where he go carry petrol, they carry motor, go with them. He go take fuel, petrol. They carry motor go with them. No, Cameroon military go liberate the motor from the Amber terrorist their camp. A few months later, where did those so-called journalists or so-called lawyers, they can't talk after that. All of them go mute. They don't talk. 2 years plus, they don't come past. No be the same Amber terrorists, they can't confirm. Namia they talk now, no be Namia they talk. Na Kapoda Neda they talk. At that time, 2 years plus ago, it been a spokesperson for the same terrorists, the way they kill Senator Henry Kemende for Bamenda. Today, now you can't tell when I say yes, it be not them. Not them kill that man. And it also confirm and say, yes, that man will be in an amber, it will work with them. I don't tell una, in the early days, whether right or wrong, whether a political miscalculation or not, but the truth, not the truth. Many SDF militants and politicians and even some elected officials, them like Senator Kemende, they be there inside the Cameroon system itself, but not just were they sympathizing with Ambazonia terrorists, they were working in concert with them. Because at that time, they be believed they so, their destinies they be intertwined. They be believed they so, maybe Ambafi give them some political relevance. They be wanting for use the Ambazonia terrorism for political expediency. The Honorable Joseph Wilbur, Honorable Joseph Bandam, the Honorable Senator Kemende Henry, and a bunch of them. What will happen in the end? The same Ambazonia terrorism, just like how I be tell them, say Amba na bad news for all Anglophones. There is a distinct difference between Anglophone problem and Ambazonia terrorism. In the end, as also the Amba, it can destroy them. It not just destroy them as individuals, they lead on for destroy SDF as a political party, wipe them off the map. They not get how many senators SDF get on today? How many parliamentarians? What standing do they have, even in their grassroots, the stronghold of the SDF as a political party will be there inside the Anglophone zone? Does it still exist? Even the national chairman, even after he death, after he go to rest, eternal rest, when I wrote for all man, after I go to rest, they still get fight. There is fight plus to die man. They talk say they no go bury ye for your own land. Nijon Frundi, Amber terrorists, they wage war against Nijon Frundi, ye die body. Yes. But in the early days, as Anglophones, they don't get them capability for learn. They don't get them ability for get sense. They continue to make the same mistakes from 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1990s till today. They still make the same mistake. They don't really learn. They don't know how to make political calculation. The things that they so Ambazonia terrorism will give them opportunity for get some kind of political expediency, or they feel use them, ride the wave of the angry Anglophone, forget concessions from Yaoundé or forget more powers inside Cameroon. I don't know what their political calculation was. The same mistakes the way Endele Fonchamona they make them in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, that the same political miscalculations where Anglophones they still make them till today. Nothing has changed. So now I wish they would learn and grow as a people. So I be tell una, saying that Ambazonia terrorists they kill Senator Kemende, and I stand by that word. And I be tell una since 2022, say this so Senator Kemende himself being an amber, na snake bite snake. And today, the same amber terrorists them, when at them kill Senator Kemende, they can't confirm all things when me I don't tell them for una. Just like na me I be tell una say we don't kill Oliver Lekiaka, we na deny last, we can't agree. Na me I be tell una say we don't kill RK. Na me I be tell una say we don't kill no pity. A lot of things that they this one even not for me for gloat, for say I told you so, for saying na me I oversabi. It's not about oversabi. Sometimes they were when you don't study a particular topic long enough and you get a lot of competence for that topic. Sometimes you start predicting what is going to happen even before it happens. Like I be tell yesterday I do a live broadcast as I be tell a fan big number Emmanuel for you call it a big number the one where they will go display carcass for Guzang they smell the whole place. ATF so-called Supreme Sheet No White Blast or Batibodi. I be tell you for May 2023 that will be capture so-called General Savior and Batman. I tell you say kill them. I tell you kill them before they can kill you, because if you kill them it will prolong your life a little bit longer, because we are coming to kill you. We are coming. It's only a matter of time. But if you kill the one the way you don't capture whatever Amber, capture Amber, kill him one time. If you capture Amber, leave him, he will come back for revenge. Now exactly what I be telling you. It make up. It release Savior, right? What Savior do? It can surrender. 9 days for Wakam, right? For December 2023, Savior sending a direct message to a fan big number, say, I am coming after you. 1 month later, for January 2024, what's a fan day? Compromised. Exactly what you have to tell us it go happen. Now, exactly what will happen. And that's it go flow on. Like I talk, when you don't study a topic, maybe now, some people they will call it, this is the fake pastors, they will call and say they do revelations or they do miracles or whatever. No, it's not miracles. Now, just when you study a particular topic and you be competent enough for talk about that topic, because you talk with hindsight and you talk studying what will don't happen before, understanding what will happen now, then you fit predict what will go happen next. It's just knowledge. When you don't study, you understand ambassador terrorism, you know what will happen. Then if you predict the next moves, the way they should know what plans to go make them. That's it. First of all, knowing that people they first of all get sense. So for predict what way they go do it not be difficult. Just think about the stupidest thing where any stupid person can do. That's what they are going to do the next thing. Thank you, plenty today now. And number 17 day for March 2024. Asu Lucas. Okay. Bear with me, the video is loading.
One can talk about the political masturbation where it happened for the Ambazonian Revolution. The political masturbation of your destiny and your life. But let Samuel Sako make him masturbate for your face. Make him masturbate for your mommy face. Make him masturbate for your sister face.
No,
Make him
no.
masturbate for your papa face.
Leave them so.
You won't let these failed leaders make him masturbate for your face.
No.
Screw up your future. Screw up your destiny. Screw all with because they fail and they be fucked up. They want to carry you, send them back to La Republic of Cameroon.
No, be so. Wonders. My country people them. So I don't know if I don't ever hear about political masturbation. Of course, all women begin them will know what masturbation be, but political masturbation, even me, I never ever hear that one. But when I listen,
the organization they call and say, what big brother Bo Herbert represent them. Only 2 or 3 people they did it.
Only 2 or 3.
2 or 3 people they did it. Other than Ambazonia calling and the WhatsApp messages the way Bo Herbert, the producer, and the write-ups and the Twitter. Waiting again, they offer the Ambazonian people.
Nothing.
No vision, no roadmap, no strategy, 1 or 3 people organization. What revolution, it be so much more divided than before. As I would talk now, when I say self, when I do already see what it don't happen. When I see now say, Kadef, you need to fight again for ground. So Kadef don't stop fighting for ground.
Good.
So Kadef, it did now not only for protect the cocoa farmers them, may they continue for the big Bamleke Anglophones,
business.
The big
business.
Bamleke Ambazonia them, for protect their big cocoa farm them. Now they are so Kadef it work now this for Meme. So Kadef don't stop for fight. All the day outside with Dr. Akwanga, a woman, it call forces for ground. Make them not ever attack La Republique du Cameroon anymore. Make them not ever attack La Republique du Cameroon military. When I know through that one, Dr. Akwanga forces, they go for when ADF go back for go set up a new camp for Meme, they carry the population from Meme, they go attack the ADF boy them, take their 7 AK-47. When I know so, they don't give back 3, the other 4 they still remain. When I know that one, ADF not react. All these things are the tailwinner because it don't reach a place now where the game now I say, if Anofi succeed, and because I not get now any influence on the Ambazonian revolution anymore, make a fuck up the revolution. Now the whole ideology of political masturbation.
Okay.
Because I never succeed, I not improve myself for influence the Ambazonian people them, so that we get this independence who are people they want. So that if we succeed for ground zero. Since I not succeed now, I better fuck up the revolution for everybody. When they bring Samuel Sako in, because he deliberately chopped the 2 million
It's a deliberate plan. They chop the 2 million, they not put nothing for ground, and as a result, because they group all these boys and for ground, all these boys and for they be very excited. Young Ambazonia, they come out in their thousands and in their numbers. They say they want to join self-defense because we make them all these promises, including me when I campaigned for my trip for Boya. We get them excited. They group all these boys them into county by county, and within 3 months,
they wipe them.
Slaughter all those boys them because they say they now be county forces. So when they finish for key all these boys them, they chop all the money. Now no they again where they feel offer the Ambazonian people them. This they decide now. Say that time Samuel Sako, he and Ayim, they go write letter for Swiss ambassador for La République du Cameroon. They not write letter for Swiss foreign ministry. They write letter directly to the Swiss ambassador for La République du Cameroon for telling they say the Ambazonian people they don't tire for fight. The Ambazonian people they don't want to continue this revolution anymore. So the Ambazonian people they be ready for good dialogue with Paul Biya. So may the Swiss they try to see how they fit bring Ambazonia and them and Paul Biya together. May they see how they fit talk. You don't chop all money we're supposed to build anything for ground zero where it will give you the leverage for good negotiate. You don't chop all the money. You don't make and you don't keep almost 800 Amber boys them. Where if you put and send our
800,
you finish them. After you don't finish those things, you come out. You can't talk say you want impeach a Yokabe. All this one happened during that time when Samuel Sako he did right for the Swiss people then. Now the Magumagu this, they come up. He come now. When I don't hear the audio where Chris Anu talks, they neutralize Ayoktabe because Ayoktabe stand for their way. For them for be the people the way they go deliver me for La République du Cameroon. Because Ayoktabe stand for their way. Maybe they neutralize Ayok. They bring all kind of conspiracy and hire that old Pa Johnson through. They bring all kinds in them. Set up the Ambazonian people for reach for a point where the world will look at we like a crazy people. This one is political masturbation. It's like boy way for his whole life.
Yes.
So it's small thing the plenty for village.
Small thing the plenty
for quarter. Small thing the plenty for town. For that boy his whole life, confidence not there. For go talk of small things I like you. Confidence not there for go express itself. So what did he do? Every morning and every night when he want to wash. When I don't know, when I know what they call a masturbation, it did go masturbate in insecurity. Political masturbation. Now when leaders they don't get a vision, they don't get a plan, they don't get a purpose, they go want to destroy the people, their aspiration and their future. So that made the people they be fucked up. That one they call it political masturbation. The leader did masturbate for your face.
No talk again, I beg.
It did masturbate for your face.
Leave up so.
Destroy your future. Political masturbation. Now, when people like Samuel Sako, they raised $2 million when they're supposed to arm every fighter for ground zero. Up to 10,000 Ambazonians. They're supposed to get AK-47. They chop the money.
They chop them.
They take our boys and put them for schools, put them for hospitals, put them for camps. Promise them AK-47. Promise them money. And then call La République du Cameroon, make it go finish all them.
Sweet.
And then take your leader away, declare restoration of independence for you. Make conspiracy theories. Say they want to impeach you. And then they turn around. They write letter for the Swiss government. We're not a master of your own colonial master. They tell us we don't be tired for fight. Paul Biya, wa colonial master. You don't get forces for ground. Money no day. They don't kill all your forces for ground. You don't get even one AK-47. You go right for Swiss. Now, which leverage you get them for good negotiate with Paul Biya?
None.
When you get all the army, you get all the international support. What leverage you get them? If this one not been a political masturbation, cannot get any other word to call them. Maybe you get a better word will be more powerful than political masturbation.
I don't die. I don't die. So my country people
if this
then.
one up in a political masturbation, for fuck up, for screw up, for render the people useless and hopeless. If this one not been a wickedness, if this one not been a the devil in disguise, if this one not been a La Republique in action, I don't know waiting for color. How an Ambazonian leader go raise 2 million, you not get 1 AK-47 for ground.
Hey, chop and they pay rent.
Almost 1 year and a half later, or 1 year, 8 months later, they take 3 people, three boys with t-shirt. They write IG Special Forces for war with slippers and changshu. They put that for war. 1 AK.
I laugh. That's in front of me. People, the person they talk say they get fighters. Now IG,
yes.
IG Special Force. Until the share of Facebook, this is the most disgraceful thing I don't see from Dr. Sako. We're going to hold you come and this IG Special Force, no gun, 1 gun, no bullet. Now that this is a shame, and then people are going to negotiate. Go and negotiate. That's the question. When I negotiate with the kind display of military inferiority, what are you going to negotiate?
Not that I just special force. I don't die. No mio. The Amber oversweet. I tell you. Now the IT special force is the 1 gun, no bullet.
If this one will be political masturbation, I don't know what for color Ambazonians. So we're gonna get a gang of failed leaders, a gang of failed leaders, of failed people.
Leave us so
a gang of failed leaders and failed people with failed organization. They go gang together. They say that they go for Switzerland, go negotiate, go start pre-talks on behalf of the Ambazonian people. The same people, they go sign. They don't go sign, say they don't give the Swiss HD a mandate for going to say, but the same AD, you never get a mandate from Paul Biya, say Paul Biya want to negotiate. I asked Alexandra Lebisky, where he go appear for Chris Anu in ABC TV today. I asked him when he came for Toronto about 3 or 4 weeks ago, live in front of all man, the recorder. I asked him, say, you don't go get a mandate with Paul Biya, a signature, where it shows say La Republique du Cameroon be ready for negotiation. He tell me, no, the Swiss ambassador, when he go for Cameroon, when they be talking and Paul Biya, they get a verbal, they begin a verbal agreement. Say Paul Biya don't talk, say yes, he be interested for the mandate. I ask again, say, Paul Biya, if Paul Biya don't give that kind of commitment, wait to make Paul Biya again, he go hold a monologue for La Republique du Cameroon. Say, well, we not determine what La Republique du Cameroon do and what you know na say 2 days after Biya call for that monologue, the Swiss ambassador go again and Paul Biya tell you say he still be interested for the dialogue. I ask you say, but why if the ambassador go the first time, Paul Biya not sign, not put anything for paper? Why the second time they not still put them for paper? He talks say, well, right now they only come in when they get them from Paul Biya and say Paul Biya just show interest. So here you see Ambazonian leaders
desperate and frustrated.
They go sign a mandate to HD where they not even consult any expert. The same Paul Biya where they talk say he want made a dialogue with. He never expressed anything. So you tell me, you see now why Paul Biya they go around. You see now why Paul Biya they go around for build more bases. They don't build a B base during this period where Samuel Sako and the other gang them. They talk about Swiss talk. The make Ambazonia need to focus for ground zero. It gives La Republique du Cameroon time to organize a monologue And now they don't give una what they call and say special status.
Yes.
Political masturbation. Now, political masturbation, this screw up the people, their future, and Paul Biya go determine the outcome of any negotiation. They already cap out what he go end up. Say special status. All this one did happen during the time where Samuel Sako and the gang of failed leaders with no substance, no strategy, they don't lose relevance. If not been a Swiss talk, Samuel Sako, Bo Hebert, Dr. Akwanga, they for don't be irrelevant for this revolution. So this revolution for don't leave them behind. The only thing where they get them for make noise for this Ambazonian revolution, for place of this revolution day, now because of Swiss talks. And Swiss talks,
how it end?
When I don't already hear from Ambazonian truth teller, come the Capo Daniel, as when I don't hear from John Ba Akuro, when I don't hear.
It said the Ambazonian truth teller, Capo Daniel. Ambassador, this should know why last they no get friend, they no get secret. I don't tell una tire. The Ambazonian truth teller, Capo Daniel. Wait, when I continue, we listen am. When I continue.
Swiss talks, as when I don't already hear from Ambazonian truth teller, come the Capo Daniel, as when I don't hear from John Ba Akuro, when I don't hear the Swiss talk. Now a political hijack. Now, a political masturbation strategy. Slow down the revolution, give the international community space, make them no hold Paul Biya anymore accountable. Because they talk, okay, now the two sides want talk. So we don't need to put any pressure for Paul Biya. And as a result, it gives room for Paul Biya. And then that, they don't succeed for build a military base for Mabanda for Kumba. They call it a B camp. Now, they get 1,000 B with the non station of Okumba. All this one because of political masturbation for the Ambazonian revolution. All this one they happen.
My country people. Okay, my country people. That was so good. That was so good. I don't even want to play that video now. Some person it remind me. So wow, that was good. Okay, now this they mentioned something about Swiss talks.
In prelude to the 39th edition of the International Women's Day, women in Kumba, Meme Division of the Southwest Region of Cameroon, congregated here at the Women's Empowerment Center to take part in the mini marathon race organized by the Global Action for Education and Rehabilitation under Reverend Sona Victor in collaboration with the Divisional Delegation of Women's Empowerment and the Family.
When we look at the situation, the peace returning, it's uplifting to see that you're able to pull the people together. There's social cohesion taking place. This is what gives people hope in the environment. I want to thank the Senior Divisional Officer for Meme. I want to thank the Senator and Paramount Chief of Kumba, Senator Fon Mukete, for their support and encouragement that they've given Gary as an organization.
The kickoff exercise began at the Kumba Amusement Park up to the SCO's office and back, with the best prizes awarded on the D-Day, 8 March. Meanwhile, with participatory prizes.
I will not end this speech without thanking
the Reverend Sona Victor. However, thanks the Prime Minister and Head of Government, Chief Dr. Joseph Diongute, for donating the cash prizes. Likewise, the support of Senator Fon Mukete IV Ekoko, who has been the backbone of this from its inception. Not leaving out President Bakoma Elango, Senator Ote Andrew Mofa, and others who have been supportive. The women in their various capacities embarked on traditional dance to digest the theme, invest in women, accelerate progress.
When I read through the theme of this year's Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, I was convinced that the organizers actually made a good choice. what women have gone through within these years, the state and the international bodies need to focus their attention towards investing in women by financing women's activities so as to accelerate growth and, of course, progress.
Meanwhile, were other activities such as registration of women to obtain the voters' card with other women who got themselves tested of high blood pressure and diabetes. Women in Kumba, Meme division of the southwest region of Cameroon, turned out beautifully dressed in their different flamboyant outfits to showcase their capacities and talents like their sisters all over the world, while commemorating the 39th edition of the International Women's Day. The event at the makeshift municipal grandstand was characterized by march past, drama, animation, award of prizes, where the senior divisional officer, Chamberlain Tundong, felicitated the divisional delegate of Women's Empowerment and the Family, Madame Ayokandande Tabeta, and her collaborators for their bold step taken despite the threats of the underworld.
We had in Meme division a very colorful celebration. Thanks to all the stakeholders. And I'm going to seize this opportunity to congratulate them, Jimna delegate and partners.
The theme, Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, was geared towards coordinating the women's rights in the political and economic progress. Sitting in for the Meme Senior Divisional Officer, his second assistant, Madame John Jehemia, reiterated on the sociocultural environment put in place by the government of Cameroon for the promotion of women's rights, fighting discrimination against women, promoting the women into positions of responsibility, land ownership, likewise inheritance. It's against this backdrop that the senior divisional officer enjoined these women to convince their children in the bushes to drop their arms and commence a new life.
We will seize the same opportunity to plead to all those women to advise their children holding gun against the state to come back according to the high instruction coming from the father of the nation, the Excellency Paul Biya.
The women were also encouraged to send their children to school. The celebration, however, witnessed maturity, dignity, and respect for humanity.
Some person don't send me your podcast today, a listener, where it be very good, but I get a worry with them, say, all thing where you be the stand for before you go back.
Like wait,
you don't turn that way.
Tell me.
Yeah, they expose a lot of sensitive information for they say now we kill Kemende Henry.
Yes, now we kill Kemende Henry. When they be killing the motorway, if they inside the boy and take him. Listen for me now. When they be killing, the boy the way they kill him and carry the motor go to the camp. La Republic later on attack that camp, recover that motor. All man no say na Ambazonian fighter then kill him. No be news. Unless na person where he play for himself. International community where they get people for ground, they know. People for ground zero, they know. Now who where you hide and say no we kill him?
No, because it's a criminal people then kill, not be any fighter then kill.
Now fighter then kill him, my brother. Now fighter, you want talk and say you know be fight more talks in a fighter, or you want talk say no be fighter and kill.
Talk na report we did that time you become not talking a criminal and kill.
Yes, we'll be talking a criminal and kill because even my explain for you here no. That way they be kill Kemende. Our forces they be talking no be they be killer. Until the day where they go catch the Kemende in moto, we come with them for inside cabinet. We ask them for say now how come we come to get that Kemende in moto? I question the boy and then talk say yes. Now our soldier they be killer and then give the name for the commander. Me I no be ever know why they be killing. Go back from a conversation with General Ayabacho. That way Kemende become for Bamenda. The information come from me say for Bamenda. I be call Ayabacho tell you say Kemende for Bamenda. Nothing and this way don't do he don't talk for me say nothing and this way want do am. He tell me say they need to pick up that man. I tell you say no. That man a man where he work with we. Some people then they be very important where you're not supposed to touch them. Ayabacho be talk say okay. Where the show say probably I don't know whether he go for bago talk me the boy then go catch you or not before they go kill you for the place where it happen. But for say now who kill Kemende, all man for Bamenda no say na ADF Kemende.
The only person where you know him, now people really they not be in connection with ground zero. So there is no debate about that one. The information I be talk at that time saying a criminal they kill them because no be any normal person will go kill Kemende. Kemende na man where idele frundi. Idele today so man come say you want go kill bishop. You go kill bishop, you no go touch not only the bishop, you go touch the whole Catholic Church. So some kind of people in the way we not supposed to kill them. If I have a Chobi tell me,
I sympathize with the killing, but not compare with Bishop because
I want to tell you, say Kemende, listen for me. Kemende, a big past Bishop when it comes to Cameroon politics. Now, man, where even Francophone they fear ye. Now, man, where the American government they look and let the people they now where they know democracy. Now, man, that way either articulate the democracy for inside Cameroon, fight for freedom for our people inside parliament, debate, write, document them. Kemende be communicate with us one by one. He consult with us one by one. Before Kemende one go for interview, he call me say Kapo, I go interview today for Equinox, I go interview for this place. You are my talk waiting. Now start the plan for talk. Now how you go feel helpful. Now how you push the thing for in front. I will tell you say Pa commode resign. He go tell me say Kapo. Maybe we get differences for this area. Say we run this, we go fight for inside the system. But we still work together. I have actually know all man waiting for egg of sea. I quanga them all they know because I always give the people the report. Why would you want to kill Kemende? That why we talk for I have actually talk for inside cabinet say, listen, I have actually talk to me them pick it up. I deny.
Support the killing of anybody, not even Kemende, not even anybody. The problem is you are walking back from your statement. You will get all the information.
Like what statement?
You don't talk that time. That is the problem.
You know, when you are in an organization, listen. Wait. One topic by another. Listen. One topic by another. When you are inside an organization, you function within the rules of the organization and as a team. As a spokesperson, I gave the information that was available, that it was criminals. I did not know that at that moment that those criminals were actually our boys. When I found out that criminals was our boys, was only when Cameroon go to the camp to recover the vehicle. And that camp was our camp, a camp that I know, where they put people's vehicles there. I said, but how come the motor didn't our camp? It means that those boys who did that actions were our boys. I came back to our presidential office where I have actually is. Don't be surprised, we have presidential office also. I said, how could this thing happen that you don't know? I don't know. Nobody said anything. I asked the commanders that who did it, they give the name of the commander. It was Chi Omega. The same person who have been doing a lot of kidnapping in Bamenda. I said, okay, perhaps if it happened where did it, but now in hindsight, when I see where I have actually tried to do them, even for me, because we disagree, it shows say now probably he be give the order me then go cash or me then kill it. Because he original position, when I be informed say come in the town, he be talking to me then pick it up. Okay, this one aside, what are you talking about again that my position changed or what?
Yes, you are talking about Grand National Dialogue, that Cardinal Tumo was right and you were wrong. And
yes.
All of us know that it was a monologue. That dialogue was not really inclusive because Cameroon itself, some of us cannot go back home. If they wanted a dialogue that included diaspora, they should have put it in a neutral ground where everybody could come. And
okay.
These are the point that
listen. Sure, let me talk to you.
When you were talking,
yeah, listen now. I have heard your point. I have heard your point.
You have not gotten all my point, Capo. When you were talking, I was quiet because we need to listen to each other. If we want to have a civil conversation, we should not cut each other. Let's listen to each other because this conversation is very important.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah. You were saying that for any Ambazonian, the position of the King of Sea, which gives some condition for the dialogue, they should be in a neutral ground with the third party, all of this blah, blah, blah. And we all said, yes, this is a good thing. You cannot be calling dialogue for the Anglophone and call the whole nation. You are calling people from Marua, Garawa, everybody to come and sit and talk about those who concern us. It's not worth it. You cannot call a dialogue and you are you are like a football match. You are the referee, you are the linesman, you dictate the agenda, you dictate everything. Even you are saying that we should have written things and given them. You think people did not write things and give them? What has come out of it?
Okay, let me respond to you, comrade, and listen to me very well. The things have changed now because my position have changed and I'm the chairman of another organization. our position is that we are looking for devolution as a solution to this crisis. Let me give you the reason why I have to say these things. First one is that when they called the Grand National Dialogue, they invited all of us. I don't know all of us, but those who were parties to the conflict, that means those who were promoting the fighting. I was invited. I consulted with all the leaders, and I told them that I am not going because our position was that we want dialogue out of Cameroon. I'll give you one example because now we are talking in hindsight. I cannot blame anybody for position they take during that period. I did for Boloso, you understand my boss here. Okay, listen. So at that time, Cardinal Tumi advised me that we should address the Grand National Dialogue. I give you one example. It was Guinea, is it Guinea or Gabon, where the president was having pressure from France that he should call for a national dialogue. Grand National Dialogue is something that the Francophones, they do in all this France-African country. When they call for Grand National Dialogue, the main opposition leader who have fled the country, they never expected that he could attend. He announced that he is coming to attend that dialogue. Guess what? The president, I think it's Gabon or Guinea, he closed the international airport. He closed the sky and said that that person cannot come and dialogue. Because when he was giving that dialogue, it was to deceive the international community. But now that the people that they thought would not attend are coming, he was now angry and he closed the airport. So these are all things we have learned. Look in hindsight, what Cardinal Tumi was telling us was, address the Grand National Dialogue. Put your position in writing. Put your point, put it blank. Let the international community know that these are the solutions that you are offering. We want independence because of this. The union cannot work. That position was rejected at that time. Now in hindsight, because everybody made that mistake, I made that mistake. When you make a mistake, it is okay to address it because in the future, listen now, listen, in my heart, let me talk. I was listening to you, right? So listen to me.
Let's go ahead.
Listen to me. For me, it was a mistake because we dismissed the Grand National Dialogue. Paul Biya, when he approved that Grand National Dialogue, many of the people who want this war to continue within the regime, they did not want it. What we could have done, and they tried to make it so messy that we cannot attend. I give you an example. When people wanted Ayabacho and Akwanga to reconcile with Seseko, Milan did not want it. What did Milan do? When Seseko announced that he wants to form a joint cabinet with all the other groups, Milan now jumped on top and said, okay, yes, this is what you want to do, is good. Now I'm going to put a condition. Now we give them 2 weeks to respond. Because Milan wanted to spoil the unity with Ayabacho and Akwanga. So the people in Cameroon that we are not aware of their politics because we are all talking to ourselves. People who did not want dialogue wanted us not to even respond. They don't even want us to. So they even invite Padi Asanga and other people to make us angry and not to even speak there and just to say that this is a non-starter. As such, the international community see us like people who did not even recognize Cameroon have changed position. The Grand National Dialogue is the biggest change of position Cameroon have done. It is not something we can accept, but it is something we could address. That is why the position of my organization is that we have addressed the Grand National Dialogue as a concession, and we have rejected their solution because it is not working and it does not meet up with the aspiration of our people. This is how we engage public and civil discussion. We all have different groups, different approach. This is the approach of my own organization, is that we have addressed the Grand National Dialogue. In hindsight, we believe that we could have done so before. It could have created a lot of avenue to build trust so that both sides who are fighting and our population are suffering could have a proper negotiation. That is it, my brother. Nothing else, nothing more. But we live in a world where the bullies and the hardline, when you speak things that are rational, they just say, oh, you are working for La Republic, you don't chop money. But it does not move us because our people know what is going on and they can listen to different people. You cannot force everybody to listen to somebody. The vast majority of them still listen to us because they know that we are credible, we are sensible, and we are civil. So there is no big deal about it. It is in hindsight. It's not a debate, but why we want our people to learn this is because we, for the past 1 year, have been pushing for direct negotiation with Cameroon because we know that there is no possibility to have an international negotiation. Even through this direct negotiation, we believe we could have the international community to guarantee the outcome or to guarantee that both parties will stay to the outcome. But as the mistake we made during those periods can still happen again tomorrow. So there is always good that we look at things, we examine history, which is what I do in the podcast, to bring up history, bring up events, look at what we can learn, what we cannot learn, so that somebody can pick up one or two things there. And I believe that is the right.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
I am finished.
Okay. I respect your position and that of your organization, but the only thing is that you are dealing with a very deadly regime that doesn't care. All what you are doing, after some time, you get tired and join us back, because phobia they don't even care. All what you are doing, you are just throwing water on the dog's back. Phobia is the regime is not what you are saying is even a non-starter. Even look at the Grand National Dialogue. All the resolution, despite the fact that they control the agenda, they control everything, as they implement even one of the resolution that was taken there.
Okay, my brother, this is to respond to you. I believe what you are saying is true. Cameroon don't care. They are very dirty. My program for devolution, our organization have secured a threshold of international interest for us to be able to get the international support that we believe can oblige Cameroon to act and hold their foot on the fire so that our people can have this self-governance. We believe not in Cameroon, but we believe in our ability to bring the international community on board. We have also done the groundwork in terms of the economic interest, the political interest, the geopolitical interest in this program. We have a roadmap that we are pursuing. And I'll put back your own side to you. If Cameroon is like that they can never change. So if you accept that they can never change, and then your solution is to fight for independence that does not have international attention or interest, and to fight for the rest of our life. Yeah, let me come to you now. Let me talk. Let me land.
Yeah.
For us, because we have diminished our capacity because of our internal dynamic, our fighting do not give a damn in Cameroon military might or their ability to occupy our territory. For us, we have decided that rather than accepting a status quo of perpetual violence, where it is our people who are dying and suffering, we better go in for self-governance with the hope that we can stop the war, stop the suffering of our people, and give chance for our people to develop while holding up to fight another day. God help us. So God help us. But I will never go along to say that let us just keep on doing the same thing, knowing that there will be no result, and then keep on doing the same thing. I don't believe in that. Sorry, my brother. But we always have to debate and exchange ideas. And I want you to know that that is how it's supposed to be. If I win, good for everybody. If independence wins, good for everybody. Ultimately, for me, I believe that this is the best way to get the independence, because this way have more ability to win. Cameroon have already shown some flexibility vis-a-vis this particular thing I'm talking to you. I think the evidence have put them out already.
What happened is that we had lost the interest of the international community. I will be very honest with our people for two things. If we still insist for talk things that will not be true for our population, it only give na advantage for Cameroon. I don't know how I go fit talk am for una. We need to be honest. Our territory is not independent. We are part of Cameroon. The international community recognizes the sovereignty of our territory as being of Cameroon. The former British Southern Cameroon and the former French Cameroon do not exist legally. We must know the truth. Our status is West Cameroon right now. If we are not honest, we will spoil a lot of things. I don't know how I will explain it to you, including our speech in the public. Some of our own elite actually believe our own propaganda. We must know the difference. We know if they take court case where they don't give Bakassi for Cameroon, talk say they talk na semi Cameroon come off for day. We feel the talk that one for our own public, and we feel the talk and for some level way it show say would the just ginger people that made them fight war. But when we start talking for official document them, put them as official statement, especially now going forth, in a help we need to understand our reality. We then lost international support from last year. We may say practically we done lost this war because now only two ways they for win war for independence. Military liberation war will be no already, so no fi win them. We will know so if we fight that military on, use connect for diplomacy, make it get with the international recognition and support for get justice where you could give you that independence or self-determination. We don't go for Switzerland, for Spain. We will nearly come back empty-handed because then we say if you only support na self-determination and not support recognition because then Cameroon were part for Cameroon, were country if they already joined Cameroon. We need to understand our reality. If you don't know the truth, somebody telling the truth, it doesn't mean that the person supports the enemy. Because we don't lose the right for demand our right because we stand on the wrong ground. Even be more important for talk the truth now because now the radicalism now it push the struggle into extremism where it is the fighting it kill the struggle. Majority of our people them they now be attacked by our own people. They want not be just thing for talk. The attack where it happened yesterday for Bamenda, where ADF shoot motor for Brazarisi enter broke house them. How many Ambazonians they don't talk about that one? How many of them when they fight for the struggle they don't talk about that? It be inconvenient. A traffic accident, it be traumatic alone. Let alone the one way motor, a janja motor the road go enter house them because na boy they don't shoot them. Do you know the trauma it have for our people? There are things that we have said to ginger the population, ginger the soldiers. But when you come and see that those things that we were saying just for gingering, some people actually take it for reality. But one thing I can assure Ambazonian is that our people are wicked to ourselves. They are wicked to ourselves. Sometimes is it out of ignorance? Nobody cannot know.
Country people now for fish pond here for Bamenda would they so way this kind of batting it don't happen. According to thing way people where the day the tell way they show say the boy the way they carry gun for fighting gun now so they follow this motor they for back here when I'm to the carry Brazaris Nimbo. They show say they follow the tribe shoot the carry they succeed let's say one who set up front they shoot that up front the man they lost control and I way motor instead would normally go down for regional hospital. He said news track when you look at this side he said news track pass now through the person in the store and then come down when I was on Karina E-way to run Bafu Road way he tried to go to motor from this from right side right to the left side I would just say no man die from inside the Karina E but as a partner would just say plenty the body sleep one already for the way she say come here pass motor hit away for service
Na me una Pekin Capo Daniel. Una see what happened today for Bamenda, where they shoot Brazaris moto, he enter key people them for Bamenda. Now Ayabacho, he boys them. And all man way they for Ayabacho, a group where they do work share a picture them. Then be comparable for such extreme actions. Say they want to fight against Brazaris. Brazaris don't buy Guinness. So if you want to fight Brazaris, fight Guinness also. It also makes sense. Instead of using our soldiers to defend their communities, they have turned those soldiers against their very own communities we seek to defend. Our soldiers are now engaged in illegal taxation. That is just a smokescreen for extortion. These are being done primarily by Ayabacho, his cohorts, and it must stop. We must make a distinction between politically motivated activities on ground zero and individuals who fight for their own personal interests and not the public interest. This struggle was about the boys picking up arms to defend their communities. It is now boys picking up arms to fight against their own communities. It is no longer our activists defending their communities. They are now defending their groups and their own perceived leaders. This partisanship and the delusion where everybody is a black leg that have taken over this struggle that is being pushed by Ayabacho and his small group of people must be resisted by our people. We must make a distinction between the struggle for the Anglophones, for self-determination, and individuals who pursue partisanship that is against the interests of our public and have put our public at peril. Our public is basically in a hostage situation. On one side, extreme forces for Ayabacho. Our people must understand this dynamic. And we cannot abandon the plight and aspiration of our people into the hands of criminals and murderers of our own. People who attack our own communities, kill our own people, and extort them. Because of activities of extremists amongst us, our population are increasingly being isolated from the struggle, and eventually Cameroon will have a total victory on the ground. They have committed war crimes that are recorded by international organizations. Right now, we do understand and accept that independence by liberation have failed. there is also no feasibility for any recognition of Ambazonian independence. The only thing we can do is to ask for self-governance. One Cameroon, two people, where both Francophones and Anglophones, West Cameroon and East Cameroon, can coexist as peaceful people in the same house. We want a police for our own people, by our own people. We want to manage our own fire brigade, municipal police. We ask for a devolution of Cameroon, constitutional changes that will guarantee the respect of our rights and the rights of our citizens.
My country people them, for these pictures and images they watch now a terrible incident, terrorist attack way happened for Bamenda yesterday, the 12th of March 2024. Ayabacho Lucas, the ADF Ambazonia terrorist, they can't shoot driver where he be the drive Brazaris moto, that big camion. And as they kill the driver, of course, who go control the moto? The moto, it lose control, it plow into people them and people their properties. It kill one small pikin on the spot and also damage people their properties, moto, household, that moto, it destroy them down. Dozens of people in the hospital as we speak, and for our own investigation them, I think at least 3 or 4 people they don't die as a result of this terrorist attack. And when they come so, when I know very well, said they know what's our way the divisional officer the day, they know what's our way the gendarmerie brigade the day, they write signboard, they put them for day. They know what's our DO, governor, SDO, police, military. Mem General Buba for Bamenda, he office they write the name for day, they write big signboard put them for day, they know. But these terrorists, shit no white blast, they never ever go say they go attack military. Their target now for suffer and terrorize the same Anglophone population them.
So I look and find if the motor no be there, sometimes we hear casualty for plenty because as we descend this fish pond hill for bad for the plenty. And this Karina Eve, we hear say people decide no man, no die, so God did that so for up. When I look and find, see I say blood way there for the camion, and for the shows they shoot. And according to people they tell we.
So if we not like, we not keep the terrorists for our community, we not begin suffer the consequences. That one now we not sabi. Or we not do what we not need for do am. We not denounce Ambazona terrorism, we not report their locations them, so that make we do what we need for do am. We need for kill all the terrorists. Now the only solution that.
At the man asking for this, so they just say, according to what they talk, they just say the man they go by that opening way some of the boy that similar no drink him as they come back, let's say the boy then track you follow him. That camion I say I was down there, I was shown after. It's just say they go down. And then this is the commotion where the boy they follow, they go shoot the person maybe inside the motor. So it's the commotion now, accident we go up on the down there. We tell on detail as we take them, they go.
I know be politician. I know we can't sugarcoat them, tell you now for the kind of language we like for hear them. Now only one thing we need for do them, kill all the terrorists them. I know say someone will even you where you believe in Ambazonia, where you want the so-called independence. Nobody na so they fight for independence, and you know it. They target now the Anglophone civilians them. Or according to you in your own wildest imagination, if na Amber kill Anglophone, it be okay? Is that what you're trying to say? It be okay for Anglophone for kill Anglophone, but you go only protest, you go only talk, you go only be angry if na Francophone or gendarme it kill Anglophone. So Anglophone life no matter. It no matter at all if na another Anglophone man kill him. Now what did I want for tell we? By the way, me when they talk, I don't always tell una. The amateur himself, it now for Europe. Me too, I did me for London, for Europe. We enjoy our lives. They kidnap now una, collect ransom, send out for Europe for them, send out for America. They put lockdowns, destroy now una economy, destroy now una businesses them. It know they affect them for one man country, for America, for Europe. It know they affect them. So now you where you wear the shoes, now you know who's that way they should pinch you. If you like for move the shoe, you move them. If you like for continue for the work out for the shoe, inside the shoe, until that nail wait there for that shoe, a boss your foot there, they go cut the foot to wear. I don't go me. I've been on a Kumkumasa, the king of all the black legs.
If you look at war and propaganda, the propaganda will be used field marshal. It will play on the psychology. So it will be important for protecting, not because it will be perfect. And nobody, even his brother, nobody protect them. Okay, they don't let it for their hand. See the way Cameroon glad celebrate and work out for Kumba, say they don't kill them. Now for tell you say the one you hear that woman talk for television, so they do them because they want traumatize people for mind. Cameroon understand mind and psychology. So if they take can't show Unabakumba, Unabakumba that they win war. Yes. My brother, I want to talk. The thing vex me plenty. May you and talk about. Go ahead, watcher.
Yeah, thank you, listeners. Thank you. One thing I want to tell when I say, Christopher, I know this situation will happen. It ain't Nyongo. Nyongo not be saying that Nyongo for Cameroon, and Nyongo say anything where he touch him, it die. Frighten the rest of the community. May they understand, say, if you do this thing again, your own head to go end on top of the tree. So that way they be key Ivor. That way Cho Ayaba be key Ivor. If be given for La Republic, they be throw and say, oh, now that big general, this we don't kill him. If we not try, we will kill una too. Today, more confirms that female they don't kill him. You don't see the kill him. They carry again, can parade and Pokumba. The show and say, if we not try, you be fighter, you don't put your gun down, we'll kill you too. Now, Nyongo, it's one system.
Okay, I want to talk with evidence. Okay, the CNU political party will be formed by 1966. Now, I'm not sure I'm that on the screen. When I see him on the screen, right? I hope someone that see him be there on the screen. Now, the CNU that this one a poster will be made in 1966 or 67. When I see the president, the national president of the CNU political party, President Amadou Ahidjo. When I see the very first picture after he, now who that? Solomon Tandeng Muna. Now Esti Muna, I picture that way when I see him. And then next to ye, now Paul Biya, who today now the current president of the Republic of Cameroon. Okay, ma put una the next picture. Now see this one now. Now the executive members and for CNU. The first picture for that page now John Go Foncha, that top left. Now John Go Foncha, I picture that. I don't make him up. These people then for 1966, they deliberately, willfully dissolved their political parties then because of infighting in West Cameroon for go join the CNU, one party system inside Cameroon. Now Anglophones, they do have, no mean Francophones, no mean some person, they deliberately, they could have just said, no, I need to dissolve my political party. But at that time, because Foncha, it be the fight, Endele say and say this, so if you go align with Ahidjo, it go neutralize Foncha. Foncha too say and say, if you go align with Ahidjo, it go neutralize Endele. Because of that infighting, when President Amadou Ahidjo, it came now can't and say, we're gonna dissolve all those political parties then for stop the infighting, can we go form one political party? All of them accepted. They did that. No one did that for them. They did that on their own volition. Okay, Marshall, now the next picture. Now the next picture, this. Okay, the person we want to see him, the second picture. Now Bernard Fonlon, Professor Bernard Fonlon. Now in that, the second picture for the picture we there on our screen. Okay, the first picture where he wear glasses for that picture. Now endele that. Now endele that people there for executive for the CNU political party, one party system for Cameroon, 1966. Now endele that we wear glasses, the first picture, and the second picture now Bernard Fonlon, Northwest man. Okay, una wama show una all the evidence. Now them that. Who did this to us? We did it to ourselves. We did it to ourselves. Infighting. Why it be important for we to know these things now? Because now the root causes of the Anglophone crisis today, the root causes of Anglophone problem, now our own infighting, our own ineptitude and incompetence, our inability for play politics, for understand how the world work, and for take advantage of the things that we day in front of we. The one thing where Anglophone political elites, they don't ever do them, where they come together, they unite for Duam. Now, when they be withdraw from the house of Enugu from Nigeria, I think for 1954, that was the first time and the only time where Anglophone political elites did not ever be together in a decision. But by 1957, 1958, 59, Endele don't go back. They make deals with Nigeria for reunite that territory with Nigeria. While John Foncha, they make deals with President Amadou Ahidjo for reunification with La République du Cameroon. So they still come back after they don't come out of the house of Enugu. They still get infighting amongst themselves. And that infighting is because when they talk about the creation of one-party system inside Cameroon, the CNU, with President Amadou Ahidjo as the president of that political party, when I understand, say, now because of that, where it lead to the destruction of the federal constitution and a unitary state inside Cameroon. So it get direct 100% link to all of that. And as a result of that, the Anglophone political leaders, they give up all their powers and authority where they get them. Under the federal constitution, West Cameroon, it beget a veto power. All of that power, everything, they gave it up. If we now look at how over-centralized the Cameroon government is day to day, all power, is there now for one person. All of that, it was done, not just with the connivance of the Anglophones like Jongo Foncha, Endele Muna, and the rest, but not just, these people were the ones who caused it because of their infighting. Without that infighting, without their political immaturity, if they be competent, just a little bit, they be unite, understand, so they get powers within that federal constitution. They not forever allow their political parties to be dissolved. They not forever allow for form one-party system inside Cameroon. They not forever allow for give up all their powers to Yaoundé. Because they make them, they give them small posts within the executive committee of the CNU. Professor Fondlon, John Foncha, S.T. Muna, Dr. Endele, all of them, they take small positions inside that one political party, and they gave up all their rights. And we are suffering the consequences of that action till today. Now, the root cause of Anglophone crisis, that.
Yes, we go first of all, we go sing national anthem. We go sing national anthem in a military way. For make our papa me be proud for way to way. It don't the supply and it don't do effort for say move get them. So I believe say the diaspora go hear national anthem for military way. And for now, when I put on our ears very well, when I get a national anthem for military way. When I go here, happy birthday, I go end for happy birthday. Then when I hear how military go to sing and I sing. When I go hear military, happy birthday, where go be, we go sing and I'll gone. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Ayabacho. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Ayabacho. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Ayabacho. Happy birthday to you. May the Lord give you long life. May the Lord give you long life. May the Lord give you long life. Give you long life. Hooray! Hooray! Happy birthday to our boss.
Happy birthday, boss.
Well, boss, may the Lord give you long life. as your children have just said, in Jesus' name. Amen. May the Lord give long life to the diaspora in Jesus' name. Amen. May you see our children in Jesus' name. Amen. Same as we too will see our children in Jesus' name. Amen. But diaspora will not get advantage. We will find our war when I should. We'll get confident when I saw our soon our children, but we will never show. We believe in our only God. When I pray for we too. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Papa, I don't tell you happy birthday. Where all the soldiers are begging, if we don't campus passion anyhow, we'll give this small song where Papa like this song. So anytime we call me for phone, anytime I come for phone, you must sing this song before start off. So I don't just go and say like and so te. And also our song leader, you give that song. Until we reach Boya. Until we reach Boya. We will never leave our Yabato one day. Oh, until we reach Boya. We will never leave our Yabato way. Oh, until we reach Boya. Until we reach Boya. Until we reach Boya. Until we reach Boya. We will never leave our Yabato way. Oh, until we reach Boya. We will never leave our Yabato way. Oh, until we reach Boya. Until we reach Boya. Until we reach Boya. Until we reach Boya. We will never leave our Yabato way. Oh, until we reach Boya. We will never leave our Yabato way. Oh, until we reach Boya. C'est quoi, yeah. C'est quoi, yeah.
Southern Cameroon have been integrated into La République du Cameroon. When the British people were leaving Southern Cameroon in Tico Airport, they turned to Amadou Ahidjo to hand him the instrument of our sovereignty, not to John Bufoncha. So we know that we did not have the support of the British government, and our administration was very young. John Bufoncha had been campaigning for us to join French Cameroon, and he just wanted us to join.
Now, Capo Daniel go talk. He talk, it don't change. I don't finally succeed for educate at least this one amber fool, make it understand. Point number one, that territory known as the former Southern Cameroons, where today now the northwest and the southwest region of Cameroon, has never been sovereign. It never, ever get sovereignty. And I waited this way, I don't educate them for a long time. But finally, Ngong Dog Capo Daniel, it don't learn more sense. And when I listen, now you go talk.
Today is the 12th day of this month of February 2024. My name is Capo Daniel. Last week, we put out a video and audio in the podcast where we talk about our narrative in this struggle, which is that 11 February was a day changed from a plebiscite day by La République du Cameroon into a youth day that make mockery of our history. But I'm going to present to you the facts and the truth, because when you are angry, you say certain things sometimes out of anger, and sometimes you sin when you are angry. But for us to win this war, we will conform to the African Union Charter and international law, because independence or whatever we may get will be something that will require the international community to support us. So in line with our goal to push for freedom for our people and end this war, we are going to be factual with you and align ourselves with international law so that we can better serve our people to push for their right, the right of self-determination. So I want to start with 11 February. What is 11 February all about? And this is very important because for many people, this may be the first time you have heard about this, but we are going to put it to you anyway. What is 11 February? What did Cameroon change the plebiscite day to a youth day? This is a very important question
that we must answer to our people, because we have had that narrative pushed down our throat for 7 years. I'm going to tell you the truth and what it means for our struggle going forward. 11 February, as you know very well, was the plebiscite day. It is very important in our history. It is a day that the Southern Cameroon, which was a quasi-region in Nigeria. A quasi-region means that the Nigerian government granted us autonomy that was under the British. So the British government, in effect, granted us autonomy and self-governance. It gave us a unique opportunity under the leadership of the Prime Minister Ndele to build a very solid democracy and strong institutions that prepare us eventually for independence. So that 11 February was the day where the United Nations organized a plebiscite for our people to express their opinion, whether they want to join Nigeria or they want to join Cameroon. This is the root cause of this problem, because during that time, our people were told that it was just an opinion and they were going to go through several procedures in order for them to secure a contract with Cameroon as a union. Unfortunately, that never happened. They were deceived, and right now we know what happened because we have the ability to look in hindsight and to study what has happened. Recently, the British government released a document to Barrister Mukwele, who appealed in the British court about this case, about the British government obligation to our territory. And in that document, they clearly stated that Southern Cameroon have been integrated into La République du Cameroon, which is not what we were told, which is not what Cameroon promised in the United Nations. These are all injustices that we have suffered. Can this injustice be sued in court? Yes. Are there legal remedy for such injustice? Unfortunately, legally speaking, there are very few remedies because the British government have been sued for a similar case before, and the only thing they did was to apologize to those people because they have discretion in managing the territories that they were trusted to manage. But I'm here to give you the fact of what happened on 11 February. 11 February was a plebiscite day. It took place in 1960, where our people voted to join French Cameroon against Nigeria. The vast majority of our people voted to join French Cameroon, and indeed they went to Fumban to have a union. Unfortunately, everything we put on the table was rejected. Nevertheless, our government, led by Jongu Foncha, continued the union with Cameroon through the constitution that was imposed on us, passed by the Cameroon Parliament. We had a very poor fight by our diplomats to secure a better deal for us. Everything that was rejected, they never put up a good fight. One, because they were very weak. Two, when the British people were leaving Southern Cameroon in Tico Airport, they turned to Amadou Ahidjo to hand him the instrument of our sovereignty, not to Jongu Foncha. So we know that we did not have the support of the British government, and our administration was very young. Jongu Foncha had been campaigning for us to join French Cameroon, and he just wanted us to join without any safeguards, and we are suffering the consequences of that particular decision. So I want our people to know, before 11 February became what we call today Youth Day, what really happened? I'm going to give you the facts. In 1962, Jongu Foncha, who was now the vice president of Cameroon, had a speech where he canceled the celebration of our National Day. Our National Day was the Southern Cameroon Day. And Jongu Foncha, not La République du Cameroun, we may say that he was influenced by La République or not, but he was responsible. He gave the order, released this document to cancel our Southern Cameroon Day henceforth. And this is his speech. I'm going to read part of the speech so that you hear. Jongu Foncha said, the 26th October, which marked the separation of Cameroon from East Nigeria region, was celebrated as a partial national day because we were still under trusteeship rule. Its celebration gave us the impetus to regain a wider nationhood and was the beginning of our independence. So you could hear Foncha talking about the period where we were Kwasi region not as being independent, but as still being under the trusteeship rule. I say this because you have some people who are not very well educated about this subject, like Chris Anu have said that we were independent country when we had autonomy. No. So we were under the British trusteeship system, as you can hear. So this was a speech Jongu Foncha gave to change our national day, or Southern Cameroon Day, on the 26th of October, that celebrate our separation from Nigeria. It was changed into a national day by Jongu Foncha, who was then the vice president of Cameroon. And that was the speech he said. And the document, the historic document where this archive came from, says that the West Cameroon leadership, that means they had a meeting, the West Cameroon leadership decided to transform a national day into a youth day. So from 1962, it was now to 1963, the National Day of Southern Cameroon was now celebrated as a youth day. So you have October 26, Southern Cameroon National Day was changed, and it was now celebrated as a youth day without a National Guard in presence. So the date was changed by Jongu Foncha. And in 1963, the Secretary of State of Education and Social Welfare, who was S.M. Ndamukong, at that time, he made this speech that further made the transformation of that day. 1963, Honorable Ndamukong, he said, this is his speech, I'm going to read the speech. Youth Day. So he now, they were celebrating 11 February still in 1963 as a plebiscite day. But in 1963, after the celebration, the Secretary of Social Welfare and Education, Mr. Ndamukong, he made a speech that transformed the plebiscite day, which was 11 February. Remember that Jongu Foncha only changed the Southern Cameroon Day into Youth Day. But in 1963, Honorable Ndamukong changed our plebiscite day, 11 February, into the Youth Day. And this is the speech, I will read the speech. He says, Youth Day is now 11 February each year. School sports normally held on the 26th of October will be held on the 11th of February. Teachers and pupils should therefore note that 11 February 1964 is the date on which youth sports will take place. On October 1, Reunification Day will be a public holiday for March past. So this document is signed by Honorable Ndamukong, who was the Secretary of Education and Social Welfare in the Southern Cameroon government. At that time, Southern Cameroon was now West Cameroon. We have a functioning government that represents our people, and we have our Prime Minister, who was now the Vice President of La République du Cameroon. So this is what happened. The change of 11 February from a national day, from a plebiscite day to a youth day was not changed by La République du Cameroon, but our own Southern Cameroon or West Cameroon government. The leadership changed it, and a Secretary of State did make that changes. This is very important for us to know the truth, to know the fact. Not just that we conform with international law, but also that we can have a proper voice, because only the truth shall set us free. If we don't know the truth, we don't speak the truth, we can't be set free. Some radicals within our struggle that have taken advantage of this movement of our people looking for their freedom have completely destroyed our narrative by injecting falsehood that have no reference in history. So this is part of us restoring the truth and make sure that we can fight for our people in a way that is going to bear fruit. In 1963, when Mr. Ndamukong has changed the plebiscite day into a youth day, the next year, Jongu Foncha came to participate in celebration because he had moved to Yaoundé when he was made the vice president. And this is what he said in 1964 when they made the first celebration of 11 February, not as a plebiscite day, but as a youth day. Jongu Foncha speak, I quote him, "The idea of a youth day to children on 11 February means to feast, while for grown up, 11 February Youth Day was a day a majority of the people of West Cameroon made history by almost unanimously, honestly, voluntarily decides to achieve independence and reunification with former French Cameroon. So this is our Prime Minister, our representative, calling La République du Cameroun as former French Cameroon. That is why sometimes we also call our Southern Cameroon as former Southern Cameroon. We must know the fact. There are some these illiterates like this hermaphrodite guy, this Bobby boy who continues to disturb our people, but you have to know the fact. Southern Cameroon is considered former, just like French Cameroon is considered former under United Nations and under the African Union Charter. And the new country that was created cannot be considered French Cameroon or English Cameroon. Such consideration and attempts to consider it as such is illegal, even by the regime it plays. So for us to have good standing and be able to make a case for our people that can bear fruit and that can be heard, we must be in accordance and in conformity with the law. That is why many petitions that have been sent by our people to the international communities have just simply been ignored or not taken seriously because it is not in conformity with international law. We have come far for 7 years now, and we have had time to study, engage the international community to find out what is really the problem, that they don't hear our plea each time we communicate with them. And we have an obligation as leadership, as organization representing the best interests of our people, to do the right thing and to do history justice. So this is Jongu Foncha talking about reunification. The word he is using is reunification. That means he is even affirming the fact that the two Cameroon was once one country under the Germans, which was just the truth. So after 1964, when Jongu Foncha attended the Youth Day in 11 February, which was the first Youth Day, and the first time 11 February was celebrated as a Youth Day. This celebration was not done in all of Cameroon. It was done only on our own West Cameroon, our own Anglophone Cameroon. So during the first time 11 February was celebrated as a Youth Day, it was presided over by Jongu Foncha, the Vice President of Cameroon. And it was not just one day celebration, it was a huge celebration. 11 February celebration in 1964, the Sultan of Fumban was invited. It was a huge celebration in Victoria with all our dignitaries that attended it. The celebration ended with a huge reception that took place in the Prime Minister Lodge in Boya. They had over 500 guests from people of West Cameroon government and the people of our own territory. It was very, very fantastic. And in 1967, that is when Amadou Ahidjo, seeing this huge, magnificent celebration of pride and nationhood by our people, decided to declare 11 February Youth Day as a national day that was being celebrated now across both the West Cameroon and East Cameroon, which is Francophone Cameroon. So our people should know very well the origin of this day. It wasn't a day that was imposed by us by La République. It was a day that originated from us, celebrated our heritage, and celebrated the decision of self-determination we made to join French Cameroon. And for those who think that we did not join, ask yourself that the Vice President of Cameroon, Jongu Foncha, was there as who? Jongu Foncha, in his speech in 1963, talking about referring to Southern Cameroon Youth Day, stated that it was a day that celebrated what has been achieved in terms of reunification. What did he mean? So we had united with Cameroon through constitutional union, not necessarily the Union Treaty, as many of us we had been pushing forth after being influenced by very radical people. We must know the truth. This truth is not defending La République as this hermaphrodite guy will come and say Capo Daniel is defending La République. No, it is us taking responsibility so that we can make progress. Without taking responsibility of your own mistake, you cannot be in a position where you can make right decision for your people to move forward. These decisions that were made by Jongu Foncha and the leadership of West Cameroon had very damaging impact on our life, and we are suffering the consequences. We cannot survive in this war or progress just by blaming La République du Cameroon. La République du Cameroon is definitely taking advantage of our weakness and the failures we made. This decision that were made by the leadership of West Cameroon was not made due to patriotism or looking out for our people. It was because Jongu Foncha, their propagandists and their statement, if you read from newspaper except during that period, were more concerned about their infighting with Ndele, and they were thinking that the national day that was put in place by Ndele in 26th of October was a heritage from Ndele. It was Ndele's thing. So they were trying to destroy it, not knowing that they are destroying our entire country. And today we still face the same challenges. Ambazonia think that they want to destroy each other when actually they are destroying the struggle. Look at what Cristiano and Sako did, killing other soldiers in Levialem, thinking they are going to become powerful. But you don't know you are helping the enemy to achieve their goal.
Lesson number one. Lesson number one. This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me do the video. When I'm always I say, oh, I want to, country people. Lesson number one, my country people talk about it. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong. You listen to the video, it can a lot of things. So this one, nothing way, all una don't forget sense. So one thank my country people and all the other organizations. So Ambazonians will thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
Hail, hail, hail the Kumkumasa. We the Cameroonians, we pledge our loyalty. Kumkumasa, Kumkumasa, you shall free our country from terror. And your blessing shall be like the stars above. The Most High God shall be your guide.
Yes, they did diaspora. When they know the work, government, they pay them. Welfare, they give them money for support them. Yes, now so they do for their country, they do for diaspora. Then for that pay, they show for diaspora, they talk, say me some mommy way they ground zero. Some mommy way the year sound for granite every day. Me that mommy begin give budget, say they support struggle. When I see the contradiction, that kind of man correct for stand for freedom. You correct for stand say the fight free of freedom. And they ask you will watch me. If now you they ask you question, you there for diaspora, you there for your country where you did it. You the shidon, you the bolo, you know. Even if you know the bolo, government is support you. Government also where Asia take the one. Then when I talk so when they run government, for instance, so when I fight for our country, when I run, when I get government for your own country where you want create and for give people them better opportunities for life. You go home, mommy where eat the fry na Accra. Mommy where eat the pig na fire, then go sell them. If you struggle for get money for buy vaccine, malaria medicine then. You go home, you say me pay, but just say me support struggle. And they ask you, say, you were there for that. You so you don't get conscience. No, you I don't want to call your name. Ask yourself the question. So I don't get conscience. Ask yourself the question. No, you don't get conscience. You don't get conscience. Well, one talk when I can say, oh, the man a black leg, the man a this. It's easy for come and say black leg. But the question I say, what did the man don't do? Or what did the man talk? Where he make it black leg? Simple. Simple. Because a lot of una they attack na the messenger. Una they attack the message. You know. Una they attack na the messenger. Una they attack the message. That is the thing. That is the thing. That is the thing. At the end of the day, who say una the go? Who say una the go? Who say una the go? Yes. Who say una the go? Big pardon. So big pardon. Pardon where they don't even they go for ground zero. They come out, even go abroad, even check the they go change. They no change. No change. The same CPD and Pobia system, they carry on for their head. Oh, na president. Oh, na commander in this. Oh, na this, na that. So when they say they get government, So when they deny, say they don't get no government, but they make tax. So when they say that they don't be government, but they govern. All these things, and I know the shame. I know the shame. I get a couple of things where I want to tell when I do it for ground zero. When I don't talk say this so Batibo, the whole of Momo, now 1 month lockdown. No. That's what I don't talk no. No problem. We register them. We don't register them. I don't tell us how they register them. No. I register them. I don't take particular note. When I don't spoil this struggle for left way, the struggle. When I don't make any struggle, don't turn a small occultic group them. Small group they drink blood then they grandmaster. Your leader na all and all, the Almighty. I don't take and it on like this. When something happen, your leader can write and put his name under. This, that. When your grandmaster never talk, you know if you ever reason on your own. You know if you ever check for your head, say this way to him, we say I feel do it. Until you give statement first before you talk. Say some people na choosing one day. They choose now who? Who choose you? Who choose you?
My country people them. The United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, UNOWAS, it don't publish this news article. As now, if you see this picture way there on our screen, for middle for here, now our Prime Minister of Cameroon, that Chief Dr. Dion Gute. This picture be taken for Yaoundé a couple of days ago on the 7th of March 2024. So we'll read the news article for Una because it be very important for Una for understand. Now, wait this way with the column say the sovereignty question for Cameroon, because this one it get to do with the Bakassi fight where Cameroon government it began with Nigeria, and the fight over the ownership or the control, the sovereignty for the Bakassi Peninsula. It will be decided at the International Court of Justice for 2002, and as a result of that, the Cameroon government it will win that case. So now they put in place systems and this office where it be in charge of making sure they demarcate the border between Cameroon and Nigeria for make sure say make that dispute it not ever resurface again. I want to make una understand why it be important for we for talk about what really happened when the United Nations put out this statement. Now, because say the Ambazonia terrorists, they claim say they so the Cameroon government not get sovereignty over that territory. But now the United Nations this through the International Court of Justice, they affirm say Cameroon get sovereign right over the Bakassi Peninsula. And Bakassi Peninsula being a part of the former British Southern Cameroons. So first thing first, I want for show una who's way I get this information. If I go for Google, you search for Google, just type in Cameroon, Nigeria border demarcation 2024, so that it will bring you this news article where I don't circle on for now. So because this one, now the one way they published 2 days ago. So you access that link and it will bring you this website when at the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, UNOWAS, okay? The United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel. So now United Nations, this way they publish this information for una, for confirm and for una, say the sovereignty of that territory, it belong and it be held by the powers in Yaoundé. Whether you like them or not, that is just the fact of the matter where it be. I don't care whether you like them or not, I just tell you the truth, make you deal with the truth. So make I read the article for una. So 7th of March 2024 in Yaoundé, the special representative of the Secretary General, Mr. Simao, welcomes the commitment of Cameroon and Nigeria to finalize the demarcation process, and he don't reaffirm the support of the United Nations. So the United Nations supporting Cameroon and Nigeria in the demarcation of their international borders. Now, only the United Nations, if it give independence and sovereignty, and the United Nations, now in this way, it confirm, they reaffirm, say Cameroon from Yaoundé, now you get sovereignty over that territory. So this article will be written from Dakar, Senegal, on the 7th of March 2024. So now read them. In his capacity as the chairman of the Cameroon-Nigeria Mixed Commission, the CNMC, the special representative of the United Nations Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, was Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao, concluded yesterday a 3-day visit to Yaoundé, Cameroon. The visit is part of the continuing commitment of the chairman of the Cameroon-Nigeria Mixed Commission to support the tireless efforts of both delegations to complete the border demarcation process in accordance with the International Court of Justice ruling of October the 10th, 2002. Following his visit to Abuja, Nigeria on February the 8th, during which he held talks with the Nigerian authorities, the chairman of the CNMC met with the Cameroonian authorities in Yaoundé. He was received in audience by the Prime Minister, His Excellency Mr. Joseph Dion Gute, and by His Excellency Mr. Felix Mbayu, the Minister Delegate in charge of the Commonwealth at the Ministry of External Relations. One thing we get from Dodna say, both of these people, the Mr. Felix Mbayu and Chief Dr. Dion Gute, where these people they meet up, and both of these ministers, the Prime Minister and the Minister in charge of the Commonwealth, now Anglophones. Minister Felix Mbayu na Bamenda man, Chief Dr. Dion Gute na man will come out from Dian, both of them Anglophones in cabinet positions in Cameroon, discussing about the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons, where it be held by Yaoundé. We gonna understand that reality. And now the United Nations, this the talk. No, me the talk. Now their website is. So, for continue the news article, it said he also held meetings with the Cameroon delegation to the CNMC, led by his head minister Michel Zoa. The chairman of the CNMC also met with the UN country team, with the United Nations country team inside Cameroon. So it's a discussions addressed to the various aspects related to the completion of the demarcation process, in particular the need to reach an agreement on the delimitation or the delimitation of the 3 border zones on which differences persist. In this respect, Mr. Simao welcomed the decision of the 2 neighboring countries to resolve their disagreements over the areas mentioned within the Mixed Commission and to no longer resort to the International Court of Justice, as they had announced at the 34th session of the Mixed Commission. So now Nigeria and Cameroon don't agree, say, for the other areas, then where they get disputes, where they get small agreements for that border demarcation between Nigeria and Cameroon, they will resolve that their concerns within the Mixed Commission, where it be set up the Nigeria-Cameroon Mixed Commission. They no will take the case into the International Court of Justice anymore. They will resolve them within that United Nations organization, the Mixed Commission, where it be set up for help them demarcate the border between Nigeria and Cameroon. So for continue, the chairman of the CNMC reaffirmed the United Nations unwavering support to the 2 countries. Yes, the United Nations unwavering support to Cameroon and to Nigeria in their demarcation of their borders. No, they don't recognize no former Southern Cameroons. They have never created a seat at the United Nations for the former British Southern Cameroons. Never. That territory, it be an integral part of one Cameroon. Now, why that territory, again, a 1 seat at the United Nations, not 2. ECOWAS, 1 seat. African Union, 1 seat. So the sovereignty of Cameroon, the Republic of Cameroon is sovereignty. It includes the former British Southern Cameroons. This one, United Nations, they talk, not be me. So it continue. The news article, it saying, he encouraged the United Nations country team to continue its support and complete, as soon as possible, the update of the needs assessment of the populations affected by the demarcation, and to mobilize the necessary resources to implement the projects aimed at meeting the challenges identified in view to strengthen the confidence and the support of the populations on the border demarcation. So this mixed commission was established in November 2002 by the late United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan at the request of Presidents Paul Biya of Cameroon and Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria. The commission's mandate is to facilitate the implementation of the International Court of Justice ruling of October the 10th, 2002 on the border dispute between Cameroon and Nigeria. To date, the commission has demarcated 2,065 kilometers of an estimated 2,100 kilometers of the border. So as it stands, they remain about just 40 kilometers of the border to be demarcated, and the commission, their mandate, it will end once they finish demarcate the border. This one, now a ruling where it will be given by the Court of Justice, the International Court of Justice, where now one of the arms of the United Nations, where Cameroon, it will take Nigeria, go for day, for go judge this case for Bakassi, and Cameroon, it will win. Cameroon will win at the United Nations for proof, say their sovereignty, it include the former British Southern Cameroons. So may no person no should for they tell when I say this, so they go recognize so-called Ambazonia as a country. It will never happen. This is the United Nations speaking. This is the United Nations demarcating the border between Cameroon and Nigeria. This is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Cameroon, His Excellency Chief Dr. John Gute, holding meetings in Yaoundé a couple of days ago on the 7th of March, 2024, where United Nations did talk. So for 2002, when we Cameroon it be there for International Court of Justice with Nigeria about the Bakassi Peninsula, the SCNC, when I remember, the SCNC, it be they try, because they don't get a seat at the United Nations, so they only talk from the outside because they cannot talk from the inside. While we Cameroon, they talk as a member of the United Nations. So the SCNC, they will send petitions them to the International Court of Justice, to United Nations member states. They tell them, say they so no, that territory, no be Cameroon is sovereignty, now part of their sovereignty, and they want to restore their sovereignty. Right, 2002. Remember that. And in the end, they ignore them. Just like how for 1995, they ignore Dr. Foncha, Jongo Foncha, and Endele, and all of these people, the way they will go for United Nations for 1995, for go request, send me the United Nations, come back, for can't do so-called, where they call and say the incomplete decolonization or whatever nonsense they talk about. The United Nations basically ignore them, because that's what you do when people come to tell lies and they come to try for rewrite history. History don't already be written, and the facts don't really be laid out there for all man for see them. So when you come back now, you want to lie about the history, you want to rewrite history, it will never work. So that territory, the former British Southern Cameroons, it's been an integral part of today's Republic of Cameroon. Whether you like it or not, that is just the fact. I bring one at the news, I know they manufacture the news. Thank you, plenty my country people. Them today, na Saturday, number 9 day for March 2024.
Hail, hail, hail the Kumkumasa. We the Cameroonians, we pledge our loyalty. Kumkumasa, Kumkumasa, you shall free our country from terror. And your blessing shall be like the stars above. The Most High God shall be your guide.
Plenty people don't ask and say, oh, Fabiano, action no they get for ground zero. Oh, no, the hear this side, they happen. We ain't only we ain't only this side, we ain't only this side. Oh, Fabiano, why struggle don't call so? Fabiano, wait till it happen. Amber no they again, blah blah blah. Wait till the way forward. Plenty people they don't just be disappointed. Plenty people they don't just be frustrated with the things the way it happen. Yes, when I talk to the things the way they happen, especially the infighting, the betrayals, the backbiting, the blackmails, the lies, you know, everything. People they can't talk anything and they don't be prove themselves. You understand? So people as now 80 years this way will come on aside, will march. So wait to be the solution, wait to be the way forward. People they still ask them. Since we Rene started they go for Nigeria, they go abduct one leader them, Onera Hotel for Abuja. Since on the 5th of January 2018, currently today, it don't always been a problem. You know, say when you want cause confusion for an entire organization, you take the leader for that organization, automatically you will cause a lot of problems. So while the leadership from Brazilian struggle way, it didn't have to connect La Republic be give the best advice they give them, and we know say this so they execute them. And the tell una say the betrayals, the blackmails, the lies, the delay, the embezzlement, the you know, the internal traitor them, the blackleg them, and everybody there. Now, by the way, no man no dey the masterman. No masterman no dey for this struggle. I talk say no masterman no dey. Because if we get any masterman by today, or we talk by this time, now that man for already we go boya. People they come on march. No man no be forced them, they come out. 2017, 1st October 2017, the same thing. People then come out, they march. We need to wait. The people then they resonate with leadership. Today, we for 2024. You can't tell people they say they must. You ask yourself, say, are you really a leader? Ask yourself, say you're a leader. When your leader talk, is he speaking on behalf of the people? Are the people resonating to what your leader is saying?
Hail, hail, hail the Kumkumasa. We the Cameroonians, we pledge our loyalty. Kumkumasa, Kumkumasa, you shall free our country from terror. And your blessing shall be like the stars above. The Most High God shall be your guide.
Una take genuine fight at them. Where they stand whole half for the struggle. Una change their mentality. Una change their mentality. Now, wait till they done for ground zero. It be totally against, away from the struggle. See how they before every day. See how they before every day. Una know how many of our brothers, una mind na because for where you can't talk. Una mind na because know the one talker. They before every day. Man go come out, go say one go collect tax. You go collect tax for who? For mine to make call box. Man go come out, take his bike because he get small stick. He baba his stick. Take his bike, boom. Go stand for junction. Stand for there. Say me, oh man, you don't pay a tax, you don't pay a tax. Collect budget for people there. Collect budget for people there. A kelebe can wash it for there. If for. So when for some of them can't talk say this so na innocent civilian na this na that. Una say you don't know some of that story then because no one is talking because no one can counter some of una. No can counter some of una. How many of them don't fall so because they don't go collect budget for cafiage? You go collect money for that woman where you do call box say it is work waiting. You go collect money for that woman you do call box say it is work waiting. Now the question that. Now the question that you go collect money for that woman where the work call box say the work now waiting. It work waiting. Now the question that you know if you answer that because it make call box, how much be capital? It do mobile money. How much be capital? Man where they say biscuit bonbon for kiosk. You go, you gather all your budget where you say, or you carry it go, need pay tax. Now the struggle that for you.
On the 1st of October, the date set by the United Nations for the British Southern Kingdom to achieve independence. What happened on that date was the British simply invited that foreign country to Amazonia, and they, in their own words, transferred sovereignty to that foreign country. The result, therefore, was recolonization and not decolonization as the United Nations had hoped.
So my country people them, when I don't listen, no be me I talk. Now Professor Carlson Anyangwe talk him for April 2019. He be there for they seated face to face with Barrister Frujon. So he talk how the British they transferred the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons to La République du Cameroun, President Amadou Ahidjo. So how can you transfer something that you do not own or you do not have? So Professor Carlson Anyangwe they just tell una wait away me I don't tell una before, but I talk am for the way una know we don't ever hear them before say now the British they behold the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons, and before the one leave on the 1st of October 1961, they be transfer the sovereignty of that territory to President Amadou Ahidjo. When me I be make that presentation and that revelation, and I tell when I said there was actually a union treaty and it was signed between the British government and President Amadou Ahidjo on the 27th of September 1961, and the exchange of notes, the note verbal, and all of those documents that will be deposited at the United Nations Secretariat the following year for 1962 for March. As I be tell now way it opened a can of worms because we sensitize thousands of Anglophones the way they don't ever know. So when they go to talk about how the restorationists, they want to restore their independence and sovereignty and all of that nonsense, it will never work because it doesn't even make sense because that territory has never been sovereign. So we don't sensitize a lot of people, and because of that, they go back for them, go ask them these basic questions them. And they don't get clarification, they don't get no way for lie about this truth. Now, why that one I hear the whole Barrister Frujon, so Ghana and Barrister Mbesa, they go strong for their alphabet Facebook page, ABC, they go to try for debunk or try for distort history, for try for lie about the revelations. Let me bring them out. So now that they talk, say they so no, the British, they don't actually hold the sovereignty of the former British Southern Cameroons. They are just lying. Now, blatant lie. Because they know these facts. And I don't show now who's how if we go get those documents them for United Nations archives, the digital library of the United Nations, the Secretariat, the United Nations Secretary General himself, he don't publish the exchange of notes and the international agreement with the British, it will get them with President Amadou Ahidjo. And another point where they want for make them now say, oh, the British, they never get no right for sign treaty on behalf of the former Southern Cameroons. May I ask you a simple question? Think for yourself. Now, who it will divide German Cameroon? You think say some African man be there for day, some Cameroonian be there for day? No. Time where World War I end, they defeat Germany. Germany is sit with France and England or Britain. Europeans and they should not for France, the Treaty of Versailles for 1919, they decide how to divide that country amongst themselves because they get sovereignty over that territory. Now, one of the things that I go make another presentation based on sovereignty alone, so that make you understand when we talk about sovereignty, you need to understand where to be sovereignty in the first place. I go make another presentation, make you understand. They should not decide amongst themselves. Europeans in Europe, how to divide that territory. They say Britain will take this portion. They take them, attach them to Nigeria, and then they say France will take this portion. Some African man be there for the no. No African man will be there for the Treaty of Versailles where they go decide for separate that country. When Britain come now, can't decide for the take that territory, attach them to Nigeria. Maybe ask your permission. No, now because they be get sovereignty. Because they will be being a colonized people, they conquer una using the power of the gun. So they seize your sovereignty from you using guns. And I wait that Europeans that come for Africa can't do them. So the British, they will get sovereignty over that territory. And when the one leave on the 1st of October 1961, they will hand them over to President Amadou Ahidjo. That is the Union Treaty. When I listen again to Carlson Anyangwe, make them clear, make all my hear them. So the British, in their own words, they transferred the sovereignty to President Amadou Ahidjo. When I listen.
That's what my control have told people. I'll play the video here. Wait. Very important. Let's start them back from the beginning.
On the 1st of October, the date set by the United Nations for the British Southern Kingdom to achieve independence. What happened on that date was the British simply invited that foreign country to Ambazonia, and they, in their own words, transferred sovereignty to that foreign country. The result, therefore, was recolonization and not decolonization as the United Nations had hoped.
And Professor Carlson Anyangwe talks that the result of what will happen from 1961 was recolonization and not decolonization. But now here's the question. The Anglophones, they only realized that one for 1995 because as far as the Anglophones they be concerned, for that 1961, when our leaders them, they be there in agreement with President Amadou Ahidjo and the British. They be there in agreement. Now, why that way when I be decide and when I freely go join that country, take up positions in government for that country. Even John Good Foncha, he take position as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Cameroon. He don't hold other positions them in political parties. Them, for example, time where they be decide to make one party system inside the country. John Good Foncha, Esti Muna, Augustine Gomjoa, you name them, Endele, all them, Professor Fondlon, they take positions them. No man, no complaint. So they be recolonized when they not decolonized when for 1961 and when I realized now for 1995. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. Because if now be things say some injustice be done for 1961, when I for protest, when I for complain, when I for do something, when I for show discontent, but you were not discontented, when I be very happy. So the Anglophone political leaders and back then they be so happy for take positions as Vice President of the Federal Republic, take position as the Prime Minister of the state of West Cameroon. They will be happy for be political leaders. They will be happy with the arrangements where they be making for 1961. And then go on now for 1966. All of those political leaders them, they be happy for dissolve their political parties them, for form one political party, the CNU, where belong to President Amadou Ahidjo, leading on to 1972 referendum for the 20th of May, where now they changed the constitution from federal constitution to a unitary state to the United Republic of Cameroon. All of those things happened where John Good Foncha be there alive, he participated. Professor Fondlon, Esti Muna, Augustine Gomjoa, all of those people that they participate, Endele and the rest. So they be colonized in una sleep. That is the question. You cannot have your cake and eat it. It's either you accept, say, we the Anglophones, then true, will be incompetent, will be inept, and will not be viable for being independent. So any person, if you just do anything, they tell we anything, we just believe them, or they colonize we will not first even realize them, say we colonize we. Is that what happened? Is that in Anglophone man own defense or your own argument this for 1995 to 2024? That's your argument. They colonized us without us realizing. We did not know what we were doing. We were too incompetent, we were too inept, we were too stupid to realize what was happening in 1961. So now that we realize what happened in 1961, even though the United Nations has already agreed to it and all the processes have been done legally, no one challenged it when it was happening. So suddenly we want the United Nations to go and reopen the Trusteeship Council and the United Nations to recolonize the former British Southern Cameroons and then to initiate decolonization. Now, an argument that right, for tell the United Nations, say, you guys did not do your job properly. For tell the British and the French, 2 permanent members of the Security Council. So now an argument that good luck.
That's what my people have told people. I'll play the video when I wait. Very important. Let's start back from the beginning.
And how about you? Any final words, Barrister?
Oh, except that I want the world to know that what happened in 1994 in Rwanda is repeating itself in Amazonia, and the world is watching. We call on the United Nations, especially the African Union, to react. You will not believe that in all this, the African Union has been quiet.
So all these lies, they never ever help Anglophones them. Just because they will be inept and will be incompetent for handle affairs of the state for 1961, 1950s up to today, it no means they will get to go lie about these things and when they happen. So for 2019, now Frujon so that they talk shamelessly, they talk about they want to compare what will happen for Rwanda genocide, where they be killed about 100,000 people them in a space of 30 days or so. In a few short days, they killed 100,000 people. They call them genocide for Rwanda. Now what that way be the compare for 2019? You make a fool of yourself when you go make those public declarations because now 2024 this will definitely right 2024 this. According to you, for 2019, where you be talk today, so genocide they happen. Rwanda-style genocide they happen, right? That's what you said. From then to now, how many years don't pass? 5 years don't pass or so. How many people they don't kill them? According to international, even according to WUNA own statistics, where WUNA one for GAM, it still never reached Rwanda. It never even reached 10%. According to WUNA own statistics, we will not even talk about the one way the international humanitarian organizations they talk about. The one where you, when are so-called Ambazonians, and when I put them out there, and never reach 10%. And most of the people that they kill them now, even when the ambush, no white blast terrorists, they kill them. Genocide, my foot. So you see, these people that when they go Shillong, they talk, they try for fool people and say they so no, the British they don't be hold sovereignty now because we don't catch them red-handed. We don't display for them the truth. The Union Treaty it exists. The British they be signed now with President Amadou Ahidjo because the British had the sovereignty of that territory. Before the one leave, they transferred the sovereignty to President Amadou Ahidjo, as Professor Carson Anyangwe Tokam himself. It took him face to face with Frujon. So Frujon saw no. They all know the British held the sovereignty of that territory. And when they were leaving, they transferred the sovereignty to President Amadou Ahidjo. So when I want to talk about restoration, when I want for restority, which day when I don't ever get the sovereignty, when I want to restore something when nobody don't ever exist, you see. So when we don't catch them and our argument in whole water, they don't know where to talk anymore. Besides the lies, they come out for throw insults, bamboozle people, them talk more lies, and then run and hide. It not go work. We'll continue to sensitize the people them with the truth, because now light it could drive away darkness.
Lesson number one. Lesson number one. This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me do the video. When I always say, oh, I want to country people. Lesson number one, my country people talk about it. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. He's an enemy that is strong. You listen to the video. This video, it can a lot of things.
Papa Bobia, man of peace, see our tears.
Voilà. À partir de maintenant, non à la ville fantôme, non au terrorisme. Non aux villes mortes, non au terrorisme. C'est le message brandi par les femmes de la mairie urbaine de Bamenda. Papa Bobia.
And the tears that they talk about is orchestrated by the fact that they say after the fire in the market.
Okay, la fille. Second prize, women's empowerment. Third prize, Cosmos Women. General prize, Patience la fille. Buy and sell a new market. $1 million, the general prize are giving me. Buy and sell $1 million. $1 million, who's $1 million? Yes, give Patience la fille.
Yeah, if you fight, I don't know you, but that's a very wrong strategy. When I just stop that kind of strategy now, the time it don't pass. If now whosoever abroad, you don't tell me carry that kind of strategy, they say he fail, na a very bad strategy. The people, now the people revolution, not be the fighters revolution, and not be those abroad their revolution. Not be Efang a revolution. Efang be don't die and it don't pass. Let's look forward and see what we can do. Not be today die. When I be fighter, they never get power for go take it away. They can expose it to a for market, molest the cops, do everything. Now believe them, fly them naki, son naki, does everything. Today, only the my God, only the la public terrorism can't take and go bury them. They wanna come for come on who wanna be know. If una be know you, una for fight. If you the one the give the 1 month goes down to the talk your mouth the pass far so. If you be one begin the gear so we now una be take go bury am, I go listen to you. You don't hear my able fighter. I know say the message. Na a message where they share am it come for the forum. But make nobody, me no man for all that road succumb to the rubbish. Me no man for ground zero accept that rubbish. I be don't talk say each time where these fools and for abroad they want to take any decision on the people down here. Me they consult the people because now they are revolution, not be individual revolution, not be Ayabacho a revolution, not be Sakoi on, not be Marata on, and not be Chris Anoe on, not be una revolution. Una be very careful the way una they send order for the boys and me they execute for down here. Because moment will be where the people they will face these boys, and once the people they face them will disappear. Under rain, under sun, they can never fight the people. That's why I say before una one take any decision out there, forgive the picking the middle execute them because they never ever take decision. This man, this fighter where they talk the thing, no be he take the decision. Now that una stupid La Republic alliance secretly when I don't create them over there. Now they send them for the boy them, may they execute them on top with the menace we 1 month for security. Say what happen. Say because of F1, but they'll stay for us for 1 month. You be normal. You already talk about the past like a fighter, you be normal. You not be normal. Because if you be normal, none of us accept the kind of rubbish. Wow. Now my opinion that any other man can give you own opinion, but that one is my own personal opinion. I need talk now for any person in mouth. But when time reach them, mobilize for them, make them buy my idea. They take now 1 second, 500 people, they will buy the ideas. They will buy the idea I bring them, and you'll see say nobody will listen to that trash. You're not correct. 1 month for what? If I'm die when I throw die body, you never get some fighter, if get some one relative, some village be recognized, una be recognized, escape is still be Amazonia. Una even not play the bury. You want money, you know a grave. Now you bury. Stop that rubbish, my friend. Stop it immediately.
The Ambazonia Governing Council, it invite all Ambazonian forces and all Ambazonian fighters, where because of one reason or the other, where because they no be get weapons, where because they no be get consistent supplies for even protect and for defend even themselves, and they no be get the means for being equipped, they no be get the kind leadership, the kind support, because of whatever reason, we be make any fighter, any soldier, they believe the fight. The Ambazonia Governing Council, it invite all Ambazonian soldiers them, where they don't be frustrated and come out the battlefield for say make the comeback for the battlefield. The Ambazonia Governing Council, it invite all Ambazonian forces and soldiers where they don't move, whether not for G1, whether not inside, where they don't move to La Republique, or whether they don't move now even come out the fight. The egg of CD invite you, make you come back. The Ambazonia Governing Council, it promise for equip every soldier and all the soldier them where they come back for can join their brothers and sisters for finish this fight once and for all. The egg of sea through the liberation tax, it don't raise enough money for armed Ambazonian soldiers them where they come back for the battlefield. The Ambazonia Governing Council, it go provide the leadership, the consistent support where all these soldiers they return for the battlefield, they need them. The national call of duty. When I can't join, we make we finish this fight. Man, I be Lucas Asu, when I the spokesman for Ambazonia Governing Council.
Uransi say big number it one die with 2 million for his account. That money, there is no way where I have a show in the chop that money for back. We don't also see him for the time where they be cash Regina Mundi. I see the mafia where they go on for the amount where they be pay him, the 40 million, na how that money it be do end, and now why I have a show, nobody ever bring those type of topic then for the cabinet, for the egg of CE, they always pretend like you don't know it really happen. This idea where you don't talk now, say me them block the road for a cock, now clear evidence where you don't catch you with a smoking gun. When I ask you why you did talk me them block a cock road for 1 month, you be the commander in chief, you talk so you be in charge, the soldier then dinner under you, now ADF soldier them. So they the one talk say the one block a cock road, why? The reason where they gam, now say the one cry big number, a number, it die. We no say na lie, na bogus reason. Because there is no way you can say you want cry big number, I die for 2 times. The reason why we would know him, na say El Shaddai, a meet up Popo, when he now be the representative for the ADF Ayabacho for Ground Zero, they don't settle and they don't talk, make them block this road so that they take advantage for supply, be the sole supplier for petrol for Bamenda and for Bafusam. Now all palava money for them. So no expect say these power mongers and people where they enjoy for the war economy, in terms of their ego and financial benefit them, they go feel ever stop the war. They will only continue. So now why that for the Ayabacho me go die till fight till the last man standing? Why na he be the last man standing for outside? So we need for our people, they need for be aware of all these things and way they go on in their name and for reject them. How they don't reject such practices them by Ayabacho and their rationale so that we will know how we react for this useless lockdown where they don't declare them.
Today, the 24th of January 2024, we the Bui, the ARF, under the leadership of FM Maddock and Major General Viper, we are on the highway. We live on highway for Kumbu Baminda Road. And we come for the road today. Now for make them clear, no say there is nothing like ghost town. There is nothing like ghost town. We the RF.
So it mean na actually lockdown where they be declared and say the one lockdown for cry big number I die. The soldier then stand for tar. Over 200 of them. The one are the real and true Ambazonian fighter them. And at the declaration this way then get them for make them.
RF of Bui. We say ghost town in no day. And it no go be. Those people where they feel say they feel wake up one day, they just decide ghost town. We know they we deny. We know be for that talk where they ever talk when elephant they fight, grass they suffer. We know the fight will fight with La Republic, our civilian they suffer. We don't need that. General Big Number, no be man for Bui. He no be man for Bui. If they want to keep ghost town, may they keep Momo.
So now the general that where they fight for Ground Zero, they don't reject Ayabacho, and this lockdown, say the one for lockdown in the name of big number. Say this idea say elephant they fight na grass they suffer will no day for day. So we fight na La Republic their army, no before we can fight our civilian. Na La Republic their army key general big number, may we go fight na them. Na the Ayabacho, it be compromise the big number by authorizing the killing of 2 innocent civilians for Bui. Make it take responsibility for your own act. No before can use the die for begin to punish our own people them.
A big number, no be man for Bui. He no be man for Bui. If they want to keep ghost town, may they keep on Momo. No be for Bui. No be for Bui. We no ever agree that kind of thing. Yes, we don't deny. We don't deny. Today, the 24th, any man, where you want to come up for road here again, for stop any or any vehicle where you travel. We know one year again.
So Now, the first responder from ground zero, and he applied for this one today. Any man where they come off for road, say he want for stop motor them, he want for begin stop bike people them for no transport goods them for our population, who could take them for the highest level. Me, they know say they need to represent the population, they represent an individual, a abacho and a cartel. Now thieves will then be out now only for exploit money for people them. Me would reject them and would talk me while driver them pass for the road. I don't inform driver and say me them pass for the road. Any soldier where he decides say he want for stop impose illegal law, we go resist them, and that soldier he says he go pay for that crime because a crime, a criminal act for try for block market people their business and for punish an entire population for useless and bogus reason. Today, we no get standard, we no get responsible leaders or responsible organization. All of them are fake people. They are not fighting for our country, they are fighting for themselves. Even the supporters, the one who donate money, have become people who are protecting that their investment, their decisions and their posturing all reflects their reality of their motive. Because we are so desperate. This is the reality of Ambazonia that we must face. Can we actually fight and win this war? Can we? Can we? We must ask ourselves. Can we hold our soldiers responsible? Can we correct our soldiers? Can we? Are we all in our own cocoon? You can only criticize somebody who is not with you. When somebody is better than you, you want to drag him down. You cannot see the benefit of anybody who is better than you, who is not in your group. We cannot win like that. We cannot even move forward like that. We are in a state of vegetativeness. That is why I have said that the leadership that we have put in front there is not a leadership that can take us anywhere. It is a leadership that will bury us. It will bury us. It will make us to go to a total loss where we will become a capture people because they are cut off from reality. They are cut off from reality. Yesterday, the ones who were happy with Capo Daniel, they finally criticized ADF. Capo Daniel and talk say, the stupidity that is in us. Some of the egg of C member who come to Capo Daniel, you will talk say ADF need to fight for no place. Today, now you talk say ADF the fight for Idango carry bomb for Bengui Road. Since when did I say ADF need to fight for any place? Because when I hear things according to our own group, anybody listens to anything they say according to their group, their judgment is not based on fact, it's based on their own small mind, that primitivity. We cannot move forward with primitive. You come out for village, you don't come to town. That town, if you go back for village, you see behave like village man, then you have there's no change in you. There must be a change in us. I came up and I told Ambazonians, the ADF is not fighting the way it is supposed to fight. Because for we to win this war, if La Republic pull out today from Ambazonia, there will be chaos. Are we capable of even running a single city? We must be capable of rallying at least 1,000 or 2,000 troops to protect even Bamenda, Obuya, or Kumba. For us to even demonstrate that we are capable of doing something. Even to attack small police station, it is not there anymore. Allah Bukam, because we came there pushing one soldiers with our own type of partisan mentality. After the fall of Agaba, everything is gone. Lucas Asu, somebody that I had discussed about the problems we had in the Canada. From the day the United Nations sanctioned Ayabacho, I talked with him like a brother. I said, this is bad. This is bad. We must be able to sit down, retrospect, and see how we can address it. Are we doing the right things? Are our policy right? Are we being perceived correctly by the international community? When we came back from Canada, they messed up what they call them by themselves the historic victory that have secured negotiation for Ambazonia. And they lose it. And I discussed with these people. Today you come out to say Capo Daniel is corrupt. They even lie say Capo Daniel and take 6 million, chop him. And this is the truth. I have told you people, you cannot win light with darkness. And I will never attack them by coming to create stories and lie against them. But I will just come and tell you the truth that you don't want to know. The truth that they think that by blackmailing me, you people will not know because they are more interested in protecting and preserving this egg of seed, not the ADF. Forget about it, because the ADF is not in their control. They want to preserve it. Today, go back for Insabui. People that they love General Capo say the follow now. People that they love General Capo say the follow now. What weapons have you given to General Capo that he deserves? When they talk to one mother base na the commander in of ADF in Bui. ADF soldiers are leaving their camps to go and join the ARF with warriors in their mass. Maybe you people don't know. The way you are behaving with me today is showing the reason why nobody wants to hear that name AGOF. See, even that name ADF, because of you people. What type of country do you want to build? You stand every day, you tell that you want to build a better country than La Republique. Yet, you are calling for the killing of your own people. Your own generals are accusing you. Captain Small Pekin wants to die, he accused you. Today, you are trying to sell me out to be killed. When a leader turned to his person who have given him the credibility and say, Capo Daniel, there is talk within the organization that you have become too powerful. We are going to have a 1-point failure in you. These are direct quote from Dr. Chuayaba. I look at him like that, I say, my goodness. That means that thing where they talk about you not true. But they know it not be about Ambazonia. It doesn't have anything to do with the fighting anymore. People are just fighting to secure your own position. Look at Kabila. Kabila came in Bafmen. This boy have followed me for 3 years on my podcast. Kabila said, I want to fight. I want to go fight for my people. Struggle, sute a back. One gun will not ever get for Kabila. Kabila go die, go fight, carry na den gun. Go fight the Kelebe. Come na Auza Mango la skilly. With all the money on the carry up, on the put that money for side. How much money on the collector for 1 month? That money will go for side. You people are a disgrace. The good thing for Ambazonia is that you have Capo Daniel, the commissioner, Capo Daniel.
Resolution 1608, my country people them. A lot of people, they don't talk about this resolution. Now only 1 page long, and I go read them for you today.
There are 2 things of great concern. Number 1, he claims, I want you to defend that or argue that lawfully. He claims Britain had sovereign powers over the Southern Cameroons. Number 2, because of this purported sovereignty, Britain actually signed the Union Treaty.
Let me conclude that aspect of it to tell Mr. Konda that he's making a mistake. Had they met as required under 16085, they would have produced an agreement. Call it a treaty or an agreement. He calls it a treaty or agreement. Yes, they would have produced an agreement.
So if this fool had also read the totality of Resolution 1608, he would have seen that paragraph 5 of 1608.
So, Barrister Mbesa and Fru Johnson, they don't talk, say, and no be talk about Resolution 1608 in my analysis and my explanation about what way happened about the Union Treaty. My country, and they talk as if say they so. Some person they hide information. Me, I don't talk extensively about Resolution 1608 for educate what people then. If I go for my website www.countrypeople.com/resolution 1608, I don't talk about this before. I don't publish the actual resolution. We don't do presentations about the resolution. Me, when a countryman, I've been the only person where it be transparent. I need to just talk about some information, but at the show maybe when I read them for myself, and the show when I where I get the information from the United Nations archives itself.
Again, I sure say when I go ask myself, say, but who's our countryman? Get this document where a one for read and for the resolution 1608. Now the web link that where I don't circle and for now in that type for your own web browser, and you could download the exact document this where me I go read and for now from the United Nations Digital Library, their archives. Okay, the title, now the future of the Trust Territory of Cameroons under UK administration. Now the title that, if you scroll down the page, you can see and see this, so it gives you options and for documents, where if you download them for here. See this one for English. Click here, you could download them for read the English version. Now, this for here, my country people them. Now, the English and the French version, then this for our bilingual people them. Okay, and if you click here for download, you will download the English version and the French version. You examine them for yourself. So, make una go download the same document where me I go read them for una now. I get them from the United Nations archives, their digital library, because these documents them for 1961, 1950s, where they be type them, they be using a typewriter. You know, that when you press button, chat, 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 chat. So they don't go now, they digitalize the documents them so that you get the digital copy where they put them on the internet, where any person fish down for your village, whether na Wusa you day, anywhere around the world, as long as you get internet connection, you fit access these documents them. Now, why that way they make them the digital copy, they put them online. So you too, you get the ability for go download any of these documents then, you examine them, you read them for yourself. Countryman are the only person where before I want to talk something, I give you evidence. What's how I take them so that you too, you feel go take them.
So the first thing where you get to understand about resolution 1608, now say wait, they be adopt them on the 21st of April 1961. The resolution no long. I go read them for now. So it starts by saying 1608 XV, the future of the trust territory of the Cameroons under United Kingdom administration. First thing we get to understand and say, the talk say the Cameroons with an S, because they're talking about the northern and the southern Cameroons. Remember that. Now, the talk say the General Assembly recalling its resolution 1350 of 13th of March 1959 concerning the future of the trust territory of the Cameroons under UK administration, blah, 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 blah. Remember, they are just, this one, now which way they call and say the preamble. So all of this kind of thing, when I hear they talk about recalling, that's just the preamble. They prepare you for the actual resolution, because for resolve is the actual resolution. This one, not just the preamble. They are recalling, they are just informing you, say, the decision where they go come to, it is based upon that one, the resolution 1350 and other considerations them. So that one not really be as important. So make a go now for the second page, we'll read this resolution for now. This part where I highlight them, so where I give the borders, now the part for resolution 1608 where it concern the former Southern Cameroon. So they are recalling that, they are recalling this resolution, they are recalling further resolution 1473. Okay, those ones them, they are just not just the preambles them. Okay, now they come for this paragraph where they say, having examined the report of the UN plebiscite commissioner concerning the two plebiscites held in the northern and the southern Cameroons in February of 1961, and the report of the trusteeship council thereon, so they don't examine the report. Now, this is an important part. They don't also hear from the petitioners. And the petitioners in this case, you could get John Foncha, Ndele, and even the Republic of Cameroon as well. They can be petitioners, or even the Britain as the administering authority. So now what does the United Nations General Assembly do? They express high appreciation of the work of the UN Plebiscite Commissioner for the Cameroons under UK administration and his staff. Okay, they appreciate their work. Now, the UN General Assembly go on for paragraph 2 for talk say, they endorse the result of the plebiscite that, A, the people of Northern Cameroon, having by a substantial majority decided to achieve independence by joining the Independent Federation of Nigeria. So, B, the people of Southern Cameroon, having similarly decided to achieve independence by joining the Independent Republic of Cameroon. Now, paragraph 3, they consider. So this is a consideration. It is not a resolution yet, and it's not a decision. they consider that the people of the two parts of the trust territory, having freely and secretly expressed their wishes with regards to their respective futures, in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 1352 and 1473, the decisions made by them through democratic processes under the supervision of the United Nations should be implemented immediately, or should be immediately implemented. Those are the words. Okay, that is they consider. Now, paragraph 4. Now, the important thing about Resolution 1608, because now this is a decision. They are deciding. Now, this is what the United Nations General Assembly has decided. Now, the decision is paragraph 4 of Resolution 1608. That is the important part, because that is where the United Nations General Assembly decides. That's where they make a decision. Everything else, where they don't talk before this point, now wait where they call and say the preamble. Okay, but for paragraph 4, that's when the United Nations General Assembly decides that the plebiscite having been taken separately with differing results, the trusteeship agreement of 13 December 1946 concerning the Cameroons under the United Kingdom administration shall be terminated in accordance with Article 76B of the United Nations Charter. I go read for una the Article 76B of the UN Charter on a different date, because it be important for we for understand our history. Moving on, the decision, it talks say that agreement will be terminated in the following manner. Part A, with respect to the Northern Cameroons, on the 1st of June 1961, upon its joining of the Federation of Nigeria as a separate province of the Northern region of Nigeria. That is how the trusteeship agreement will be terminated with respect to the Northern Cameroons. That is the UN General Assembly decision. 4B, it talks with respect to the Southern Cameroons, on the 1st of October 1961, upon joining the Republic of Cameroon. Upon joining the Republic of Cameroon on the 1st of October 1961, the trusteeship agreement of 13 December 1946 concerning the Cameroons under UK administration shall be terminated. That is the important part of Resolution 1608. Now, the very last paragraph, paragraph 5, where Barrister Fru Johnson and Barrister Mbesa, they keep talking about. Listen, it's an invitation. It is not a decision. It is not a resolution. They don't resolve anything and they don't decide anything. They are inviting. It's an invitation. When they invite you for something, you get the option for go or not for go. Remember that. It's an invitation. It is not an order. It is not a decision. Paragraph 5 say the United Nations General Assembly invites the administering authority, where in this case now the UK, and the government of Southern Cameroon and the Republic of Cameroon to initiate urgent, remember, urgent discussions. Urgent. Why they talk urgent? Because they don't put the date. 1st of October 1961. Remember, say they sit on the 21st of April 1961. From the 21st of April 1961 to the 1st of October 1961. How many months do we have? Now 5 months and a few days where they get them. Now why that way the United Nations General Assembly, it tell them, say, you need to initiate urgent discussions with a view to finalize before the 1st of October the arrangements by which the agreed and declared policies of the parties concerned will be implemented. So if we not choose for go get the urgent discussions, that one not a problem. If we not choose not forget the urgent discussions, that one not a problem. But remember that they don't tell us, say by the 1st of October 1961, the trusteeship agreement will be terminated upon the Southern Cameroons joining the Republic of Cameroon. So it is in your best interest for the administering authority, the government of the Southern Cameroons and the Republic of Cameroon, French Cameroon, for initiate urgent discussion. The right time for the urgent. For tell you say they be pressed with time. And now why that way they get the Fumban Constitutional Conference, they get another conference for Yaoundé, they get another conference for Bamenda, they get all of these meetings them with the British president, with the people them Jongo Foncha and President Amadou Ahidjo present, and all of those people them in order for finalize or get any declared policies and agreements how the union it will work. And at the end of those discussions, they become up with the federal constitution. That is what they agreed on. John Go Foncha, he agreed. Because at the end of the day, come the 1st of October 1961, John Go Foncha he take his position as the vice president of the Federal Republic of Cameroon. John Go Foncha he represent the British Southern Cameroons, their people, with the British as the people, the way they behold the sovereignty of the territory. So whatever the British they decide, the British they get the powers for enter into international negotiation and international treaties on behalf of the former Southern Cameroons, because now them be own the sovereign right over that territory. John Go Foncha be tasked, he be get the task, the responsibility for negotiate how the union it could be on behalf of the people then for the British Southern Cameroons. And John Go Foncha go negotiate the position as the vice president and negotiate two positions for himself. He be been at the vice president of the Federal Republic of Cameroon, and he be still hang on to his position as the prime minister of West Cameroon. And for that Fumban Constitutional Conference, President Amadou Ahidjo be doing homework. He be draft constitution, present them to the British, present them to John Go Foncha. John Go Foncha take the draft constitution, he hide them. He no share them with Indele, he no share them with Muna, he no share them with the delegation for Southern Cameroons, for British Southern Cameroons. Whose fault is it? Who are you going to blame? You blame your own leaders. You blame na John Go Foncha. The union treaty between Northern Cameroons and Nigeria now exactly the same exchange of notes where the British they get them with President Amadou Ahidjo, they will get the same exchange of notes and the same note verbal where they deposit them at the United Nations Secretariat. Now the same way they get them between the British and the government of Nigeria for attach the former British Northern Cameroons to Nigeria. Exactly the same process. They take away the three things them where you get to take them away from Resolution 1608. Now say wait. 1. The United Nations General Assembly it expressed high appreciation for the work of the UN Plebiscite Commissioner for the Cameroons under the UK administration and his staff. 2. The UN General Assembly endorsed the result of the plebiscite. Say wait, Northern Cameroons a vote for gain independence by joining Nigeria, and Southern Cameroons a vote for get independence by joining Cameroon. They endorse the result of the plebiscite. And the most important thing where you get to take them from this Nasewiti, the actual decision made by the United Nations General Assembly Nasewiti. They decide, say, the trusteeship agreement of 13 December 1946 will be terminated in the following manner. With respect to Northern Cameroons, it will be terminated on the 1st of June 1961 upon Northern Cameroons joining Nigeria. With respect of Southern Cameroons, the trusteeship agreement will be terminated on the 1st of October 1961 upon Southern Cameroons joining the Republic of Cameroon. Now, all that, now the most important three things, and that way you get to take them from Resolution 1608. This one where they talk now for paragraph 5 for here, where they just talk now, the United Nations General Assembly sending an invitation. It's just an invitation. We are inviting, or we are counseling, or we are advising the parties concerned, the administering authority, when at the UK, the government of Southern Cameroon, when at Jongo Foncha, and the Republic of Cameroon, President Amadou Ahidjo, to initiate urgent discussions. Urgent, because by 1st of October 1961, the trusteeship agreement will be terminated. Now, the most important thing that we get to take from Resolution 1608 of the 21st of April 1961. Since when the trusteeship agreement will be terminated, the British, they notify the United Nations with the note verbal, the exchange of notes, and President Amadou Ahidjo, he changed the constitution, adopt the federal constitution, and then now John Gofoncha, it take a place for Yaoundé as the vice president of the Federal Republic of Cameroon. They changed that territory now from the British Southern Cameroon to West Cameroon. It be part of one country, one territory. All of those things that happened. 1961 happened. 1966 happened. 1972 happened. Up to 1994, when the trusteeship council, it will be disbanded because all the territories, the way they will be under the UN trusteeship agreements, they don't be decolonized officially. So they close the office of decolonization or the trusteeship council, which was one of the most important organs of the United Nations. They close them down because it not be useful anymore. All the territories have been decolonized. And then now for 1995, Jongo Foncha and the Anglophones, and now they go for America. They work at talk, say they want the United Nations for can open, they want for complete the decolonization of the former British Southern Cameroons. What level of stupidity and ignorance is this? That's stupidity and ignorance. And then when they reach for United States, they tell them, say, first of all, they don't already decolonize that territory, and you were part of the decolonization process. You held the talks in Fumban. You agreed to the constitution. Those were the agreements as Resolution 1608, paragraph 5, Itokam. Say, we are inviting you, the administering authority, the government of Southern Cameroon, where you were the premier of the government of British Southern Cameroon, and the government of Cameroon, President Amadou Ahidjo, for you to hold urgent discussions to finalize how we now go unite the territory. And you accept them. You unite through a constitution where you agree, the federal constitution. You go sit, take position as the vice president of that country. After all that time, 1994 can pass. They don't close the office of decolonization when at the trusteeship council. And then now 1995, when they come now say, they can't go decolonize country where they don't decolonize them for 1961. How is that possible, my country people then? So now why that way they just tell them, say, you people are wasting your time. So now, in the face of that defeat and failure, what the Anglophone they do? They pass by the UN gift shop. For shop, they buy United Nations flag as a souvenir. Now they bring up for Cameroon, for can't confuse una, can't fool una, because una be mumu them. They don't say and say una be stupid Jongo Foncha them. They carry the flag, they cross the Mungo. Can't lie una. Say they so the United Nations, it go open the decolonization file. The UN is coming to decolonize the former British Southern Cameroon, and all of those lies. Lies. They lie to you. Jongo Foncha them, not them this for this picture what they show now on the screen, where they hold the UN flag. That was one of the biggest lies Anglophone political elites them, in the face of their ineptitude, their infighting, their corruption, in the face of their failures, in the face of their greed, selfishness. They failed in their duties for protect the interests of the former British Southern Cameroons. In the face of that failure, what did they do? They can't lie for una. They lied. Now all that way they do, they lie. And now those lies, the land we for Wusa we day today with Ambazonia terrorism. Those lies. The land we Wusa we day today. Now why that will be important for we for correct this historical lies. Now, why are they do these presentations then? The history, the facts, and the lies. Because our history, it don't overget too much confusion. It don't overget too much misinformation. It don't overget too much lies, manipulation, distortion of our history. We need to tell the history as it is. Our forefathers, Jongo Foncha, Endele Muna, all of them, they made miscalculations because of their own political futures. They were looking at protecting themselves. So they made the wrong political calculations in the 60s, in the 50s, until today, till 1990s, they were still making the wrong political calculations. In the end, they decide for lie, for cover up their incompetence and ineptitude. And they don't lead way to Ambazuna terrorism today. And we need for correct them. We need for start telling the truth. My country people then.
This is Capo Daniel. Today we are not going to have a podcast because we have been extremely busy. And there are three things. But before that, I want to just tell our people that we are making sure to be on schedule. The PPP, that means the Peace Plans paper. The motto of the Peace Plan paper is going to be one Cameroon, two people, one country, two people. Aran Shona, from our historic record, say we'll be join Cameroon. The problem no be say will be that ever be a part of Cameroon. For we forever stop this war, we must de-escalate. For we forever stop this war or get a political solution, this is the only road for us to be honest with ourselves and our people. This is the only solution that have international traction, and we are going to start in April a massive international campaign from America, UK, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and every single country in the African Union and in the United Nations to push this agenda for the devolution of Cameroon as a solution, a political solution to guarantee our people a pathway to independence, just like the Scotland people have with the United Kingdom, just like the Northern Ireland people have with the United Kingdom. Anybody who have tried to oppose me have never challenged any premises of what I have said, because this is the only option. There is no viable option for us to have independence now. That is facts that have been asserted by the international community. We are going to get into a total loss scenario. Number one thing, I want to first congratulate General Popo, where the people for Ground Zero, they don't choose him as the head of the ADF. So now he be the ADF head now. Ayabachobi choose Manguru, and the people for Ground Zero then choose Popo, and Popo then be the big man for the ADF now, because the business people then trust na he, and I want make he remember. Me remember, say this war will start for fight and the struggle of our people. Since the beginning of the fighting, we were winning. Today, the fighting is working against the struggle. The fighting was supposed to be for the struggle, but today the fighting is working against the struggle. Now, the ADF, they don't talk, say, the one for get 1 month lockdown for a Cock Manfey Road. The one for get lockdown, say the one for cry, they die for big number. Any man where he believe, honestly, say that one lock the road for 1 month, say that one for mourn at the death for general big number. That means that man the smoke some bang away, it mixed with pepper. Now lie. When I first declare lockdown for big number, I cry die last week. When I talk so when I want destroy market for Gozang, when I run destroy and finish. When I run finish Bond Palace for EY. When I talk so when I want for lock Manfey Road for 1 month, lockdown for 1 month. Then when I talk so when I will never make Bamenda operate. Bamenda go operate how? Petrol for Bamenda go come on for Usai, chop for Bamenda go come on for Usai. Any man wanna ask yourself, I know say would he blame Ayabacho because he stand like the leader. Now he be the only radical person where he be so stupid for begin give black check where people the way then they inside mafia for the war economy they take advantage of ye. Not be say get any power. Now the fact that General Popo and all the ADF, when una be declared say una want for get locked down for cry big number, they reinforce the way they fight for Ambazonia for we then come out the march for street, they reject them. So make una stop this nonsense. You are coming against your people. No one thing.
What is happening in Bamenda since this radical move by Ayabacho in Chair Street and the killing of people, the killing of people in Goza? What has happened? The same people I was using to fight the kidnapping, Travelers, Azeri, New Church, all that side towards my 90, 6 o'clock, every business have closed. They don't kidnap people the way they say, they kidnap now people the way they say, where they do call box. These are critical people who have intelligence. They are now targeting people where they say petrol. Last time they catch a woman for yesterday, they catch a woman for around Old Church Day where they don't go supply petrol for Nkwen. Come back, then take it 1.8 million. 1.8 million. They take people and go put them for Taturu. They kidnap people and go keep them for Taturu. The insecurity way will be the fight time. 2023 from Nkwen. It now for inside Mancon. 6 o'clock, all business are closed. If you don't fight for our economy, you have lost your brain. The only will our people can fight against or resist Cameroon is that we have a viable wartime economy. I say wartime because we know that we have sacrifices. If you people choke up our economy, you will not only destroy the fighting, but you will put yourself at risk. When the whole motor now, the pack for corner road, take driver them, they take money. Motor they carry tomatoes from Fumbot, go down for inside Nigeria, go down for inside La Republic. When they stop and they take money. When I ask yourself, the time will be the work with big number. People they say country, their president, they gather money, jump for camp. Coming young them, they gather money, jump for camp. People they say even Aero, pack people their president, so that me motor they drive past freely. Then our passenger, the way they don't even know they know nothing. Where maybe they go visit, maybe in a student where they go find job for take and go to school, they go get freedom of movement. You cannot fight for a people when you don't know their interests. If you cannot understand these things, then you should not be fighting. We have done everything we could do to win the Republic. The peak of our struggle, 2019, we have squandered it. Today, you people were arguing me about the economy of Cameroon. Go and look the United States Moody's report. Cameroon have had increase in salaries for its civil servants. The rich are becoming richer and they will become even more rich. And this war that we are fighting in the Republic is the biggest gift we have given to this Bulu Beti clique that have seized total power. Look what Ferdinand Gongo is doing. If you think that Pobia was worse than Amadou Ahidjo, Ferdinand Gongo will be worse than Adolf Hitler. We have seen Cameroon intelligence, Kunyam Titus, doing everything to even provoke Ambazonians to fight because they need this war to go on for them to keep on harvesting and milking the cow of the war economy. Atanganjipo and all their agents. We know the dynamic in that country. My people, listen to me very well. All the international countries, when we were fighting this war, they were supporting us. We had a chance to convince them. Now they have come out clearly to tell us that it is not possible. Ambazonian independence is not viable. Our fighting on the ground, our best fighting on the ground, International War Institute have stated that it does not amount up to liberation. What we are doing is simply resistance. We will go and throw one bomb and then we'll come and jake our chest. We should understand our reality. Make no mistake. We, the people of Ambazonia, will never allow our country to be in a perpetual state of violence like Mexico. We will refuse to become Nicaragua or whatever they call them. This world economy that have taken over our country. Today, you want to lock Manfred Road. You are lying that it is because of big number. You have locked the road to Bengui Bamenda Road. For how long? For what? And you, the Ayabacho and the Egg of Sea, why did you ask General Saigon to open the road in Ndop? In Ngokitunja there. Why? And today you have locked the road in Bengui. You want to lock the road for God forbid. You people know what you're doing? You want to block the most important road for our people? You think that this is a game? Whoever is manipulating you people, whoever Cameroon intelligence officers are engineering this deal because they want to spike the price of petrol and make maximum benefit. They want to use monopoly in war to become monopoly producers, suppliers of Finge. in Bafusam, and not even in Bamenda for the most part, but to Bafusam. You people have no shame. You have no shame. This struggle have become a motif. It has become, you use it like a motif to continue cartel-like activities to exploit our people. And criminals like Ayabacho will not stand up for the truth. We have had enough. Banso people are being buried in Douala for the first time in history. It is a shame for us. The diaspora who supported this struggle, who contribute money for this struggle, cannot go back and visit their home in peace. How many milliard did big number die in the treasury? The people in the egg of sea, they don't even know. Don't mind this, their propaganda they are doing. They don't even know what is happening on the ground. How much money have I organized? I make sure that all the union presidents are giving money directly to the camp so that you people can leave our population alone and then we can fight against the Republic. Even when you people just want to sit down and become millionaires, it is still okay. At least you can provide a shelter where soldiers can go and take a rest. But still yet, you have chosen this way. The vampires are in total control of Ground Zero. The fighting have turned against the struggle. We were there fighting for the struggle. Now the fighting is against the struggle. So fellow Ambazonians, I am calling on General Popo and all Ambazonian fighters to not attempt to block that road. The Cameroon intelligence officers who are engineering such activities should stop. We know that the Cameroon government, in certain instances, their intelligence wing that is working with Kunyam titles have provided weapons to Ambazonian fighters to show it on video and make propaganda videos to show that war is going on and that the war economic should continue flowing from both sides. We have seen our own soldiers also doing Atalaku to keep the war fund going. The diaspora money today means zero. Why should you contribute money when you don't even know where the money is going? Mumu Lucas Asu, you people have collected more than 1 million. Have anybody who said that his egg of sea know where that money is going? We beg for money to give to soldiers who wanted to fight. Why? Why all this mafia over the death and suffering of our people? Why all this mafia? You have heard Mark Barata's interview with me, Tapang Ivo. You have heard all the analysis. So we, the people of Ambazonia, we are going to move to secure a devolution of Cameroon. Is the only viable options that we have.
You can see the commissioner himself right there. Capo Daniel in that audio says he is in negotiations with la République du Cameroon, the Americans, the British, to give Ambazonia some autonomy. I call him Commissioner Capo. That is, you can see there. Sama Thomas, this is quite humorous. I don't know what you make of this. Let me come to you.
I really hate to listen.
Okay.
You know,
Because the way the war, if it continues so for even 10 years or 20 years, come they reduce now and reduce the need act. If you check them very well, come they reduce the need act, and the population they get tired, especially even when few groups they do good things then. One group then go do one rough work, now La Republic will get the advantage. But La Republic then do some rough work, people they will end up forget because why? The government where they pay salary for worker them, then get that advantage over we. So at the struggle for push this solution, if they accept them, say we go fit get our own self-governance, our own boys them, they go fit transform them, give them work for inside police, they fit become municipal police. It could be better. We get our own government, it could be better. Rather than for allow the situation me deal the way we did now. So think I'm fine because I get some very big meeting the way they come with some of these international, this other country. Them, no one begin to give names and for detail, but British government, US government, most of this country that are already the byweight they talk about, and I believe say if them put pressure on Cameroon government, they will be enough for we will succeed for get with what they ask them. The solution why they push another one we get the highest international backing right now. So we would enter the meeting. I want to let you know so that if you do understand with me, when I push the things them and not say I secure your own life as well as your own path. Because if tomorrow they want to say, okay, now we so that they will come stand for this solution. Which would one do and say, would prepare some document they call and say green peace paper, where you go offer say the Cameroon government go accept the autonomy. If they go accept for do this for grant with this autonomy, they go accept for negotiate how it go be. They go release our political prisoner. They go de-escalate. The people the way they go stand behind this solution. If na soldier way they for ground, they no go attack that particular camp. They no go be in a de-escalation mode with that particular camp. The political prisoner the way they go stand with this program, then too they go get chance for be released. You go decide let's say we don't choose say we want for fight this struggle now for the negotiation through the peaceful means, not be through military means. So even the diaspora, the way they want come back home, one the way they under this particular program, they go get that ability because you go mean say, wouldn't you say, okay, the Cameroon, they don't also recognize their fault. We also wouldn't choose say one for negotiate, we not just one for fight. They go try way for de-escalate. So now the future, this what they fight for, so that you could get for a place where we fit negotiate with them properly. And I need for know people the way they stand with me, people the way they not stand with me, so that I could feel know how way I could feel the guarantee their own place as we move forward. So now the kind very detailed information in that one we are you ready to discuss them. When I think by ourselves, if you feel say I do the right thing, if you feel say the thing and that way you feel support them, and you get others so that the way they feel stand for support them, then I go feel no so when I get my back, I get when I back in doing which what I do them. Because I need to fight now for myself. I fight now for una. So we don't get enough international backing when I go to see them as things go to come. As I go to engage with them, I need for the know who the way they feel stand on this solution and who the way they know will stand on.
No, I always avoid talking about this clown. They call him Capo Daniel. I always avoid talking about him because there are people that you talk about them, you dignify them and make them feel like they are relevant or important. So some of them I always avoid talking about them. But once in a while, you get information that forces you to go out and say something. And when we do that, we are doing it for educational purposes only, not because we hope or want to dignify clowns like Capo Daniel. And so today, somebody forwarded some audios of Capo Daniel to me. In those audios, Capo Daniel is appealing to Ambazonia restoration fighters on Ground Zero to lay down their arms. Lay down their arms because he is in negotiations. He is in negotiations. You can see the commissioner himself right there. Capo Daniel in that audio says he is in negotiations with La République du Cameroon, the Americans, the British, to give Ambazonia some autonomy, ladies and gentlemen. Again, he is pleading to the fighters to lay down their arms because if they do not lay down their arms, they may miss an opportunity, and that opportunity is La République du Cameroon will integrate those fighters into their police force. Those are the words of Capo Daniel in that audio. He is appealing, telling fighters on the ground to disclose to him their location so that when La République du Cameroon goes attacking those who refuse to lay down their arms, their location will be spared. But he goes further to add that he, Capo Daniel, and the Americans and the British and the Cameroon government are negotiating a level of autonomy, a degree of autonomy for Ambazonia. And so if these guys should lay down their arms,
they will be recruited into the Cameroon police force, as somebody has already recruited him there. He is now, I call him Commissioner Capo. That is, you can see there. Sama Thomas, this is quite humorous. I don't know what you make of this. Let me come to you.
I really hate to listen.
Okay.
You know, it's only our people on the ground don't understand what is really going on over here. When I listen to Capo Daniel, the commissioner, well, you are saying that
yeah, Capo, the commissioner, yeah.
Of you, that is just been newly recruited by the Republic as the commissioner of whatever. He's saying that he's the commissioner of whatever with the US and the British. Anyway, good for Capo Daniel. I've known Capo Daniel for how long today? And I've been warning the ADF of the activism of Capo Daniel, telling them that this guy was a very dangerous fellow in this struggle. And if they are not very, very careful, he's gonna bring them down. They didn't. I told this to Mr. Ayaba. I tell him that Capo Daniel was going to bring the ADF down. I told other guys within the ranks and file of the ADF that Capo Daniel will bring them down. They never listened to me. He has done just that. They are now but hanging on the live suspension wire. And Capo has finally jumped the ship. He's now the commissioner of police with Larbon Cameroon. There's no doubt about it. What our people should understand now is, if there is any fighter on the ground, that his number is with Capo Daniel. Please, we've called upon you guys for too long a time. Change your number. If you know Capo Daniel is having your number, change that number, and never you guys let Capo Daniel have your telephone numbers again, for he has jumped ship. Let me go to what Capo Daniel was saying, that if anybody on the ground is believing in the stupidity that Capo Daniel was spewing out there, that Capo Daniel, I met with the British government yesterday, I met with the American government, I met with the Canadian government.
You listen to the Mestre audios, right?
I really listened to that crap, which I was pissed off, and had to tell my fellow comrade who sent it to me that, please, I don't want to be listening to this guy, because this guy is making no sense. And our people, when our people are listening to this news, and they would think that he's doing anything. The American government, we are talking about a government. This is the IG, a well-constituted setup. We are finding it difficult to penetrate the American system to talk with them.
Capo is special. He succeeded. He's been a diplomat since the days of Sissoko.
Then Capo Daniel, as an individual,
yes,
is now negotiating with the American government, the British government, the Canadian government. Capo Daniel, as an individual, I am negotiating, and you listening to him on the ground can believe to that crap. If you can believe to that crap that is coming from Capo Daniel, then you yourself as an individual, you have a problem. Do not listen to anything coming from Capo Daniel, for everything he says is coming from the deepest pit of hell. The American government, even for La Republique, which is a country, to have their way to talk with the American government is not easy. I'm talking about La Republique Cameroon. Before an individual call Capo Pamela Daniel talking to the American government, anybody who listens to him and takes him serious, we need to take that person to a psychiatric center to see, for those people to check if that person's head is correct inside. But there is something absolutely wrong with that, with such a person's head.
Well, but you know, this is what we are trying to do here is quite important, because for those on ground zero, if they don't know this guy, they listen to him, they may think that, oh, this guy is very serious, he's a fighter, he is doing some work, especially our fighters, because they do this and take 100,000 francs and send here and there to use in convincing them. Already he has done a lot for others to be picked up or surrender, go to the DDR. Now he's coming up with this new strategy, and the new strategy is La République du Cameroon is about to integrate you guys into the police, into their police force. So all you need to do is let me know your location, so that those who receive this message, they refuse to comply, they are attacked. Your own location will not be attacked, because they would have known where you are. And not only that, La République will then reintegrate you into its police force. Think about that. So gullible people on the ground, especially our fighters, may hear this and say, this guy has been in this struggle for so long. This guy may be serious, especially when he says, I heard in those audios, he said he just came out of the meetings. The meetings are continuing. Which they're talking with the Americans, he's talking with the British, and they are negotiating some autonomy for Cameroon. So essentially, he is trying to play ahead of time. Before the negotiations are over, make sure you surrender so that you are relevant in the Cameroon police force. That's what he said.
Let me also educate our people on the ground about the issue of Capo and his police force recruitment. Please, Capo was saying that you will be recruited as a council police. Capo is right. Capo has crossed over to Canada for the short while that he has been in Canada, and he has found out that in a purely English society, the police force is run by the municipality. So it's not even La République that's going to recruit you as a police, but it is the mayor of your municipality that will recruit you.
Yeah, because but it makes sense there, right? It makes sense there because if look at it this way, if La République is giving them some autonomy, that means that the mayor has to choose the police, right? So it's making sense. In America, the government does not have every county and every local government. The mayor appoints the police, control the police. Yeah. The police is a local. Yeah.
Capo is right. But let me ask the guy in Benakuma, if you want to be Capo's recruited police via the mayor of Benakuma, how much is the salary of the mayor of Benakuma, and how much do you think is going to be your own salary? Do you think the salary of your boss will be smaller than yours as a police? So by the end of the day, you've been fighting for the past 8 years, or you've been fighting for the past 7 years, just to turn around, to go and be recruited by the mayor of Benakuma to pay you with 10,000 francs. Where you have you been fighting for over 7 years because of 10,000? So think twice. The boys on the ground who are fighting, like I've said, distance yourself from Capo Daniel. Do not listen to his lies. He is talking to nobody, and nobody. The international political system is not that which Capo Daniel is trying to sell out to you people, because I cannot, as an individual, go to talk to the Belgian government, for instance. I can create a room within the Belgian government for the Southern Cameroonian people to talk to the Belgian government, and not me, Samuel Thomas, negotiating with the Belgian government. That is not true. It cannot happen and will never happen. So do not listen to the lies of Capo Daniel. Distance yourself from him.
Dr. Simon Munzu, thank you for giving me a bit of your time. On the 11th of January 2024, I issued a tribute to one of our country's prominent personalities, the late Professor Joseph Owona, who passed away on the 6th of January. In the tribute, I mentioned the speech that I delivered at the opening of the Major National Dialogue in Yaoundé in 2019 that the late professor and I attended. Many people have since asked me for a copy of that speech. I do not have access to the official documents of the Major National Dialogue, whose proceedings have never been published by the government. I decided, therefore, to record my speech in English and French for the benefit of those who might wish to have it in audio format. Here is the English version. It will also be circulated in its written form in the two languages. The only thing that is missing here is the applause that repeatedly punctuated the delivery of this speech at the Major National Dialogue. Please listen, reflect, discuss, and share. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Honorable Prime Minister, Head of Government, I sincerely thank you for the honor of inviting me to deliver one of the keynote addresses at this first plenary session of the Major National Dialogue on the situation in the Northwest and Southwest regions of Cameroon. It is well known by Cameroonians that since the early 1990s, from inside the ruling CPDM, where I was National Secretary for Economic and Social Affairs of the Central Committee, and as senior lecturer at the University of Yaoundé, hence a civil servant, I insistently drew the attention of our leaders and governing elite to the existence of an Anglophone problem that needed to be taken seriously and addressed. My party did not listen to me. That was a long time ago. In the light of the events of the past 3 years, I could justifiably say today to my former colleagues of the CPDM, Je vous avais dit. But I won't do that. I want us to look forward. Since the beginning of this crisis, I have relentlessly advocated the convening of a national dialogue on the situation, to be preceded by a preparatory meeting of the people of the Southwest and Northwest regions. I regret that this preparatory meeting did not take place, but I am delighted that a major national dialogue on the situation in the Northwest and Southwest regions is now taking place. I applaud the President of the Republic, Head of State, for convening the dialogue, and congratulate you, Honorable Prime Minister, Head of Government, for being designated by the Head of State to chair it. Honorable Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, my fellow Cameroonians, ladies and gentlemen, the subject of my address is the crisis in the Southwest and Northwest regions of Cameroon, lessons from our past and vision for our future. The crisis in the Southwest and Northwest regions of Cameroon, lessons from our past and vision for our future. Today is the 30th of September 2019. Tomorrow we will enter into the month of October. It will also be the beginning of the 4th year since the ongoing crisis in the Northwest and Southwest regions of our country started in October 2016. We meet here this week to trace the path for the return of peace to these two regions and the return to normalcy of the lives and livelihoods of their inhabitants. We do so in the full understanding that we cannot get peace if we do not provide justice. To attain this objective, we must be willing, as we sincerely and truthfully examine the situation, to draw the lessons from our past and define a vision for our future. In the final analysis, who are we? We are the sons and daughters of a territory whose overall boundaries were set not by us or our ancestors, but by foreign powers in treaties to which we were not a party. A territory which was divided into two zones of unequal size, again under the terms of treaties between foreign powers to which we were not a party. A territory in which two foreign cultures were grafted, one in each of the two zones as delineated by foreigners, on hundreds of indigenous cultures prevailing within it, with each of the two foreign cultures being raised to national status within its zone. We are the sons and daughters of a territory whose two parts, as delineated by foreign powers, could have remained permanently separated if the people of one of them had not chosen on the 11th of February 1961 to forge a new nation together with the people of the other. In forging this new nation, we recognize that each of the two foreign cultures had left its imprint on our land and on our people, and that therefore, in the new nation, each should be given equal status and be allowed to flourish in its zone of influence, while we nurtured both as our common heritage. We are the sons and daughters of a territory in which, over time, we deviated from the underlying foundation of our new nation. We crafted and applied a system of governance in which, instead of giving full value and space to each of our two non-indigenous cultures and allowing them to mutually strengthen and enrich each other for the benefit of all the inhabitants of our nation, we allowed one to dominate the other. This national dialogue offers us the opportunity, during the discussions in plenary and committee sessions, to illustrate this phenomenon that lies at the root of the current crisis, so that there should be no doubt as to its reality and the pervasiveness of its effect. We are the sons and daughters of a nation in which the governing elite at national, regional, and local levels, and the people whom they govern, hardly dialogue with one another, thus failing to nurture a culture of mutual tolerance, of adherence to shared values, and of pursuit of the general interest among Cameroonians at home and in the diaspora. There has been a tendency to use the apparatus of the state to silence the voices of citizens and impinge on their civil liberties. Citizens, on their part, have tended more and more to defy state authority and to resort to the street as their preferred forum for expressing their grievances and making their voices heard. We are the sons and daughters of a nation in which we have ingrained in our psyche the perception that only the viewpoint of the governing elite should shape the policies of our country in all spheres, thus making it impossible for citizens who do not hold public office to inject their expertise constructively into the conduct of our governance and the formulation of policies and strategies in all spheres of our national endeavor. We are the sons and daughters of a nation in which we neglect the teaching of the history of our country and the promotion of knowledge about its key actors over the decades. By so doing, we create the conditions for the distortion and truncating of this same history by perverse forces, as has been so amply demonstrated in the course of the crisis that we now witness in the southwest and northwest regions of our country. Honorable Prime Minister, my fellow Cameroonians, ladies and gentlemen, at this national dialogue, which is purposely dedicated to examining the situation in the northwest and southwest regions, We are challenged with a gaze on our past to set the vision for our future. We face the challenge of acknowledging that the coming together of the former British Southern Cameroons and the former French Cameroon on the 1st of October 1961 to form the Federal Republic of Cameroon is the single event in the history of the composition of our great nation of which all Cameroonians ought to be proud the most. Because, unlike other developments in the constitution of our nation, this one was decided not by foreign powers, but by us Cameroonians. We face the challenge of remaining faithful to an initial intent to make of Cameroon a country of one nation and two systems, in which each of the two non-indigenous cultures is considered our common heritage, given equal value and status, and allowed to flourish in its territorial zone of influence, and to strengthen and enrich the other for the full benefit of every Cameroonian. If we persist in making one of these two dominate the other, we lose the benefits that come with promoting both. There can be no doubt that a bilingual, bicultural, and bijural Cameroon strengthens our place in the world and renders us more competitive on the international arena. By contrast, we are diminished as a nation when our two heritages are not treated equally and display a lack of respect for each other. We face the challenge of ensuring that in this united country, neither of the territories that make up the Union is allowed to dominate or assimilate the other, as this is bound to be met with strong resistance, such as we have witnessed in the past 3 years. For let it be said loud and clear, on the 11th of February 1961, in electing to join the Republic of Cameroon, the people of the British Southern Cameroons chose to achieve independence as envisaged by the plebiscite question that was put to them. They did not vote to deliver themselves into marginalization, domination, or assimilation over time by the Republic of Cameroon. We face the challenge of recognizing that in our nation, we do not have all the angels on one side and all the devils on the other. We need to create synergies between the governing elite and the ordinary citizens of all regions at national, regional, and local levels, to build a culture of permanent dialogue between the governing and the governed, and to instill in each Cameroonian at home and in the diaspora a passion for mutual tolerance, for adherence to shared values, and for the pursuit of the general interest in all national endeavors. We face the challenge of teaching the history of our country to its people and promoting public knowledge and awareness about its key actors through all the decades, thus creating the conditions for avoiding its distortion and truncation by perverse forces within and outside the country. Ladies and gentlemen, at this national dialogue, we should make a heroic start at meeting these challenges. Our efforts should be guided by two specific objectives. First, to restore to the territory and people of the Northwest and Southwest regions their full sense of identity in a Cameroon that is united in its diversity. And second, to respond positively to the aspiration of each region of Cameroon to a greater degree of autonomy that would ensure a better delivery of state services to its inhabitants. This entails making the necessary adjustments to the form and functioning of the state. Some would say that the two specific objectives that we seek are to be obtained through decentralization of the unitary state. Others would claim that they are best achieved through federation. And others still would assert that the form of the state best suited to their achievement is confederation. My personal preference, as is well known, is for a federation. However, our purpose at this major national dialogue is not to place a political science label on the Cameroonian nation. The path to achieving the two specific objectives that I have mentioned above lies not in the name by which the thing is called, but in the content that it is given. It is through the transfer of essential competencies in relevant domains and the allocation of adequate budget resources that we can enhance the effective protection of the identity and culture of the former British Southern Cameroons and effective autonomy for each of our 10 regions. We may not fully address the situation in the Northwest and Southwest regions during this week, but this major national dialogue marks the beginning of the process of doing so. We should envisage and recommend subsequent stages to be accomplished, as well as modalities for their implementation. This should include overtures and engagement with those Cameroonians at home and in the diaspora who were invited to this national dialogue, but have been unable for one reason or another to attend. Undoubtedly, addressing the situation in the Northwest and Southwest regions is primarily the responsibility of the Cameroonian state and people. However, this does not preclude the possibility, where necessary and appropriate, for Cameroonian actors to cooperate and collaborate with international actors to achieve positive results. We encourage you, Honorable Prime Minister, to pursue such international cooperation and collaboration in your quest for a lasting solution to the situation in the Southwest and Northwest regions. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, distinguished participants, my fellow Cameroonians, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear to everyone that the moment has come for us to end the suffering of our people and to return normalcy to their lives and livelihoods. It is time for children to regain their right to education and be allowed to resume school. It is time for the tens of thousands of refugees in Nigeria and the hundreds of thousands of internally displaced persons to return to their homes in their towns and villages. It is time for the functioning of the economy to resume its normal course in the Northwest and Southwest regions. This week offers us the opportunity to work together to ensure justice and peace for the inhabitants of the Southwest and Northwest regions, and to confound skeptics and critics at home and abroad. Cameroon belongs to all of us. All of us belong to Cameroon. The duty to save our country in time of peril falls upon all of us. Therefore, from this rostrum, I call on every Cameroonian to join us on the journey to justice and peace that begins with this major national dialogue. Let's tone down the verbal violence and the hate speech. Enough blood has been spilled. Let's stop the killing. With the will to succeed in every one of us, all of us will succeed. With the will to succeed in every one of us, all of us will succeed. God bless the Northwest and Southwest regions of Cameroon. God bless Cameroon. I thank you. Bonjour, je suis le docteur Simon Munzu. Merci de m'avoir accordé un peu de votre temps. Le 11 janvier 2024, j'ai rendu publiquement un hommage à un ami et ancien collègue d'université, le très regretté professeur Joseph Owona, décédé le 6 janvier. Dans cet hommage, j'ai mentionné l'allocution que j'avais prononcée en 2019 à l'ouverture du grand dialogue national à Yaoundé, auquel le regretté professeur et moi avions assisté. Depuis lors, plusieurs personnes m'ont contacté pour en avoir une copie. Je l'ai enregistrée ici à l'intention de ceux qui souhaiteraient l'avoir en version audio. Elle sera également distribuée sous forme écrite. La seule chose qui manque ici, c'est les applaudissements nourris des participants au grand dialogue national. Merci. Excellence, Monsieur le Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement, je vous remercie sincèrement de m'avoir invité à prendre la parole devant cette première séance plénière du grand dialogue national sur la situation dans les régions du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest du Cameroun. Il est bien connu des Camerounais que depuis les années 1992-1993, au sein du RDPC, parti au pouvoir, où j'occupais les fonctions de secrétaire national aux affaires économiques et sociales du comité central, et alors que j'exerçais encore comme chargé de cours à l'université de Yaoundé, donc employé de l'État, je n'ai cessé d'attirer l'attention des dirigeants et élites de notre pays sur l'existence d'un problème anglophone qui méritait d'être pris au sérieux et abordé. Mon parti n'a pas voulu m'écouter. Cela remonte à plusieurs décennies en arrière. À la lumière des événements bouleversants de ces 3 dernières années, j'aurais raison aujourd'hui de rappeler à mes anciens camarades du RDPC, je vous avais dit. Mais je ne le ferai pas. Je préfère que nous regardions vers l'avenir. Depuis le déclenchement de cette crise, j'ai préconisé sans relâche la convocation d'un dialogue national sur la situation, précédé des assises préparatoires regroupant les populations des régions du sud-ouest et du nord-ouest. Ces assises préparatoires n'ont pas pu se tenir, hélas. En revanche, je suis ravi qu'un grand dialogue national sur la dite situation puisse enfin avoir lieu. Je félicite le président de la République, chef de l'État, d'avoir convoqué ce dialogue. Et vous, Monsieur le Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement, d'avoir été désigné par le chef de l'État pour le présider. Monsieur le Premier ministre, Excellences, distingués participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'ai choisi pour le thème de mon allocution la crise dans les régions du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest du Cameroun, les leçons du passé et la vision pour l'avenir. La crise dans les régions du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest du Cameroun, les leçons du passé et la vision pour l'avenir. C'est le 30 septembre 2019 aujourd'hui. Demain commence le mois d'octobre et le début de la 4e année depuis le déclenchement en octobre 2016 de la crise qui fait rage dans les régions du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest de notre pays. Nous nous réunissons ici cette semaine pour tracer la voie du retour à la paix dans ces deux régions et de la normalisation de la vie et des moyens de subsistance de leur population. Ce faisant, nous reconnaissons pleinement que nous ne saurons obtenir la paix tant que nous n'aurons pas rendu justice. Pour cela, nous devons, en examinant fidèlement et sincèrement la situation, faire preuve de notre volonté collective de tirer les leçons du passé et définir une vision pour l'avenir. Qui sommes-nous en fin de compte? Nous sommes les enfants d'un territoire dont les limites ont été tracées ni par nous ni par nos aïeux, mais par des puissances étrangères au terme des accords conclus entre elles sans notre participation. Un territoire divisé en deux zones de taille inégale, toujours au terme des accords passés entre les puissances étrangères sans notre participation. Un territoire sur lequel 2 cultures étrangères ont été greffées sur des centaines de cultures autochtones, chacune des 2 cultures étrangères s'étendant sur l'ensemble de sa zone au point de devenir la culture nationale de celle-ci. Nous sommes des enfants d'un territoire dont les 2 parties, telles qu'elles avaient été définies par des puissances étrangères, auraient pu rester séparées de manière permanente si la population de l'une d'elles n'avait pas choisi le 11 février 1961 de forger une nouvelle nation ensemble avec les populations de l'autre. Au moment de forger cette nouvelle nation, nous étions conscients que chacune des 2 cultures étrangères avait laissé son empreinte sur nos terres et sur notre peuple, et que par conséquent, dans la nouvelle nation, chacune devait bénéficier d'un statut égal et prospérer dans sa zone propre, et que nous devions faire des 2 notre patrimoine commun. Nous sommes les enfants d'un territoire sur lequel, au fil du temps, nous nous sommes écartés des fondements sous-jacents de notre nouvelle nation. Nous avons conçu et mis en œuvre un système de gouvernance qui, au lieu de donner toute la valeur et la place à chacune de nos cultures nationales d'origine étrangère, et de faire en sorte que les 2 se renforcent et s'enrichissent mutuellement au bénéfice de tous nos citoyens sans distinction, a plutôt favorisé l'une de ces cultures et œuvré pour qu'elle domine, voire qu'elle supprime l'autre. Ce dialogue national nous offre l'occasion, au cours des débats en séance plénière et en commission, de creuser ce phénomène qui est à la base de la crise que notre pays traverse actuellement. Afin qu'il n'y ait pas de doute ni sur sa matérialité, ni sur le caractère pernicieux du tort qui fait sciemment subir à une partie de notre population, de notre peuple. Nous sommes les enfants d'une nation où, au niveau national, régional et local, l'élite dirigeante et les populations qu'elle gouverne ne dialoguent presque jamais, se rendant ainsi incapables d'instaurer au sein des populations camerounaises, de l'intérieur comme de l'extérieur, une culture fondée sur la tolérance de l'autre, l'adhésion de tous aux valeurs partagées et la poursuite par chacun de l'intérêt général. On tend à se servir de l'appareil d'État pour étouffer la voix des citoyens et empiéter sur leur liberté publique. De leur côté, les citoyens tendent de plus en plus à défier l'autorité de l'État et à recourir à la rue pour exprimer les doléances et faire entendre leur voix. Nous sommes les enfants d'une nation où nous avons enraciné dans nos esprits l'idée que seul le point de vue de l'élite dirigeante devrait façonner les politiques nationales dans tous les domaines, empêchant ainsi aux citoyens qui n'exercent aucune fonction étatique de valoriser leurs compétences et leur savoir dans la conduite de notre système de gouvernance, ainsi que dans la formulation de politiques et stratégies dans tous les domaines de notre entreprise nationale. Nous sommes les enfants d'une nation où nous négligeons d'enseigner l'histoire de notre pays et de valoriser les acteurs clés dont les exploits l'ont façonné au fil des décennies. Ce faisant, nous créons les conditions propices à la dénaturation de cette même histoire par des forces perverses, comme cela a été amplement démontré au cours de la crise à laquelle nous assistons dans les régions du sud-ouest et du nord-ouest de notre pays depuis le mois d'octobre 2016. Excellences, Monsieur le Premier ministre, mes chers compatriotes, Mesdames et Messieurs, lors de ce dialogue national consacré à dessein à l'examen de la situation qui prévaut dans les régions du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest, nous sommes tous interpellés, les regards portés sur le passé, à relever le défi d'élaborer la vision qui doit guider notre avenir. Nous sommes appelés à relever le défi de reconnaître que l'unification le 1er octobre 1961 de l'ancien Southern Cameroun sous tutelle britannique et l'ancien Cameroun sous tutelle française pour former la République fédérale du Cameroun représente l'événement de l'histoire de l'évolution de notre grande nation dont tous les Camerounais devraient être fiers le plus. Car, contrairement aux autres faits historiques qui ont émaillé l'émergence de notre nation, celui-ci a été engendré par nous, les Camerounais, plutôt que par des puissances étrangères. Nous sommes appelés à relever le défi de fidélité à notre engagement initial à faire du Cameroun une nation à deux systèmes, où nos deux cultures d'origine étrangère sont à valeur égale, s'enrichissent et se renforcent mutuellement, fleurissent chacune dans sa zone de première implantation et font partie de notre patrimoine commun au profit de l'ensemble des Camerounais. Par contre, si nous persistons à faire en sorte que l'une d'elles domine l'autre, nous perdons les avantages qui découlent naturellement de la promotion des deux à la fois. Car il ne fait aucun doute qu'un Cameroun bilingue, biculturel et bijuridique est susceptible de renforcer notre place dans le monde et nous rendre plus compétitifs sur la scène internationale. En revanche, nous sommes diminués en tant que nation lorsque nos deux héritages d'origine étrangère ne sont pas traités de manière égale et affichent un manque de respect l'un à l'égard de l'autre. Nous sommes appelés à relever le défi de veiller à ce que dans notre pays réunifié, aucun des deux territoires constituant l'Union ne puisse dominer ou assimiler l'autre, ce qui ne peut que susciter une vive résistance, comme celle qui se manifeste depuis 3 ans aujourd'hui. Car, entendons-nous bien, en février 1961, lorsque les populations du British Southern Cameroon ont choisi de se réunir à celle de la République du Cameroun, c'était pour accéder à l'indépendance selon les termes de la question qui leur avait été posée dans le cadre de la consultation référendaire de cette année-là. Elles n'avaient pas fait cette option pour se livrer au fil du temps à la marginalisation, à la domination ou à l'assimilation par la République du Cameroun. Nous sommes appelés à relever le défi de reconnaître que dans notre pays, Les anges ne sont pas tous rangés d'un côté et tous les diables de l'autre. Nous devons créer des synergies entre les élites gouvernantes et les simples citoyens de toutes les régions au niveau national, régional et local, instaurer une culture de dialogue permanent entre gouvernants et gouvernés et développer chez chaque Camerounais de l'intérieur comme de la diaspora la passion pour la tolérance envers l'autre, pour les valeurs partagées et pour la poursuite de l'intérêt général dans tous les domaines de la vie nationale. Nous sommes appelés à relever le défi d'enseigner l'histoire de notre pays aux populations, de sensibiliser le grand public sur les figures nationales qui l'ont façonné au fil des décennies et ainsi d'éviter sa distorsion par des forces perverses à l'intérieur et à l'extérieur du pays. Mesdames et messieurs, lors de ce dialogue national, nous devrions commencer héroïquement à relever ces multiples défis. Nos efforts doivent être guidés par deux objectifs spécifiques. D'abord, restaurer aux régions du Nord-Ouest et du Sud-Ouest la plénitude de leur identité au sein d'un Cameroun uni dans sa diversité. Ensuite, répondre favorablement aux aspirations de chaque région du Cameroun à un plus grand degré d'autonomie qui permettrait que ses habitants soient mieux servis par l'État. Cela nécessite d'apporter des ajustements appropriés à la forme et au fonctionnement de l'État au Cameroun. Pour certains, les deux objectifs spécifiques que nous poursuivons peuvent être atteints à travers la décentralisation de l'État unitaire. Pour d'autres, la forme fédérale de l'État serait mieux indiquée. Et pour d'autres encore, la forme de l'État la mieux adaptée serait la confédération. Comme chacun le sait, ma préférence personnelle est pour la fédération. Cependant, nous ne sommes pas ici pour fixer un label dicté par les sciences politiques sur notre pays, car la voie à suivre pour atteindre les deux objectifs spécifiques que j'ai cités si haut ne passe pas nécessairement par le nom qu'on donne à la chose. Elle repose plutôt sur le contenu qu'on y mettra. C'est à travers le transfert effectif de compétences essentielles dans les domaines déterminants et l'allocation de ressources budgétaires suffisantes que nous serons en mesure, d'une part, de renforcer la protection et la valorisation effective des spécificités identitaires et culturelles de l'ancien British Southern Cameroon et, d'autre part, d'accroître l'autonomie de chacune des 10 régions de notre État. Le processus visant à remédier à la situation qui prévaut dans les régions du Nord-Ouest et du Sud-Ouest ne saurait être pleinement réalisé au cours de cette semaine. Mais avec ce grand dialogue national, il est lancé. Au cours de ces assises, nous devrions envisager et recommander les actions à mener pour mettre un terme à la situation que nous vivons dans les régions du Sud-Ouest et du Nord-Ouest et préconiser les modalités de leur réalisation. Parmi elles, le contact ultérieur avec les Camerounais de l'intérieur et de la diaspora qui, ayant été invités à ce dialogue national, n'ont pas pu y prendre part pour une raison ou pour une autre, devrait être envisagé. Il ne fait aucun doute que la responsabilité de régler la situation qui prévaut dans les régions du Nord-Ouest et du Sud-Ouest incombe principalement à l'État et au peuple camerounais. Cela n'empêche pas aux acteurs camerounais, le cas échéant, de coopérer et de collaborer avec des parties prenantes africaines et internationales afin d'obtenir les résultats escomptés. Monsieur le Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement, nous vous encourageons à poursuivre une telle coopération et une telle collaboration dans la recherche d'une solution durable à la situation qui prévaut dans les régions du Sud-Ouest et du Nord-Ouest. Excellences, Monsieur le Premier ministre, distingués participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, mes chers compatriotes, pour chacun de nous, il est clair que le moment est venu de mettre fin aux multiples souffrances que les populations des régions du Nord-Ouest et du Sud-Ouest subissent et de restaurer la normalité dans leur vie et moyens de vie. Il est temps que les enfants recouvrent leur droit à l'éducation et soient autorisés à reprendre l'école. Il est temps que les dizaines de milliers de réfugiés au Nigeria et les centaines de milliers de personnes déplacées à l'intérieur du pays rentrent chez eux dans leur vie et villages respectifs. Il est temps que le fonctionnement de l'économie reprenne son cours normal dans les régions du Nord-Ouest et du Sud-Ouest. Cette semaine nous offre l'occasion de travailler ensemble pour assurer la justice et la paix aux populations de ces deux régions et confondre les sceptiques et les critiques, tant à l'intérieur qu'à l'étranger. Le Cameroun appartient à nous tous. Nous appartenons tous au Cameroun. Le devoir de sauver notre pays en cas de danger incombe à nous tous. C'est pourquoi, à partir de cette tribune, je lance un appel à tous les Camerounais pour qu'ils prennent ensemble le chemin de la justice et de la paix sur lequel nous sommes placés par ce grand dialogue national. Bannissons la violence verbale et les discours de haine. Assez de sang a été versé. Arrêtons les tueries. Si chacun de nous fait preuve de la volonté de réussir, nous réussirons tous. Que Dieu bénisse les régions du Nord-Ouest et du Sud-Ouest du Cameroun. Que Dieu bénisse le Cameroun. Je vous remercie.
Today, October 2020, here comes the arrival of Major General Yeke, precisely at Mokmbin, to install the new general. Here you can see the squad of the new general who have been installed today, the 4th October 2020, at Mokmbin, precisely. Yes, General Mike, the new appointed general. What can you say to your people?
Okay. My main mission is to secure the civilians of Mokmbin and Alo as a whole. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, General Mike. Thank you for your word and your speech. So, Major, King of the Forest, Major General Yeke Man Pass Gone, what can you say to your new appointed general and the population?
Yes. This is alias Man Pass God, King of the Forest. Nobody dares me. Soldier go, soldier come, barrack remain. This is Mokmbin. I want to tell the Mokmbin people. I learned that you people have been killing leaders in this village. But today, I came to install a new and a strong leader. And I'm promising you people, all the black legs in Mokmbin, I'll sort you people out. You should have me confident. This is my boy. I trust him.
He walked those black legs. Hello, my country people. Today is December 29, 2022. I dey inside the BLM division, my place of origin. I dey for Mongbi village. As I be say plenty people they go doubt when I talk I dey for inside Mongbi. But when I sabi this statue, I look up, they don't put some crusade things and cover up. When you look up, you look that tap, that public tap for market, you go fit for belief very well, say true. And then for inside Mongbi, contrary to what people believe, say bird is not fit set food for inside the BLM. Contrary to people like Christopher Ano, Valentine, Fontaine, Tapang Ivo. Tapang Ivo, their house for Obia. Don't come and make see. Totu Kangahi. Don't and make see that he for Obia. Just shortly after that, he go for Tapang Ivo, the village. Shortly after that mountain where you see so na Tapang Ivo village. So are they just about 3 kilometers away from Tapang Ivo village? And the funniest thing, bring back camera for this side, cameraman. The funniest thing I say, since I don't come enter for inside Mongbi village, I don't drink plenty 3-3 Oliver Lekiaka. Another year no gunshot. Now if you see for yourself live, it don't return. Now see how we market day. Today na market day, I go still turn go up that side. Now see how we people they do shopping. And if you unfortunate self say this market day, it don't can coincide with some barrier where they go down for Atra. Now why the way market never flop away it ever flop. But notwithstanding market still flop, fine. I go turn when I go up there when I go see them. I want them to use this opportunity for talk for people for place like Lewo village, for talk for people for place like Azi, for talk for people for Menji, for talk for people for Takwe and the rest. Now when I go spoil on our own village, when I look Mongbi village, all that things that be operational. They get water, when I see that their water that is maintained. Now light that, when I hear music, I go even turn for front bar when I go see them. They get electricity. It did. Everything they their market the function, all man there for a house. No man over run the house. But some of una don't carry amber for una head. Una don't decide run abandon una house. Now they for Cham, for Babusam, for Sanchu, una depart for inside one room house, even una 20. That one are una personal business. I advise una if una not be careful, Menji. It won't be 2 years from now. If una not come back to una senses, Mong be as I talk, it could develop past even that traditional headquarter Menji. Because of Menji, you know, you see life the way he did for Mongbi. You check the way Mongbi man a wise man. Now why they don't decide to use this advantage for develop his own village? Even I want get sense, now get our cameraman, for some who turn so many see away. Just like I don't tell now. I say I go come over down market, you go up market, I go make una see away live day. You look on my back, you see all business and be operational. It be operational. As I don't tell now, they ride for inside Mongbi market, and if it don't come around, you see, I'm not there with any security force. Moment people they don't accept peace it don't return, and they enjoy their lives just the same like it be for 2016. You look around, some person will say don't come high security far, but I hear no security person, you know they, not of no they, another year anything. I go ask and come. We say it Besali, it come on this and that. When he hears that we come, it boom enter Susongo. You know they in fact we don't find we never see. But we dey for inside Mongbi Makana. After this video, I don't come, so I go find even one small room for here. I go rent a minute I want come, I go can't sleep for here. Now me at the top. I'm not service when I talk Martin at the door. If the camera up, you see market control, expect to right up. For people the way they down, if I dey for Mongbi, I want me to zoom again. When they stand the mountain right for up, when they see them now, I believe say no man he no go down. If I dey for inside. Or not. And how I tell you now, today now the 29th of December 2022. I'm Bertus, I dey for Mongbi for inside the BLM. Thank you now plenty. See you again next time. Okay, how I tell you now, I still there right inside Mongbi village. I dey for some place where people go live to think of. Remember with Amazonian terrorism, it don't do people. For see how this terrorism, it don't make people suffer. if the zoom, if cameraman zoom fine, you know, see the house front. Fonjukang a house this. Fonjukang na Minister Tasumi brother. Na person he had earned money that way. He use them for build house, that kind of big house so inside a village. Amber terrorists then they decide they come, they burn them down. If you zoom made they see I'm fine. Look how they burn everything down. Until today, they never yet fit for do anything. So this war begin against we villagers against villagers, owner villagers against Cameroon government. When they burn house like this, Sonjo can own. I want for Axuna, Christopher Ano. I want for Axuna, Tapang Ivo, where you be picking for this zone. Ma Axu, when they burn house, so it affect poor in which way? It affect poor in which way? For your own village. Now, if you compare your village in 2016 with your village today, even despite the developments the way be, if you compare, and if Cameroon government may not be as good as what we be, you check that the Vocamba for redevelop with now we begin of level with spoil I want to say make all man it begin to reflect this kind of question. If you post the video now, if you look and find, you see people they as una Satebelam na very fertile ground and not say he the other as Satebelam to produce weight. We don't make that error again. Lebelam na fertile ground. You see cocoa. So when they try cocoa, they do commercial activities that they go on. Motor people they come by, see their beer, carry trade them go back, transport cocoa yam, transport plantain. I go show una plantain when I go back for inside market. Yes, if you see na bad than this, it be operational for they say their job. Na bad than that. As I tell you, na more be for inside the BLM division this. A business side and that inside market. But some man go talk say na war zone. Say war day. You look and find a petit point place that for down. You look down, you still see that state you. You see as planted them back. In fact, we'll go closer. May they see the planting. Na planted and that. A planted and that. Despite how bad Cameroon be, the BLM man will be hardworking. If of 50 cope, with all these kind of products, them. You never still finish. When a ship go down, you'll still see them. More ship go down. Yes. And also a thing that would produce some for here.
So when we now were granted independence to join them, there was supposed to be an agreement, a treaty of union, now ratified by both sides, signed as a treaty, then deposited at the United Nations. That was not done.
We don't hear Ambazonians, they talk a lot about these two words, union treaty, okay? Or they call them treaty of union. We don't hear Anglophones and Ambazonians, they talk about this a lot. Now, the question is, was there actually a union treaty or a treaty of union between the Cameroon government and the former Southern Cameroons? The answer is simple. Yes, there was. That is the answer. And I will show you the union treaty today. There was a union treaty between the former Southern Cameroons and La République du Cameroun. So whenever when I hear Anglophones or these people, the way they call themselves Ambazonians, they talk about the so-called Union Treaty or say they be supposed to sign Union Treaty and then deposit them at the United Nations Secretariat. Remember, say these people, they be willfully ignorant. Which one me and Mina say, the information they out there, any person where get smartphone, where it get internet connection, if you get this information, because the United Nations, their website, it get all of these things for today. Now, Wusa they take that notion, say they begin to sign a union treaty and then deposit them at the United Nations. Now, from Article 102 of the United Nations Charter. So if you go for your Google, just type Article 102 United Nations Charter, and it will bring you the very first link. Make sure say you check and send the authentic link of the United Nations. It's talking for the UN.org. Okay. Now, if you access that link, a load. You see make a zoom in for una, make you see make you read them together, okay? Now in that, Now, Article 102 of the United Nations Charter, that it be very simple and it goes straight to the point. It talks that every treaty and every international agreement entered by any member of the United Nations after the present charter comes into force shall, as soon as possible, be registered with the Secretariat and published by it. What we mean as say every treaty and international agreement where member states of the United Nations they enter, they should register that treaty or the international agreement with the Secretariat of the United Nations, and the Secretariat of the United Nations it go publish that agreement or that treaty because it been a public information. This one it be more important because of paragraph 2 of the United Nations Charter. And now paragraph 2 this for read and for now. It say no party to any such treaty or international agreement which has not been registered in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 1 of this article may invoke that treaty or agreement before any organ of the United Nations. Which way the talk now say if you enter into any international agreement or any treaty with another member state of the United Nations, and then suddenly you get a dispute and you want the United Nations for intervene, for example, the International Criminal Court or the International Military or whatever any other international organizations where you've been a part of the organs of the United Nations. If you know we don't register that treaty with the United Nations Secretariat, then you know if you then present that treaty as evidence for your case, because the United Nations no go don't get time for study them, and they no go accept them as evidence for any dispute or any case where you bring them. So you know if you invoke that agreement or that treaty in the future with any organ of the United Nations. That's why the United Nations is stipulate say under Article 102 say all member states then when they enter into any agreement or any treaty with another member state, they should file that agreement or that treaty with the Secretariat of the United Nations. That is why that provision it be in place, so that in the future, if you use them in front, or if you invoke them in front of the United Nations or the United Nations organs as evidence, say now agreement, this one we get them before. For example, if one party it breach the terms and conditions of that agreement. Now the article this way, Anglophones and the people the way they call themselves say Ambazonians, they always call them, they always refer to when they talk about union treaty, union treaty, union treaty. Today, I will break them down for una. I will make una understand. So the first thing we wanna get for understand austerity, you get to be a member of the United Nations and you get a treaty or international agreement for this Article 102 for apply to you. So the first question is, when has the Southern Cameroons ever entered into any treaty or any international agreement with anyone? It never ever happened because that territory has never been a sovereign territory. And I go explain more. Secondly, when has the former Southern Cameroons ever been a member of the United Nations? The answer is never. They never ever get a seat at the United Nations, and they never ever ever be a member of the United Nations. So Article 102 paragraph 1 or paragraph 2 does not apply to the former Southern Cameroons because that territory has never been sovereign, and that territory it never ever ever get a seat at the United Nations. It does not apply to them.
This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me to the video. You listen to the video. This video it tells a lot of things. We thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
So I don't really explain for when I say actually the answer is yes. There was a union treaty between the former Southern Cameroons and La République du Cameroun. So how is it possible? Say the former Southern Cameroons if we enter a union treaty with Cameroon if the Southern Cameroons itself was not sovereign? That is the question. If the Southern Cameroons itself was not a member of the United Nations, now who it behold the sovereignty of the former Southern Cameroons? Because now the sovereign state it will be a member of the United Nations. Now who behold the sovereignty of the former Southern Cameroons, where if forfeit enter into international agreement on behalf of the former Southern Cameroons? The answer is simple. Now Britain. That is the answer. Simple. So the British, they beget sovereign power over the former Southern Cameroons. And La République du Cameroon, it been a sovereign nation as well. It been a member of the United Nations. So any agreement or international treaty where Britain and La République du Cameroon they enter, it must be deposited at the Secretariat of the United Nations in accordance with Article 102. It is as simple as that. That's where my investigation led me next, because there was actually a union treaty. Now, which way you need to do another simple exercise for Google. So if you go for your Google device or your Android, or you use now Apple, you go for Google or any search or web browser or any search engine, you just type exchange of notes, Yaoundé, Britain. Now, for me, the first link where it come up, now a link where it be provided by the United Kingdom Parliament. Okay. Now the UK Parliament, it publishes letter. It's a FCDO, treaties, exchange of notes between the government of the United Kingdom and the Cameroon, agreeing that Southern Cameroon should become part of Cameroon. Simple. Select that link and it will load the page. Now the page that will it load. This one now website where it belongs to the British Parliament, the United Kingdom, the Parliament for London. Okay, it talks about it. Exchange of notes. Remember, in international law and international diplomacy, an exchange of notes is considered as an international agreement. Okay, where it means that you could write a letter spelling out something like the terms and conditions of something, send them, and the person reply back to that letter. It's called an exchange of notes, and that is legally recognized on the international scene in international law as an agreement. It's a legal document known as an international agreement. Okay, so now the British government did the exchange of notes between the government of the United Kingdom and the Cameroon, agreeing that Southern Cameroon should become part of Cameroon. Now, scroll up a little bit or scroll down, whichever one, you could read them. They tell you the agreement was signed in Yaoundé on the 27th of September 1961, and it came in force or went into force on the 1st of October 1961. The actual treaty document is not there for this website. Okay, the parties to the treaty, they tell una for day. Now the parties to the treaty, this Cameroon and the United Kingdom, two parties. So, like I talked, the United Kingdom, when they get the sovereign power over the former Southern Cameroons, they enter into a treaty of union with Yaoundé. But this is not enough. Which I would do now, say I go actually show una, because I continue my investigation for actually bring una the actual treaty of union document. Make una see them. The actual document itself, because according to Article 102 of the United Nations Charter, they talk say any international agreement or treaty where member states they get them, it should be filed at the Secretariat of the United Nations. And the next port of call now for me for go to the Secretariat of the United Nations for their website for go find that treaty. That treaty where I don't gather this information, say the treaty, and the treaty it be signed on the 27th of September 1961, and it will go into force on the 1st of October 1961. It will be signed for Yaoundé. Okay, so now the next thing I say we'll go find that treaty. So as part of my research, I've been need for find out the actual union treaty, the actual document itself, where it will be signed for Yaoundé, 27th of September 1961, where the British they do exchange of notes. So in order for do that, I've been need for go for United Nations digital library, because these documents they don't be digitalized and they don't be published online. Any person if it access these documents them, and I encourage you for go for the website. Now the web address this where are the highlight and for una digitallibrary.un.org, and then if you go for day, it will bring this document. Click on this search bar, just enter Southern Cameroons like how I enter for here, click search, it will bring una all of these documents and where you fit then examine them for yourselves. All of these documents then. So one of the documents then where I get them now the actual union treaty, the exchange of letters or the exchange of notes between the British government and President Amadou Ahidjoe government, when an official internationally recognized international agreement. I will bring the document for una. Una look them and then we will read them through.
Lesson number one. Lesson number one. This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me do the video. When I'm always I say, oh, I want to, oh, country people. Lesson number one, my country people talk about it. Listen, whether or not you accept, my country people is a force to reckon with. Me, I agree. You listen to the video, it tells a lot of things. Kunkumaster, the kind of way it work with the Cameroon government. It don't confirm them for this video. We thank my country people for the wonderful job. Now, we'll go ahead.
Now the document is the actual union treaty. Now in this, filed at the United Nations, he received this document on the 2nd of March, 1962. Both in English and French, the original version, they in English and French. This particular one, when me I download them, that the English version, but it they in English and French. Now, I can't read them for now, but before I read them for now 6 pages, the document B. I don't already show now the link also for go for access this document. So any person will want for read them, they want the original authentic copy, you know how to access them. Now, we will read the document them slowly, make you understand, because this is the actual union treaty. The document starts. It says, the future of the trust territory of the Cameroons under United Kingdom administration. Remember, they said the Cameroons with an S because they're talking about the northern Cameroons and the southern Cameroons. Before you continue for understand this document, remember, say, the trusteeship agreement between the United Nations and the United Kingdom, it been now for the Cameroons. So that agreement, no be not just for the southern Cameroons, but now both the southern and the northern Cameroons. It be very important to understand that point. Now, it says, note verbal dated 27th of February 1962 from the permanent representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the United Nations, addressed to the Secretary General. Remember, the talk say Article 102 is stipulates say any international agreement has to be filed at the Secretariat. When they talk say the United Nations Secretariat, they're talking about the Secretary General. Okay, we'll take them small. Now, it says, the permanent representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the United Nations presents his compliments to the Secretary General of the United Nations and, on the instructions of Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, has the honor to inform him that, in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 1608 of 21st of April 1961, the trusteeship exercised in the Southern Cameroons by the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland under the trusteeship agreement of 13 December 1946 terminated at midnight on 30th September 1961. Now the British, they talk today, so that trusteeship agreement was terminated on midnight 30th of September 1961. Remember, say, at that time when they terminate the trusteeship agreement, no person, no complain. The British, they no complain. Cameroon government, no complain. Southern Cameroons, no complain. They accept, say the decolonization has been achieved, everything be smooth, everything be okay. John Gofoncha now, he don't take position as the Prime Minister of West Cameroon and also as the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Cameroon. John Gofoncha be get 2 positions, and I waited that way be the fight for. He get them. So the letter continue. It say, a copy of the exchange of notes. Ma read them again slowly, me una see 'em. A copy of the exchange of notes between Her Majesty's ambassador at Yaoundé and the President of the Cameroon Republic, recording the time and the date of the termination of the United Kingdom trusteeship in the Southern Cameroons, is attached. So attached to this document, now the exchange of notes, and I go come to that, I go read them for una. We'll take them small. So, in accordance with the above resolution of the General Assembly, the trusteeship exercised in the Northern Cameroons by the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland terminated on the 1st of June 1961 upon the Northern Cameroons joining the Federation of Nigeria as a separate province of the Northern region of Nigeria. Remember, I be telling when I say Resolution 1608, where they quote them for day. Resolution 1608 is about the Cameroons, where it involved the former Northern Cameroons and the former Southern Cameroons as well, not just the Southern Cameroons. Now, it don't explain them. It also go for talks a copy of the command paper number. This is a blah blah blah. It talk about this one now. They talk about Nigeria and all of that. I don't want to talk about Nigeria. Oh, now, for here they get two annexes. They get Annex 1. You see this one for here. Now that one for there we talk. It said they don't attach the actual exchange of notes. That one it get to do Annex 1 get to do with the Southern Cameroons. Annex 2 it get to do now with the Northern Cameroons. Now Annex 2 that get to do with the Northern Cameroons. Now we'll go to page 2, my country people them. Now page 2 that when the Annex 1 we get to do now with the Southern Cameroons. Now see I'm no Annex 1 is say the actual exchange of notes between Her Majesty's ambassador at Yaoundé and the President of the Republic of Cameroon, recording the time and the date of the termination of the United Kingdom trusteeship in the Southern Cameroons. Trusteeship terminated.
So this one, nothing way all una get forget sense. So one time my country people and all the other soldiers and say, "Oh God bless you." We'll continue to listen to this video.
The sovereignty of that territory was handed from the British to Yaoundé to the President of the Federal Republic of Cameroon or the Republic of Cameroon, President Amadou Ahidjo. That territory never, ever exercised sovereignty for 1 second. So now the actual exchange of notes this, now the actual international agreement this. Any person where a one ever talk about the so-called Union Treaty, this is it. This is the actual Union Treaty. It will be signed in Yaoundé on the 27th of September 1961. The British Embassy in Yaoundé. Okay? The original document then are in French, obviously because Yaoundé. So the British ambassador, because at that time Cameroon it not been a part of the Commonwealth, so they began an embassy, not a high commission. You get to understand that difference. So it been a British embassy for Yaoundé. The British ambassador it talks with it. He say, "Sir," it talk to now for President Amadou Ahidjo. He says, "Sir, on the instructions of my government and in compliance with Resolution 1608 of the General Assembly of the United Nations, dated 21st April 1961, providing that the trusteeship exercised by the United Kingdom in the Southern Cameroons under the trusteeship agreement of 13 December 1946 shall be terminated on 1st of October 1961 upon the Southern Cameroons joining the Republic of Cameroon. I have the honor to inform you that this trusteeship will cease to be exercised in the Southern Cameroons at midnight on 30th of September 1961, as the territory will join the Republic of Cameroon at 0000 hours on the 1st of October 1961. I have the honor to be Sinam Cecil King. The actual, I don't do my research. the actual ambassador, the British ambassador to Cameroon in Yaoundé at that time was known as Cecil King. Now, a real name that on behalf of Her Majesty's government. Now, Her Majesty's ambassador. Now, he sent this document to who? To His Excellency, Mr. Amadou Ahidjo, President of the Republic of Cameroon, Yaoundé. Remember the date, 27th of September, 1961. This is 3 days before the actual joining, before the actual termination of the trusteeship agreement. So, this is the actual exchange of notes. This is in international law. It is a treaty or it is an international agreement. You can call it exchange of letters or exchange of notes. Now, wait till be the reply from President Amadou Ahidjo. That one will go now for page 3 of this document. Now, page 3 talks about it. This one are the English version, but the original version will be now in French. The Republic of Cameroon. Yaoundé, 27th of September, 1961. This one now President Amadou Ahidjo replying to the note or to the letter where the British ambassador write down for you for give you sovereignty of that territory. Now President Amadou Ahidjo receiving that sovereignty by exchanging this letter now replying to the British government letter. President Amadou Ahidjo talks about it. He said, the President of the Republic now, he says, sir, I have the honor to acknowledge receipt of your letter of today's date in which you informed me as follows. He said, on the instructions of the government and in compliance with Resolution 1608 of the General Assembly of the United Nations, dated 21st April 1961, providing that the trusteeship exercised by the United Kingdom in the Southern Cameroons under the trusteeship agreement of 13th December 1946 shall be terminated on 1st of October 1961 upon the Southern Cameroons joining the Republic of Cameroon. I have the honor to inform you that this trusteeship will cease to be exercised in the Southern Cameroons at midnight on the 30th of September 1961, as this territory will join the Republic of Cameroon at 0000 hours on the 1st of October 1961. And then I note that in accordance with the aforementioned resolution, the Southern Cameroons will join the Republic of Cameroon on 1st of October 1961, and that in consequence, the United Kingdom trusteeship over this territory will cease to be exercised at midnight on 30th of September 1961. Now, President Amadou Ahidjo, this talk now, he said, I have the honor to be signed Amadou Ahidjo. He sent this letter now to His Excellency Mr. Cecil King, Her Majesty's Ambassador, Yaoundé. That is an official agreement. The exchange of notes has been completed. The British government has handed over the territory and Yaoundé has accepted the territory. And this agreement will go into force on the 1st of October 1961. This is the actual official exchange of notes. This is the actual official union treaty where they always ask for Naindis. The sovereignty of that territory was transferred to Yaoundé, to President Amadou Ahidjo. Now, if we now want to continue for the read the document as I've been explaining for now annex to this, and this time around they talk now about the Northern Cameroons joining the Federation of Nigeria. Now exactly the same thing. And now why that way? Anything where when I want to talk concerning Resolution 1608, when I know say when they talk now about Cameroon and Nigeria. Breaking up Cameroon would automatically break up Nigeria. Remember that Resolution 1608, the trusteeship agreement, the Northern Cameroons and the British Cameroons, all of this get to do with Nigeria and Cameroon. Anything will happen for one country as far as resolution 1608 be concerned. If I want to break up Cameroon, it go break up Nigeria. Remember that. So for people the way they want to see the Union Treaty, now in this, I don't show una. I don't do my part. Now our history, this is our shared history. This is our shared heritage. There is no reason to lie about it. Let us learn from it. Let us understand it. And in order for we to learn and understand from it, we get to understand the when, the why, the where, the how, and most importantly, the what. So what happened? Where did it happen? When did it happen? Why did it happen? And who did it? When we understand all of these small questions, then we put them together in context, and then we go understand why the decisions, the way they will be taken at that time, they will be taken. We go understand who take the decisions then. We go understand how it affect we today, and we go learn better lessons from that, and then we go forge ahead with knowledge. We're not going to lie about our history. Even the part of our history where it not be good, where we no like them, we still get to understand them. We still get to process them. We still get to understand and accept them. No point, no there for the lie about history because it no go change. The truth. Now say the former Southern Cameroon ceased to exist on the 30th of September 1961 at midnight and became West Cameroon, an integral part of the Republic of Cameroon today. That territory joined officially, legally. So any person where the work I talk about Union Treaty, I hope you don't get your answer. Any person where the work I talk say when I know we don't ever join Cameroon or whatever, I hope so you don't get your answer. Any person where they talk about restoration or whatever nonsense, I hope so you don't get your answer. You cannot restore something that has never existed. You can restore federation, it's possible. You can restore the one and indivisible Cameroon way, it be been at the United Republic of Cameroon, it's possible. To restore the former trusteeship or go back to British rule, British administration is impossible. Not going to ever happen. And then the question of sovereignty, that territory has never exercised sovereignty for 1 second. So restoring sovereignty is not possible because you cannot restore something that has never, ever existed. My country people.
Lesson number one. Lesson number one. This particular video where country people do am. Now God sending me do the video. When I always say, oh, I want to, oh, country people. That's what my country people have told people. I'll play the video when I wait. Very important.
We the people for Ambazonia, let's say we no love ourselves. Let's say we dey for a liberation struggle where each and every one they look now, what my group don't do, what my group go do, how this thing take concern me. We dey defend now groups, we know they fight a liberation struggle. I dey come for talk about this issue where it concern the ADFA GovC with their Supreme General Efang, where la République du Cameroun, it don't abandon a corpse for inside Guzang Market Square. It don't make the people them for she don't inside house because they fear the unknown. But it baffle me, say the people for Guzang, the ADF fighters them, they know if summon courage, even after we fighters then leave for Bali. Come for day for coming to Buna, say make una summon courage together. Man, security, go take that corpse. No, the fighters were nowhere to be found. Bali go for Guzang, They don't meet up no fighter for ADF. After they don't arrange how they go meet. Where are we heading to in this liberation struggle? Who's how would it go with this kind of wonderful thing where they happen for our people? They don't put cops. Things they don't happen for this liberation struggle way. Fighters them don't stand. They back them up. They defend themselves. They care Arki. La Republique no take it. Na fighter them for boyo the wrong go take them. Na them bury them. They be key chacha. Na fighter they run go take them. Bury them. They don't come put una supreme. The only thing we hear na say, make the lock market till further notice. How you want to move that cops for that place? How locking of the market till further notice go move F and a cops for that place? Is it not time to strategize? Man security. Go move that man for that place. Make the people breathe good air. Make the people breathe good air. Ha! This is beyond unbelievable. You know, we cannot be in a liberation struggle that we cannot strategize. We not strategize for do our own things then. We react always. We react always. Make this fight at them, make them mount security. Take security gaps them. Go take that cops to that place. Make people breathe good air. At least. Coming to this Ngondo, Capo Daniel, you say, make people, you work at sing something where you call it a devolution. Whether that is devolution, also you come out Tamo. You say you want me to talk for La République. They talk for La République. They talk for La République. You say talk for La République. Now if on that, you be defense waiting for ADF. You cry. Okay, Cho Ayaba. Who consider and say don't abandon Ifang. You where you see devolution, you know go talk for your people for La République where you talk where they say make them give Ifang for burial, or make them carry Ifang go bury him for free the people for Guzan. Make them carry Ifang go bury him for free the people for Guzan. Now for can't sing devolution, be your own work. Agents them when they don't bring up for the liberation struggle. When we be cry for ADF people for Cho Ayaba say, this man na black leg. They call me Don Pacho black leg. Supporter them for ADF, they be call me black leg. Because we will expose the bad deeds of this guy called Capo Daniel. Na La République, he go make sorti say the make podcast. Say Cameroon na one na German government. Say we dey under Germany. Therefore, this leader, them Chris Anu, you say you go at the seats of communication, you go talk with some people where they want to do mediation. You not go talk for this. Say if he cops, you say you be president. You say you be president. You go for talk. Say you go talk. If he cops, sleep for Guzan Square. You as so-called president, where you claim. You as so-called president, where you claim. Wait till you talk. Concerning that F and cops, so that people they say, well, when I go back, go take and say, may they go carry F and cops, bury them because what people they suffer. What people they suffer. All the other group they clap, they laugh ADF. The other group they clap, they laugh ADF. Oh sorrow to Ambazonians. Sorry for we. We there for liberation struggle. We know the feel even in times of pains. For another brother, they will say we're there for liberation struggle. We're not there for political jamboree. We're not prayer for another man failure. We're not there for no liberation struggle. Political jamboree. That's what you people are doing. No leader never come out for talk. No, may the cops remain for dinner, egg of sea matter. May the cops remain for dinner, egg of sea matter. I call on the AGM egg of sea for put their fighters together, put their people together, make the mount security, look security checks, go carry a fan, bury him. Make the poor boy where he stand, is put on a flag for up, make he rest in peace. Dogs will not eat the corpse of a fan. Try do the right thing.
I also learned say Capo Daniel, where he be thank President Paul Biya, he thank John Gutte, he thank Padi Asanga, he even thank all the Republic officials, he thank them finish. Say they don't agree to a personal appeal for not display the corpse of General Efang. This, that, see, look at this young bastard. A young bastard will beat them up. You see her life. Can't tell we have her. We don't see the corpse, they can't display them. They don't hear you again. You are a very big fool, Capo Daniel. You are a very big fool. A very big fool. The most useless Amazonian at this time, this 21st century. Now you, Ngomdok Emmanuel, you are a disgrace to your entire generation. You see your life. You go thank your mommy Pima. Don't can display the corpse now. Go back, go take that, go withdraw that. Thank you, you bastard, you traitor. I want to see if your footstep for inside Amazonia, I swear to God. That means I cannot know they are alive. Take note. Some of you I want to say we're supposed to form delegation where we work out for one man country, they find una one by one. All una so one by one. They take una, and that time go come. That time go come. Now make them the talk. Una take una write them down. The time they come. Even when Amazonia regain freedom, if una no come, we will find una. Una must pay. For this is an act of treason. Una go pay. All una take note. Also, this embargo way it be placed on the Guzang market. It be declared by the Ground Zero Command. That means a structure where it is under the Amazonian Defense Forces for Ground Zero. I want to see that embargo it be too lenient, and I don't like them at all. Maybe you need to ban market until further notice. It means if you put a banner until further notice, it means you give the hope. So later they will reopen the market. No, stop that. Me, Michael Nam, I did now place an embargo on my own as an activist, a bona fide one for that matter. That Gusang market, it be banned indefinitely. Indefinitely. Make the Amazonian civilians go for that market where they go gather, watch General Efang a corpse. Make any man go for a compound, for a quarter, for a place where they stay, build shed for them, display your goods for them, start selling. Start sell for your community, for a quarter, they will go sell for them. As far as this Gusang market, it be concerned. Any man, if you know, hello, if you be Momo Cartel, part of Momo Cartel, what is they call them? That group, and you guarantee, you get confidence, you know, say La Republique military for Eastern Amazonia, for Guzang, go fit give you security, adequate security. Go for that market, go put your goods say you sell. Now take note. If you know so they burn you well, go for that market, go put some goods say you sell for that market. Your mind go there. Una don't cause the attack with ADF forces they begin for attack them, when they begin for carry them. for score we better score. They be forced to change their location, go for another place because una choose for not year road. When they be display the corpse for transporter, una go gather. We tell una stop this behavior. From today henceforth to this day and the 16th of February, any day again, when they go display any corpse or mortal remain of any Ambazonian fighter,
Voilà, c'était mettre là devant la route du lampadaire. Net là.
Non, il y a le machin en bas, là. Le doigt pour là.
Net là.
C'est tout.
Ambazonian people, what's a lot? Ambazonian, my brother them, my sister them, my father, my mommy them, my enemy them, my friend them, Natagondis, I throw na salute. Sometimes them be where this talk will be so it not be necessary. But sometimes them be where we give a talk. Now mommy them this. So by me saying they know they go farm. For sika 2 teeth picking them, we them kill them. The jaguars of Bamising, make una sense them come back. I don't know what they make una. Soldiers them when I'm on, make una sense is them come back. The only brother thing where you make them, not be so you be. Come back to who you be. The only brother not be who this way you be. Take things where the madness is start. The foolish way to make them start. Till today, now who you blood on the throw away. Now how many guns them don't lost for your hand? All guns them when me I buy them. Then all them don't go. Anytime when military enter a village, would they cry? Anytime they enter, would they cry? Why? Your sense no fit come. Me, I don't talk come. And I they talk again. If this road is not passed today, for a woman will then take them. Now a woman be the president of Ambazonia. This fight don't turn be a personal thing for picking the from Bell for Bamising. Not be a general something again. This fight don't turn be a fight for the cheap people. Who here be don't be for right song for Bamising. They catch for the thing money. How many guns they don't buy them only bro as you do for your full population say I not buy anything. How many thousand bullet them go for your hand? How many thousand M21 AK 9 grain them go for your hand only bro? How many head launcher them go for your hand? How many guns them go for your hand? This bandi, you don't turn being a criminal, I don't show who you be. I don't try all kind means man. Man try to control you. How many times I don't try to kill me? Your brother I told no day today. We try to shoot me. Things and they want to talk and not be I don't know what to talk. If this road is not part of Sika now, if I hear person step it over on top of this good wrong, I go make a me know say even though you require yourself lion no, lion they will burn you. I go make a me know before one big lion for inside jungle no, so one day will burn you, I will know also I pass you. At the talk, me driver they hear and they hear, but any day when they hear anything, say road not pass, if they not hear now this voice, they might not try. Our president, I don't beg you. You don't beg me plenty times, say, Mark, keep quiet. They want to lure me into military attack. They don't attack me, finish. They don't finish me, don't finish. Without all gun, then they are bam. The only bro, show one eye gun. Man, they talk, they go front. What you are people talking now, be say, if this Ngokutunja road is not pass, I not go talk about the other one them. Someone then there for the side for that Baba day. See this guy where they call na Ndiba na Wata. Where I get problem when go to security team because they then send me for go attack here. Deny. I did today they talk the open mob. They talk say Sagon do this because of gun. They say I go buy black market game market. They go buy for the. I thank God because one person there, Henry there, for Bambalang, they know all way to the pass. So I'm going to hand them be clear, it always be clear. If they wrote in no pass after they talk to talk then I be don't always come out, I want die for the people. I go die now for their back. I'm gonna listen to the voice when I mark them. Anytime I not hear the voice. No, don't hear, don't talk to they don't hide because the problem be. Why road no go pass? Why mommy they not go work their farm them? If one mommy go farm them, brutalize it, then all we will get mommy them. Even though some were on they don't go. But we put the rest as one mommy them. Themselves they go, I will brutalize them. Thank you very much. Una stay blessed. Even though blessing you know they come because of some of you who don't turn them, it be our personal thing.
AGOVC don't abandon their supreme general for Guzang. The cops for FNC they for Guzang now so. You know correct and number 3 days this. And number 3 days this.
They don't keep it their body for the today now 4 days. 4 days they don't throw it that their body is still there for the. I don't just call for Mogamolan. Now the biggest disgrace for we Anglophones. Now the biggest disgrace this for our liberation movement. Say the rank can throw away General Efang in their body for Gozang.
And we get concrete information say as we talk for this moment. How we had if you abandon cops for open air, for empty air, for ground, no, for 3 days. Who does that? What will be the meaning of that? Why that one did happen? Why is supposed to be done that way? And the people where they say this one na them be okoko maiko, na them be the ototonde, na they own the Amazonian struggle. They watch. Then too they watch them. The way me and you do watch them. Today na Monday, country Sunday. Ambassador they fold their hands. They watch which way they happen. Is that correct? You want to two not correct? You know the consequences then when they leave cops like that. For open air, for Guzang, as we talk now so. So, what's all that power which I have the show for Ambazonia then? All the fat, the big grammar which I have the ever show for Ambazonia then. Anyway, I don't come for the life now. I can't blame some man, but I can't blame all Ambazonia then. Because this thing for defend your group. Now the result for defending your group that when I be the call FNC now on a supreme general no. Say now on all and all. Na be there. Na in that for ground for Guzang for 3 days. 3 days for down.
The dead body see for the very, very, very sad. I reach out for General Efang family, the one they waiting there for diaspora. Then two then talk say their communication ADF people they make and they fear, they intimidate them. I don't know the specific, but then two it's enough can't take it their body. I then call the palace for Iwa. The palace for Iwa where they talk to the Rambon, the palace, then two then talk to the Nofi help. General Efang, when I picking we come up for Tiben, around contact the palace for Tiben. Tiben talks to the no get no hand, the no one for get involved for help General Efang.
I ain't that for Guzang. And you want to prove and for una say group know the work for this struggle again. For support because when something happens for some person, they go abandon and say na my group. Of course, There are people that they claim, say, Efan, they are this, they are that. They don't to abandon it for the. Because Efan na ADF no. Now in that for the for Guzang, when I know if you go carry, go at least give it befitting burial. Idea for the. It correct. You know correct. This is not correct. Who's all the leader they voice Ambazonian struggle they don't care because na ADF, because na egg of C. The egg of C is self when I be claim all the power, the all power for Eastern Ambazonia. Now in that, when one talk, so egg of C person can't talk say this on a trap. Say like, but we don't they don't put something for they. Say they don't put something for they. They put something for there.
General Efang died body day for the 4 days. This has never happened in our history. You don't allow the dead body. Quarter head demo. I want make Ayabacho, you see how you don't isolate people. When no soldier never die, we will never call quarter head them, meet them go for themselves, even in the name of tradition. They go for their place, go talk, say, the one where tradition not allow cops, make it stay for open air overnight. No quarter no go do them because na desecration of that land. They go move that dead body. Imagine, we not get one quarter head for inside Gozang where they support ADF. One. No say Gozang na the heart for Ambazonia. All man for Gozang want this struggle, but no man need to support ADF. Ayabacho, see what you have done. You have transformed fighters into what can we say? What can we say? So Ambazonia, this is very, very sad and very painful.
The time they all be the talk, say, oh, me, this thing I know I do for Batibo, you know correct. This thing I do for Momo, you know correct. When they still do one, imagine what it happen now. Imagine what it happen now. That means even the ADF people them for inside Momo, even the ADF guide them for Momo. Then if you go take the dead body for F and go bury them, then if you go take them.
Today, now I think 19 day for this month for February 2024.
And the entire everybody don't abandon them because say na ADF. Well, I want to talk say this, so we get reliable information. Say even the ADF guy there for inside Batibo, where they did it, they be talk with some other guy there from some other different county. They come up for can help them for make sure say they give you befitting burial. When they want come, the ADF guy they know they disappear. Why they no become? Now F and that for Guzan 3 days. F and that body sleep for Guzan for 3 days. Now in that for you see there as I talk now, so he still there. The egg of C family don't abandon it. Egg of C family they don't abandon it. Now in that sleep for day. They no go take F and go bury for a liberated territory. No be now una say una get liberated territory. Who's a liberated territory with community hospital where una live for day.
Today, I'm not going to make no podcast because wait till the see for ground zero where they unveil for inside the Momo for Mogamo land. Now the biggest disgrace for we Anglophones. Now the biggest disgrace this for our liberation movement. Say the rank can throw away General Efang in their body for Gozang for around Gozang Market Square Day for the same place where they be execute 2 people them. Innocent people them. One of them way na notable na Palace Pekin. They don't keep it their body for day. Today na 4 days. 4 days they don't throw away that their body is still there for day. I don't just call with some person. They don't go for day. Give me video call. I don't say maybe I will share the video call after this video. The their body is still there for day. Very, very, very sad. The Cameroon military, after our intervention, be handed their body for the hospital authority them. The hospital authority then put out a message, say within 8 days, me General Efang family can collect that dead body. The hospital authority then call me Capo Daniel for try for assist for help me the family can take the dead body because they talk to the family they deny. I reach out for General Efang family, the one they waiting there for diaspora. Then two then talk say
their communication, ADF people, they make and they fear, they intimidate them. I don't know the specific, but then two deny for can't take it their body. I don't call the palace for Iwa, the palace for Iwa where they talk to the Rambon, the palace, then two don't talk to the Nofi Helep. General Efang, when I picking we come up for Tiben, around contact the palace for Tiben. Tiben talks to the no get no hand, the no one forget involved for help General Efang. No fighter for Ambazonia never ever die will not go take the dead body. Whether now would send a quarter head or whether we will take risk, fighter the run go under fire, go remove their body. AGC, Ayabacho, Mama Wali, Benedict Kwa, the way they call this woman rapper, where they call itself the VP. Lucas Asumumu, una dey for abroad, una dey make mob, una not be capable for arrest, for take the dead body for General If and go bury him with dignity. The message we come up for Ayabacho, na say na a show of strength. Say the show say la Republic the fear ye. How una go do get this type of upside down mentality? Una no get shame. Na a disgrace for we Anglophones. We the people they will fight this war. Now we talk midi boy and carry gun. What is our responsibility? This is a disgrace. This is a big disgrace. The body is getting bad on the street because the one of the two people where they be key them, na palace speaking, the palace for Gozang, they actually no one for even help. They no one help. When I imagine how one transform General Efang, now man that way it and give you the highest pride as Anglophone, bring the highest population for a back me they stand for emerge for 20 for come out for 1st of October. It be very sad. Even as we talk, when I want to know the delusion we did for our struggle. Kemi Ashu we even be like the spokesman for Sako, it talks to General Efang na B. When I see how we was struggle day, people then way they oh Jesus Christ. They don't put now the reaction this for the ADF. As I talk for now, from lower Ashong, upper Ashong, from Indian EY, the place the way we get physical ADF comes in. All those comes in, they don't disappear, they don't melt. Or picking they don't run go back for their compound. But now the messages with the ADF they don't send them, they don't can display the enemy don't bring General Efang in body, can't throw him for Gozang market. Instead for we for arrange for go take them na messages so they put them for declare say me man no go for goes down, me man no go open for go for Gozang market. Maga play the audio. So na message that way the an AZF general is sending for inside language of Mogamo. It talks to me man no go for market. People then too they fear for go for market and close. General Efang die body day for the 4 days. This has never happened in our history. You don't allow the dead body. Quarter head demo. I want make Ayabacho, you see how you don't isolate people. When no soldier never die way, will never call quarter head them, me them go for themselves, even in the name of tradition. They go for their place, go talk, say, the one what tradition not allow cops, make it stay for open air overnight. No quarter no go do them because not desecration of that land. They go move that dead body. Imagine, we not get one quarter head for inside Gozang, where they support ADF. One. No say Gozang na the heart for Ambazonia. All man for Gozang want this struggle, but no man need to support ADF. Ayabacho, see what you have done. You have transformed fighters into what can we say? What can we say? So Ambazonia, this is very, very sad and very painful. The soldier in that audio is saying that can the Red Cross not go and take the dead body? If AGOVC don't have the contact of the Red Cross, International Red Cross, let them contact me. I will give it to them. Let them arrange for General Efang bodies to come and take the body, because we know that even people who are dead in the hospital and the dead body cannot be buried, the social welfare in the hospital will call the prison guards to come and carry the dead body and bury it. But since this one is a war and we have tried our best to make sure that General Efang have dignity and that our people are not being subjected to psychological warfare, we have tried to intervene, but the people, the SDO in Gozang was bent. This La Republique imposed SDO was bent to humiliate our people with the dead body of General Efang. And the people who have allowed them to succeed is the same ADF people who have failed, the leadership who have failed to take responsibility and encourage the family to pick up the corpse from the hospital. If the family could have picked up that corpse from the hospital, we could have had none of this issue. If the family don't have anybody in Bamenda to help them, it shows you how they have isolated General Efang with this nonsensical, radical approach that Ayabacho have taken. You have made everybody an enemy, isolated everybody from the struggle, and today, look at what we are seeing on ground zero. General Efang had worked very hard. He was a loyal person that listens to advice and instructions. So this is a very sad day in Ambazonia. Very, very sad day. I want you, Ayabacho, perhaps this is the curse that God is giving to you because you have destroyed the Anglophone identity, the Southern Cameroon identity. You ask people to stop the barrier of Nijon Fundi. No matter what Nijon Fundi did, he represents our icon. He is an icon. He is a monument for us Anglophone in our history. You have gone and attacked even Jongu Foncha. You mislead us to reverse everything that is Anglophone. Ask people to kidnap Francophones. Ask people to go after dead bodies of. Remember, the ban against collection of money from people who are coming to do burial was reversed after I left. ADF asking money from people who want to bury their family. When an operation, when Fonti, they went and break in the bank in Bamenda, it was done without leadership knowledge. And when it came to our knowledge, I make sure that I discuss with the leadership of the bank. We apologize and we try to solve the issue. But now you people use Cobra to go and broke credit union. You have destroyed this struggle. You are wicked. Everybody, na black leg. Now, see what God is doing to people who stand with you, Ayabacho. Look at the people you have killed. Count them. Innocent people in Gozan, couples in Nacho Street, Kipa, Chietano, all these people. These were things that Sako was doing. Sako was killing people. Aringwa ordered the killing of a missionary, a Bible translator in Gozan, because he was giving information for testimony that was even supporting the struggle to the United States when they were doing an inquiry. Kill our soldiers in Bui. So you people have, in your own bully tactics, thinking that by being hardline, you are helping us. You have destroyed this struggle completely. You have ruined our mobilization, isolated our people, and even give the black legs of La Republic an opportunity to hide themselves amongst our people. When you transform fighters into this type of things that we are seeing because you want support, you are so desperate for support for yourself at all costs, you end up like this. You end up like this. So it's a sad day today for Ambazonia. I'm not doing any podcast. I'm not giving any updates today. And I will not give any updates again until the death of, until the body of General Efang is removed from the market of Gozang. The fighters themselves are asking that, can the Red Cross not go and pick it up? Whose responsibility is it to contact the Red Cross? Is it the fighters or is it the people in the diaspora? I've tried my best. I will not call the Red Cross. But what is the ADF doing apart from coming on social media, sharing the picture of Ayabacho every day? Picture of Ayabacho writing nonsense. For Ayabacho, this is strength now. They have displayed a dead body. So if anybody is following Ayabacho, think about your future. It is people like that who have destroyed the struggle to the effect that the status quo now benefit the enemy. And we are forced to make some concession to accept autonomy and self-governance to end the war. Because with the people like that dominating the struggle, there is no way we will ever have anything out of this struggle. It will end up to a total loss. The diaspora are increasingly preparing to be buried in abroad. They don't have plans to come back. On the cultural front, the Cameroon culture is infringing in our identity, reversing the gains we made in the early days of this struggle. You now watch the national game, the football, Le Leons and Doctor, their games were watched in Bamenda in Boya and in Kumba, people were shouting, which shows you how they have reversed the gains we made. This Francis Ngannou, the boxers, and many things our youths are now watching. The diaspora who had separated from Francophone because of this struggle are now seemingly coming together in the same chat groups for marketing, and they are now using the name Cameroon. Our artists have been isolated. Our lawyers have been isolated. Call any sector. You people have insulted everybody out of the struggle. Yes, we can challenge, we can debate, but we cannot be too radical that we push away people from the struggle. So I will not do anything, any podcast or any update until we get the body of General Efang to a burial. And I will continue to talk about this issue until he's buried. This is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. Shame on you, Ayabacho. Shame. What type of a leader, what type of a commander-in-chief? You cannot even send boys there to go and drag that dead body at night. Maybe all the boys have run already to ground one. Boys that have been in camps. ADF has successfully maintained a camp, a physical camp for how long? Out of a sudden, everything have evaporated. You people are there making noise on social media. Woman rapper, Julius Ni. You are there talking boo boo boo, being happy that they have key people in Cambe. You are happy, celebrating it. That is good. They should kill it. They should kill it. Things that La Republique are doing hiddenly to implicate Ambazonia, you people are taking credit of and even celebrating and even endorsing, perhaps to hide the crimes that the real crimes that you have committed. So Ambazonian, there will be no podcast today until the body of General Efang is buried. It's a sad day, indeed.
Now, before I even talk anything, when I remember No Pity Life,
me have been a freedom fighter. No amount of money, no day way when I send for SMU buy gun if you buy my life, or if you buy any of these soldiers, their life for her. Me when I understand so. When I not pick work at the jajam head, me as from today, I be a freedom fighter. I want to tell you today, sir, when I just wait, move the year now I work for them. Whether I join with which group or down here, whether I ATF or IG go my attack, I go attack. Now so I tell you today. But me, Elvis, I hear always when they talk. Me I tell you, say, me be very careful. Because me I know, say it call Isobu, it say, me Isobu go move civilians and force them, say me they march against me. But I be not say, even an educated person, I don't ever know, say, if it dull this way. Because, you know, if he ever tell Isobu, say, me go march against a military man or a La Republic soldiers.
all the noise makers them, where they don't make noise for these amber fools them, they forget about them the minute where they die, the minute where they compromise them, they forget about them. They be expendable, literally, they be expendable. As soon as you kill the shit, no white blast, no amber fool for diaspora, no care, whether not about your family or anything, nobody, no care. So my country people them, when I don't listen, two amber fools them that they talk. Not be me, because me I become Kumasa, king of all the black legs. If I talk, when I go talk, say now because I hate them. Now not them so they talk, not disgrace. This thing not ever happened for our culture. Ambazonia terrorists, the ADF, they claim say Guzang na their liberated area. No be I talk about na them talk na their liberated area. Themselves they talk say a fan big number na their biggest generat where they call them supreme generat where they kill them like a rata, throw away their body. The day where Cameroon military serve camp for day, they run for their liberated area. They can't throw away the carcass. So they even themselves they fear for can't pass for carry the carcass for their shit. No white blast go bury them. They fear them inside their liberated area. What a disgrace. Anglophones, they talk say they want to control their territory, they want to control their affairs. Simple for go carry shit, no white blast carcass, go bury them when I fear it. But when I go carry and go bury no, when I want for manage my affairs, but when I know it very simple, arata shit, no white blast with the smell for Guzang Market Square. Now Anglophones and that disgrace. Anyways, as I be the talk, now them now they talk, no na me they talk. The carcass still there for the it smell. Remember I post a post on Facebook the other day. I talk say Ayabacho, come and carry a heap of cow dung. The thing is smell for Guzang market. A day it says on the 15th of February, today and the 19th of February, that heap of cow dung still there for the smell for day. When I go carry them, whatever when I want to do them, when I go do them.
Thank you very much. Efang, who was disturbing us, is not more.
Now, before I continue, make one understand the dynamic. So when I go ask, say, why even the family members them, they no carry the dead body burial? Why even the council for Batibo, they no carry the dead body burial? Ma explain the dynamic of what really happened for now. Since where the dead body be there now, even for mortuary for Bamenda, the family members they deny them to go carry the dead body go bury them because two things. One, Ayabachoyi ADF, they threaten the family members then. Now them threaten the family members then. Two, the family members then two, they begin grievance with this shit. No why last week guys say Efang. Because the family, actually, if I see Efang Ipano, when I go cry for you, when I go sorry ye, Efang Ipa they live na from Chang. Now for Francophone zone, I don't tell when I since the beginning say these people themselves, their family members, them they did not for Francophone zone, seeking refuge in the Francophone zone. Where Cameroon military therefore they pass Anglophone zone. There is seek protection from the Cameroon military away from their own picking them. Efang Ipa then for West region. Efang Ipa a wretched poor man. For the way all that money will be collect liberation tax, kidnapping for ransom, any man one can bury person for village. When I don't hear Capo and necessary talk now, the tax plus demand. You want can bury your die person, the 500,000 you get to pay this terrorism so that they no can disturb your cry die. Now understand all of that extortion, it collect all that money, isn't enough for Ayabacho, and they want them way he do whatever do with them. Yipa na wretched, you know, get 10 francs. So time when they finally kill his own siblings, they vex we say, despite all those hundreds of millions, where be the thief, the kidnapping with them, your family no benefit 1 franc. Now when they don't kill you, they want me and your family go to suffer now, make enemies with the Cameroon government, make enemies with the Black Legs, make enemy with Amber, for go involve themselves to go carry carcass, go bury. Now why that way your family, you wash your hand. To the extent where you want to call the family, now they change their phone number. They know even 1 year because all money concorded. They know 1 year. And then last, after that 8 days come past, now the distributors, now they don't go carry the double, they say maybe not transport, now nobody get them. They go carry the double right from Bamenda, bring and can't run for Goza Market Square, say whatever when I want to do with them now, when I carry and go do them. They no pass, even the family member, then they change their phone number. They know they all man talks, they don't want them anything for do. Because it only be done too much, the terrorism, and then he neglect the family, and then all of those things. Now only Ayabacho and this so-called egg of sea today. What's the egg of sea day? Even he carcass, even for burial. Amber terrorism, all when I there for bush now, so all when I go one by one. If they be tell when I say no pity go die, or they go kill them, nobody say die because if you say person die, they like say maybe you don't old, you would sick for your bed, then you die. No. Or say, for example, you be the worker, you dey inside motor, then you get motor accident, you die. No. This one, even I say he die. This one I say we'll kill him. We proudly hunt him and grumbeep, find him, shoot him, kill him, and then celebrate. There's a difference. It means we kumkumize. No be die. Now kumkumization. So you get to understand, once we kumkumize, no pity shit, no wife last. Not even RIP. They go post them for Facebook. Not even rest in peace. As a matter of fact, they continue to do fundraising for your name. For she don't know for America, they chop their money. Make una understand the dynamic. So at least a fan he own better. Say they don't post RIP for you for Facebook. But the carcass, even for dig small shallow grave to one for day, no man, no pass. Now, when I will also ask, say why the council for Gozang, for Batibo, why the councillors did not go bury him, or the local council, the municipal council. No, all man they fear you, they don't fear na Cameroon government, of course. They don't fear na Ekelebe or Kumkum distributors. They fear na the Ambazonia terrorists. You understand? So all man not to say, nope, I don't watch man. Besides, the same Amba terrorists, they don't talk, say they don't ban Guzang market, make it no hold. So what is the incentive for any man for pass Guzang? They talk, say any man pass Guzang, they go kill him. So no man to no one pass every day. Whether you be council worker, where maybe you want to they go carry the carcass, go bury them at least for the sanitation, for make sure say me the thing that it cost a nuisance for smell, and make start airborne or waterborne disease or some kind of nonsense, and also an abomination, because this one in our culture. No man agree because the armed terrorists not themselves they start by threatening people and say they don't ban Guza market, any man pass today, they go kill you. So now the carcass as a different, no man, not even one pass today, because one, the amber don't talk say if any man pass today, they go kill him. So all man if fear, and then the family members then they don't abandon and say they don't get them nothing for do. The same chiefs, the way when they burn their villages, they burn their palace them 2 weeks ago. Now the same chiefs for AY Ashong, the one for Guzan, where when I kill your brother, public execution, and the same chiefs when now things said today, they go support una or they go assist una for carry the carcass them. At least moves more shame for una face, go bury them. So when I see how I tell and I say every single thing where the terrorists do, it is bound to backfire. Every single thing where they do, sooner or later it backfire. Now why that way? When Amber no commit atrocity, are the one that said, but what did they happen? So we need them for continue for the commit the atrocities. Them. The more the atrocities they commit them, the more the black legs they generate them, the quicker the black legs they go exterminate Ambazona terrorism, because Cameroon government is not the fight Ambazona terrorism. Now we the black legs, the victims of Ambazona terrorism, now we fight them. And truth be told, now we get the responsibility for fight them, no be Cameroon government. Now me and you, where they don't do it wrong, now we get the responsibility for seek justice for ourselves. When I listen, it continue.
It never even finish where we hear say this, so Ekelebe them. They go for Guzang market yesterday. They go do the normal thing with all you know. We go display F in their body for Guzang market. Now, I want to address a couple of things there. Because when they do the one they come up go, we see now how ADF to by a group. They come out say till further notice, they don't want to say Guzan market open again. Ambazonia. My brother, my sister, and the cries and the laugh. Siam, I want to talk a couple of things there. My brother, my sister. The first person where I want to address na Capo Daniel. Capo Daniel don't see and say this so ho-ha. Even the contract where he signed with La Republic, he don't burn. Capo Daniel contract where he signed with La Republic, he don't burn for fact. They don't just show you say this so he don't burn. You get that no? Yes, they don't show Capo Daniel say he don't burn. Because they promise Capo Daniel say they no go display for cafiage. Now, Cho Ayaba and a group of C, ADF, or una. I dey ask una say, when they lock Guzan market, say Guzan market no go open again. Una no want me Guzan market open again. Say Ekelebe they buy for Guzan market. Why it be say when I always make brand fair now with cafiage? I really want to ask Cho Ayaba and a group for inside Momo County. Say why when they make brand fair now with cafiage? Why it be say when I don't ever face Ekelebe? No, muna no vex so. Muna no vex. Ambazonia them. I bet una can so she don't move talk this thing. Una can move talk this thing because sometimes they will not talk. It dey like say we don't take side. When we not talk, it dey like say we don't take side. And when we still can't talk, when I see things say this, we'll talk because we hate una. But I want to ask and say, my bro, my sis, why it be say ADF in particular, for inside Momo, they always make their gaga, they always make their kanzase in our population. Why they always make an cafiage? Now question, why now cafiage? So yesterday, when I went on here, yesterday, Ekelebe they enter from inside the common Bamenda, pass Bali, enter for inside Batibo, for go for Guzan. They for that very place where if they be balled at two by the men there, for that very market where F and bullet that 2 per demand, they display F and for the cafiage can is young. I want to ask you, say that cafiage show na tell them say they no go that market again. Now the cafiage make that thing. Why it be say ADF that time where that a kelebe then come ADF no be fit go one time go meet all the fast and fast. Why they no fit go one time go capture F and their body? I swear they never use their BB grammar because if it been an empty grandstand for Bui where no man no dey so I say they don't capture them. I don't know how they capture grandstand where they empty. I don't know how they capture them. I really like to understand. So Ayaba with all that power where they get them, all that big English, big talk, fat grammar where they get them. So they don't be fit go. Ayaba no be fit use akamato. You know how they never call another. You know if you use a akamato and contender force. They don't be fit use contender force, akamato, and the special intervention the way they get and that big name there. They don't be fit use them. Or go for Guzam, go capture F and their body carry and go. So they don't be fit one. They wait. They see how a kelebe come. They go shoot down. They wait for backside. Shoot down for day. After when a kelebe don't finish all 18 and come up go eat. That time now, Ayaba say this so me no man no go for Guzam market again. Say they don't lock Guzam market. Me no man no pass day again. You see, my brother, my sister, you were there ground zero. Where you hold stick. I want to tell you, say, when I see situation with FM, if you be smart man, if you be person where you get sense, you stand for Ambazonia for this struggle. If you be smart man, if you be person where you get sense, it means you go learn something. You go learn something. Me, Ayaba no be God. No ever leave and make sure Ayaba use your brain. I tell you now. Unless say all una want to go the very way F and go. No, I don't come here and can talk say man tell una me have been a number one critic. Tell me F and B make all that bad work. It's kind of stop. It's kind of hear me now. I don't talk say just F and being a good man. I know to say being a good man. Okay, that very play. Yeah, see, I'm here to be tell una. I be tell una say come adino. No, I want to ask Cho Ayaba, Akoson Raymond, Benedin Kwa, they record that one in Nativity. They get plenty for that their group. I want to ask una say, una no say karma they exist. Karma na natural law will they happen because say we dey for this planet Earth. That means say if you do bad for person, now bad will follow you. If you do good, now good will follow you. Una no say they exist. No, I know so una no know. Yeah, I know so una no know. Yes, you wise or no. I know so una no know say they exist. But I can't tell una say karma this one something way no man of you runner. No man of you runner. You can't talk say this so me no man no go Guzang market again. That mommy and that papa there for that Guzang market. No be that very Guzang market. Una wait to. No be that very Guzang market. We una be take that 2 per demand. That 2 per demand una say this so the 2 per demand na indict them. Say na indict them. Una put them for down. One be wear red, one be wear white t-shirt. Una put them for down. Una talk for them for 1 minute 20 seconds. Then they know even that means say those people them the only thing una talk na say oh the work will renew when a kelebe they reduce that. Una bole them. Una bole them, but that very good market. If on the bole that 2 per demand, they say na indict them, but that very good market. How it come at this one some very bad thing. When come I want take you, it take you for where you say no they believe. But that very good market, they can't show FM2 for day. I don't know why that some people they understand. I don't care when I say Ambazonian struggle. Now struggle way it deal with natural loss of life. No man of you run away from. Man tell una it don't mean say person dey diaspora come and no catch you. I did tell una it don't mean say man dey diaspora come and no catch you. Any man go pay come. Any man we don't do a rough work for inside Ambazonian struggle, he go pay him. All that una they do rough work for ground zero. Down a leader of diaspora, they go pay their karma. They go pay them. No man, they no go run from karma. Even me, if I don't do rough work for ground zero, me too, I go pay my karma. Someone are not thinking this will come on only for one person. All man go serve. I want to ask you, say, where the Guzang market get to do am with Ekelebe? Ekelebe the go Guzang market. Ekelebe the go Guzang market. Why don't we go face Ekelebe town where they can't stand F for junction? Why don't we go face Ekelebe? Why don't we go face it? Now how many years today? Whatever year say one eye Ekelebe for when I age here for Momo they do. I want to answer me no. Me man no can begin vex. Me no man no can begin vex. Say oh for that. Let us be logical. Let us face the reality. Let us speak the truth. Only the truth will set us free. I ask and say, any F1 before F1 enter the show, we enter. So if you don't shoot, when we don't hear some one place where Granot Hala for they say na F1. How na ever hear say na one year this, na Viper this, na the Ribbons family this, na Marine Bambalang this, na only brother this, na Sagon this, oh na the man this. When we ever hear say na F1 this. Na don't ever hear. Now then that show I buy again, no can you continuously mislead the people then. They be so proud. They be so proud for come can put up for their Facebook page where they call and say that TV. Can put up they say this so see further notice Guzang market. I want to talk say my mommy and papa then when they dey for inside Mogamo. I want to tell you say this struggle they so in particular for Mogamo. It don't be hijacked. You understand? This struggle don't be hijacked by thief people. Yes, that's what I'll tell you now. The struggle don't be hijacked by thief people. Yes, by people the way they don't be ever believe say they feel ever even be say quarter head for their own village. Yeah, people are like Cho Ayaba them, so Kapoda near them. They don't be ever. If you make election today for any quarter, for inside Mancon, even for Alama to for inside Tarenkun, for which place, Cho Ayaba can never win. Even get even 4 votes. They don't feel win, but they don't hijack them. They do their own thing the way they want to do them. And they actually say, even person way they for man way, even get anything to do amber struggle. You explain them for you say, some people they say they fight for freedom, They don't go talk say this so me Guzang market no open again. Now so we talk say this so but men na bend the road, me no man no pass the again. Una see the consequences for an action no. Now so every day una dey do am. And tomorrow, when another ADF guide or 4, una can talk say na kafiash. Una go catch some person for kafiash, can bole it talk say na invict or just na black leg. Now so it dey grow every day. I don't tell una say people where they diaspora they go fool you. They go tell you say soldier go, soldier come, barrack remain. And they ask you where the ground zero say when all soldiers were down on barrack, and they ask ADF for Momo, say, when all soldiers were down a barrack, they go. Who go remain for them? If I don't go, who don't remain? Cho Ayaba and a group, they only know how to write big grammar, change their profile picture, put FR for them. This, will change the fact, say, they. And it don't put the impression for Ambazonia in their mind, say, this man no be being a good man. Who don't know how they will do for inside for ground zero day. Your person die, you want go bury him, they ask him money. When I even go for burial, say they can't cash person, ask 1 million. He correct? All that thing is correct. When I go be remade and say me they give una money for struggle. Now wait that. Now struggle that. Don't be struggle that. Don't be struggle that. I don't tell when I say this struggle get natural selection. Natural selection. You understand? Now, as time they go, they struggle to select people then. And what now that way sometimes they do when some fighter 4-way when a man when they do rough work. Sometimes it be now a good thing for the struggle. Yes, now a good thing for the struggle. Sometimes it be, especially fighter when they do rough work. That good thing for the struggle because it don't save life. That same who lost plenty people in the game because of one man. Better me the one man go. But Cho Ayaba they need learn sense. They need learn sense. You know why they need learn sense? Because nobody then dey ground zero. Yes, because nobody dey ground zero. Because you don't get no one in Jakawe hosting the ground zero. You don't get that. If Cho Ayaba begin in Jakawe they way hosting where they ground zero. The language no be the way be now. Say muna go log Guzang market. I just simply tell una say anything way before ADF for inside Momo, as soon as face am, una receive am. You understand no? I know come begin tell una say, oh, na this. I don't talk say anything where ADF receive am for Momo County, me they thank their God because now then they be the cause of their problem. Sometimes they will find me talk a whole ha. Sometimes they will find me come face and so we talk the truth. We talk the truth. When I don't leave Ekelebe don't come with that body for F and come there for Guzang market. Ekelebe they make more than 5 hours per day. No one granite, no one sound for tin. You know, come on. Una go high. They don't go on dog where they see person they come for their house. It back. When the person can't reach for her stand, it wrong go hide so. Rabbit for under a show wrong go hide. Then when the person don't go, he come on, you can stand for front door, stand the back again, or even go bite down a person for inside house. When the person will be the back and don't go in. That's when I don't say correct. When I love Guzan market, when I only Guzan market, when I go talk say me not no enter Momo County, me not no come again for the next 10 years. Yes, I go no say una trunk. I go no say una trunk. I don't see me talk. I use my platform talk a whole ha. That's what I be telling una last time. Tell una say F and change your ways. F and change your ways. Try about change your ways. When I say no, una want drag power. Una say una collect liberation tax. Una control the collect liberation tax. How many of ADF they don't go down because of liberation tax? We never see anything. We are never see anything. Enough is enough. You get the point? Enough is enough. I don't talk say ADF for Momo County. When I list it fine. ADF for Momo County. Anything where they see them, me they embrace them, me they receive them, me they no cry. Because far away no hear shh, you go hear na pam. Cockroach where you deny for your advice, it go end up for inside the mop for mother hen. Now only stubborn fly, they follow the cops to the grave. If you not like, when I close Momo County, talk to me no man no enter there. When I talk to me no man no enter Momo County for the next 2 years. No going in, no going out. Una close up. Yes. Because una problem na security. Una get problem na only with mommy and papa them. Una no get problem with Ekelebe. When una talk say this me Guzan market no open. Ekelebe will go for that very Guzan market. Go stand for them. Una no go face them. But when mommy and papa they no hold no nothing for defend themselves, they go there. Una can't take and go ball and say na indict them, say na black leg them. But I don't tell una, my fellow Ambazonians and everybody, if anything where ADM Siam for Momo County, we don't sympathize with them. We don't sympathize. We don't sympathize with people the way they spoil struggle. Never. Yes, because they don't get any business with Ekelebe. Their business now kafiash. The corona struggle that, no be struggle that. If they receive anything, me Nigerian, you share, you you support it. That is their position. And I don't can tell una today for year. You understand or not? We follow the matter. Una no close only Guzan market. Una go close the one for Oshe. Close the one for Kurgo. Una go born palace for AY no. Una go born palace for AY village. Because una get power. Because na Ayaba bona na the right thing, right? Because na Ayaba go born palace for AY village na good thing. When Ekelebe then go born palace for Mijang village. When Ekelebe then do the thing then, we can't talk for years in a bad thing. But when Ayaba go born palace, all man is wrong quiet because na good thing. Whenever I see nothing. You understand? Whenever I see nothing. I don't talk say ADF for Momo County. Una sheshe, una truva, una supporte. Mommy and papa never ground zero. Una date una for defend una self from Cho Ayaba. If you get anywhere if you defend yourself. Because Cho Ayaba na number one criminal for Ambazonian struggle. I dey tell una una know today. Ho-ha. Yes. Una no worry. We dey on top the matter. I dey come now. I dey come for back-to-back update. I dey come. They share the truth no. The truth they support it. We know can support you in a bad team. We need support you in a bad team. If you think this or can clap for Ayaba, I share for you.
When I see all these terrorists them, where they on the screen, they be kill them and they display their dead body for public, which is a fantastic thing for bring about closure and justice to their victims. Except one of these terrorists. This one, he named na Efang for ADF, where he don't terrorize people them for Batibo. He don't publicly execute people them for Batibo. As I speak, you terrorists them. They don't go burn the village for a while for Batibo. As I speak, they don't block the Trans-African Highway where they lead from Bamenda to Manfe, frustrate thousands of people their lives. But this terrorist, Ikakas, not the only one where they treat him with exception. Why? A fang, you die body there for mortuary. Why? Why would they treat a common criminal, terrorist, beheader, rapist, person where they do public executions for Guzang? Why would they treat their body like say it been as some, the carcass where it's supposed to be thrown in public for we for laugh at, for bring justice to the victims and closure to the community of Batibo? Someone somewhere, it talks to me to go put their body for mortuary. Mortuary. What are you trying to do with this one? What to be special about a fang? When I want for giving a state burial, that is the question. Why we never display a fang carcass for Batibo, for Guzang Square? Where he execute people them? Why have we not done that? Who is stopping it? Now, who talks to me to go put their body for mortuary and to achieve what? What are we going to benefit from this? Is it true that some people them they protect a fang? Now, one of the reasons that way they don't kill it all this while, to the extent where once it die, they still try to protect the dead body. Who in order for me to go put the carcass of this terrorist in a mortuary? They spend Cameroon state money, our money, where would they pay taxes them? They go put this common criminal, mass murderer and public executioner for Guzang, they go put the carcass for mortuary. If that thing no vex you, it vex me. Now, who give that order? And in need for explain for we why? Why when they treat a fang special? Maybe not true where they talk say AGOVC, ADF, it work with some members inside the Cameroon government, because I cannot explain this. When I look at this one, Bitakola, they kill him, throw the dead body for Bisek Junction. Transporter, the same. Tanimu for Sambongari, they throw their body to for public. Mombasa for Kumba, the same. Poison. Mad Dog, Fonte Lucas, they kill him, throw the dead body for hospital runabout. Ayeke, the dead body, we see him for Kumba Bisek Junction. Oliver Lekiaka, territory export. Despite the fact that the carcass don't start smell, they display their body for Bisek Junction, that's all. This one, Deco of ADF, they throw away their body for Bisek Junction. All man can see them. Mbola for Manu, they displayed their body for Manfe. This one, Spirito, they displayed their body for Kumba. These two people, them now victims of Ambazona terrorism. A fang take these people, them, go for public for Guzang, execute them.
We will take care of them. Our forces will take care of them. As you all know, yesterday, the Ambazonia Defense Forces, following the established Ambazonian Code of Law and Code of Justice, carried out summary execution publicly of 2 Cameroon spies recruited by the B commander in Ambo,
and then they come for Facebook, can claim, say, yes, now we do one. And someone in the Cameroon government is holding a fang's carcass in a mortuary. We, the people of Momo, deserve an explanation. What are you intending to do? What will be your plan? For keeping for mortuary? For prepare for his state funeral? Is that what we are waiting for? When I announce the state funeral, make we hear no. When I announce the day when I go drape a coffin with flag for giving an honorable, befitting terrorist burial, is that what we are waiting for? Some of us now victims of these terrorist atrocities them. We need justice done. We need closure. The fact that we advocate, some of the way they die body for public square. It not being that because say we just like for see that body. No. Now because we understand what to be the impact of doing that. The impact, it go to the root cause of why this Pekin they carry guns for bush in the first place. Many of these Pekin they don't even know the word marginalization. Many of them don't even talk English, they don't even write their name. Many of them don't know anything about corruption or anything. They carry that gun for bush because of the lies and manipulation and the fake news where the Ambazonia terrorists they be spread them for 2016, 17, 18. In order to solve a problem, you get to first of all diagnose the problem. You get to understand the problem fundamentally. They begin to be de-radicalized because of these things. And when we kill the terrorists, we display their body, it affects them psychologically. They tell them, say, one, you will be killed. Two, Amber terrorists are dying on a daily basis. Remember, say this begin they carry guns for bush in the first place because of those kind of lies. They be tell them, say, Amber boy, no, they die. They be tell them, say, they join the army for country. They be tell them, say, bullet, no, they enter. How do you combat those lies? You get to kill them, display their body in public, let the world know, and also for stop the Ambazonia terrorist propaganda, where they go talk, say, no, they don't disappear, appear for Nigeria. Baba don't cookie. Hey, Amber boy, no, they die. All those lies. Because of the fact that will not be displayed, that shit, no white blast called no pity, you die body in public. Do you know that till today, there are some people, yes, a minority, but still, there are some people who claim that no pity is alive with no evidence, because for belief, no require no ounce of evidence. When you be illiterate, poorly educated, which is the reality of a massive chunk of the Anglophone youth, that is the truth. When they be gullible to that level, when they be easily manipulated, easily convinced, when they choose to believe instead of looking for the truth and reality, to look for knowledge and understanding, they choose to believe. Those kind of people, the only way for shock them out of that occultism. Now, when you carry kumkum, go give them. You shoot a bullet, enter. You shoot a friend, he die for your front. That time, with that level of evidence for your face, enough it ever believe no other lie where any Amber terrorist it go tell you. And I understand some politicians today and some religious leaders them and some people of goodwill, don't get me wrong, I know they fight them. Those people, some of them believe, say appeasing the Amber terrorists will yield some kind of results. I guarantee you it will not. It will not. Appeasing the Amber terrorists is setting a very dangerous precedent. And once you don't open that can of worms, you no go ever close them. Once you appease the Ambazonia terrorists, be prepared for appease all the other people the way they go carry guns to for fight the Cameroon state. The Bambilekes, the Northeast, the Eastern Province, them too, they get grievances, they fit carry guns too, and they will cause more damage than this shit no white blast the way they did in the Anglophone zone, killing themselves, burning their own villages and stopping their own people from using the roads, destroying construction equipment like the one we happened for Ndu a few days ago, actually now yesterday, construction equipment where the Amber terrorists, the born from Ndu, yesterday the 25th of January 2024, because today, now Friday the 26th. So we cannot appease Ambazonia terrorists, not because we don't want to, because we cannot afford to.
Capo Daniel, I want for come for now, for can announce for now this good news. Say the Cameroon government yesterday they be call me, they inform me say they don't transfer the dead body for General Efang to the civilian authority for Bamenda General Hospital. I be confirm am, and today finally now the civilian authority for the Bamenda General Hospital
he then released a document for talk say me the family officially can take the die body for General Ifang, where all we know alias Big Number. I want for thank first the Prime Minister for La République du Cameroon, Diongote. I want to thank Lele Afrique, for thank the Cameroon General Buba, and the General way he did for the Atlantic Zone, General Iba, because they don't do this gesture as a result of my intervention. When we yesterday catch General Efang, through our international partners, we engage in direct appeal for the Cameroon government, say make them not do psychological warfare for display their body for shock our people them. And they don't respond for not display their body, for not killing also. They don't really show a lot of flexibility, and this is strength. Now time for we for start for take measure them for de-escalate this war, so that both sides, we, the people them for Southern Cameroon, if we shidong together with La Republic them, will come to a compromise on how we will fit go forward to do the hard work. If we find a way on how we will fit coexist, none of us are not going away. It is time for us to start to de-escalate the war, so that we fit negotiate. This gesture, where they don't show them for show me say they no be key Big Number. Then move it for hospital, yes, before we intervene. Then take he go to for general hospital. It confirm for me say he die now for inside theater way military man he no be there for a corner time we die. General Big Number, he did like my Pekin. I ran racy well, I teach you very well, I work with you very well. There are good times and there are bad times, and I appeal with all our people them. Say me them forgive you for anything we don't do. Me they no say na a collective problem where we face for Ambazonia. But this gesture where Cameroon it don't show them, we must recognize them. Because even when you fight, you must look for signs and say time to stop the fight, it don't reach. They key our own Anglophone people them. There is no winning in a war. It is time for us to negotiate a way forward. We have explained our intention to demand the devolution of Cameroon for the Anglophone them, for get self-governance and autonomy, for manage our own affairs in exercise of self-determination. We owe our suffering people to do the right thing. There will be power mongers on both sides, but for those in La Republique who were fighting to humiliate our people with the dead body of Efang, who have found in their heart a place to say, okay, enough is enough of the suffering, enough is enough for the insult and humiliation, and it's time for us to make peace. I want to see appreciate the hardliners and for La Republique, the way they want for display, and the Cameroon unelected senator for Batibo, for Momo, where you two at the last moment, you two show mercy. Now time for we, a lot of Wataram pass under the bridge. But now time for we for look for a way for go forward. So make all Ambazonian them. Una know me. I know they don't talk like any man. I be a command officer. I don't be in all capacity. Founder of IG. Spokesman. ZA, anti-kidnapping ZA. It is time for us to engage in meaningful negotiation directly with La République du Cameroon as the condition that will be fit. We will put to the Cameroon government and the international community a comprehensive proposal for a devolution of the Cameroon state. It is now up to us to do the right thing and stop the disgrace we have given our name. The Chariot of God, Ambas Bay, Douala, the Lions Indomptables, all the symbol that we have been known for in Africa. Africa in miniature. People are laughing at us. We are killing ourselves. Radicalism, terrorism have come into our land, both from La Republique to Ambazonia. It is time for us to regain our senses, our patriotism, our Pan-African spirit, and do the right thing. So thank you, the Cameroon government, for making this gesture. We acknowledge it, and there is a long way to go. It will require hard job.
Now, question number one. How come Ekelebe de be no say F&D for bingo? Capo Daniel don review plenty things for the outing. I dey come all time for you so that ma open una eye dem. Use your ear, listen. No talk say some man no be talking. I dey pass the message clear for all una dey for inside egg of sea. Yes, if at all una, you understand. If una get any our brother for ground zero wey hold stick, wey still dey in contact with Capo Daniel, una tell say me change in number. Una tell me change in number. Capo Daniel go finish all our brother for ground zero wey dey hold stick, wey dey in contact with them. Because anyone wey no wan work with he go leak the location, he go reveal the place. Capo Daniel don comot, can thank Jongute, can thank La Republique. You dey thank La Republique for bullying your own person. My brother, now the thank person for say don't bully your own person, you thank him. Say this one na sign of goodwill, na good gesture. Who does that? Who does that? If una dey still take Capo Daniel as a joke, now una know. But I dey make this video so that una gain sense. If una like, how una like for show una get power, una continue. But no talk some man no be talker. Since we Capo Daniel come up with una group, now how many ADF top head boy they don't fall for them? How many? Una know am? Una even care but ask how they fall. I don't tell una. Capo Daniel, na La Republique agent, clean and clear. Capo Daniel stand for special status. If una like, una keep it for them. Una like, una not do anything. Una like, una begin play over the matter. Now una know.
When you talk to La Republique du Cameroon and make it a secret, that is where the problem lies. Now the guys who went to Canada, even if the Canadian government say you have to shut your mouth, but then when the whole thing fails, they owe it to the people to say, okay, now that La Republique has walked away and the process is no longer there, this is what La Republique agreed upon, and this is the piece of paper. That did not happen. So you begin to question, what did they discuss? Our own people who said they represented us. When they left Canada, they said they have agreed to a position, a document. In fact, at one time, they threatened to publish it. They actually put out a day and said they are coming out to publish it. And then they didn't. Up to today, Ambazonians know nothing of what they discussed in Canada.
I appreciate that, Chris, and I've stated that clearly. And actually, me personally, that is Jojo Ambazo, I've been holding them. I've been on their neck constantly that they have to come out and tell the people what happened.
Hello?
Hello, sir. Calling from London, right?
I'm calling from Canada, please.
Oh, from Canada. I see a London number. Okay, go on, sir. What is on your mind?
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that you guys, you are jokers, you know.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Good morning, Manfi
my new parents, my brothers and sisters, youths of Manfe Manu. I greet you all. This is the voice of former Mayor Ayub Takuntun John, now an IDP, because of the evil of Ambazonia terrorists. My message is captioned today, the 17th of February 2024, as what goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. Why do I say so? I say so because nemesis is the act of retributive judgment. We got up yesterday in the early hours of the morning and we were greeted by another chilling, barbaric, unacceptable killing of an industrious driver who runs Manfi Ekok Road by name Peter, who was shot and killed by his peers, youths of Manu, who have picked up arms for a very long time now to kill their own people because they have advanced to a level now of evil, sheer evil, where they only enjoy sadistic pleasure in tormenting others. My heartfelt condolences to Drivers Union. You guys, like Cyclists Union, teachers and others, you have put your lives on the guillotines of Ambazonia terrorists. Make no mistake, I'm not talking as a manual leader. I'm not talking as a mayor. I'm not talking as the smallest leader whatsoever. I am talking as a son of Manu, a crisis mayor who saw the precursors, imminent danger of Ambazonia as a son of Manfe, who has lived and experienced a life with the good, the bad, the ugly. And I voice it out. At the time, it was no one's fault because the idea of imbalance, marginalization, you name the rest, has eaten very deep into the hearts of at least 95% of the populace. And guess what? At least 96% of the populace supported Ambazonia erroneously, without a rethink, supported Ambazonia. Ambazonia became a norm. Finally, comparison have been made, and it has been proven that it is good to deal with the devil you know than to deal with the angel
you don't know, Ambazonia is a canker worm on our body politic today. It is a rotten tooth in the mouth of Manu that unless that tooth is removed, Manu must continuously chew with caution. What goes around comes around. Those we supported have turned the barrels of their guns against us today. Don't blame, or we should not blame, particular individuals. The success story against Ambazonia is either our collective failure or our collective success. What's the idea of Ambazonia today? Manu has totally and resolutely rejected Ambazonia. But the power of the guns by 4 persons is stronger than the force of harmless 200 persons. But the extraordinary courage and determination of 15 persons can make the Ambazonia guns to be powerless. Why is Ambazonia thriving today? These guys who are doing the Ambazonia thing, it is no longer because of independence. It is because of like 3 to 5 factors. The first is nothing but the love of money. They have succeeded to get school dropouts through their dangerous no school policy. That was a dangerous indicator for us to know that Ambazonia is nothing but evil. For them to have stopped kids from going to school, it was for an obvious reason, to get as many school dropouts as possible so that they should become vulnerable to the whims and caprices, the manipulation, they get into drugs, they get into cultism without a rethink, just to fulfill their vaulting ambition of power and money. Like I said, our children today, Eta, Papi, Smalley, Jerome, Akko Wilson, the twin sons of Tamabang, and others that we know, they are still in Ambazonia because they have fallen in love with money. They have tasted blood money. Ambazonia has become their own new Jewish office. And as such, they don't want to go out of it. Another reason is because of the evil. Evil has become a cardinal part of their life. They can thrive well in the presence of evil and violence. And what is the reason for all of this? Money is the root cause of all of these factors. They trade with human parts, they are into drugs, they are into banditry, they are into kidnapping, indiscriminate, heinous crimes carried out by them against us. These are just a few amongst deviant, diverse deviant reasons as to why they are still using the guns. Another one is about what goes around comes around. We are being paid in our own coins what we supported yesterday. Yesterday, because at the time when these children were being supported, they were supported against who? They were being supported to destroy Manu, because there is hardly a Manu family without a military officer. When we were saying Bosenen, our children, people were contributing monies left, right, center. Of course, some people wanted to vent their anger against the injustices at the time that prevailed. But have we taken stock to even find out what changes have come our way? We haven't. These children no longer care. Guess what? Cameroon will never be divided. If Cameroon is divided, Manfi Manu will be like a face or a head without its mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils. That's just it. There is no Manu family without a military officer. During the Bakassi crisis, we contributed monies in the Manfi town hall to support our military. Drivers' union in those days supported 500,000 francs. Cyclists, our Glee Club women, all of us contributed monies to support our military officers. They brought us victory over the Bakassi struggle. So many of them lost their lives. Some of them, their family members are languishing in despair today because they are no longer there. We have lived with military officers, uniform officers, for a very long time. We have in-laws who are military officers. In my village, we have French-speaking names in my village because of the bond between the military and civilian. This bond is firmly bonded. Nobody can ever separate civilians from the military. That's the strong card, evil card of Ambazonia leaders and fighters, that they tried hard for several years to pit us against the military. They succeeded. But now it has been proven that it is good to compare two things. And Ambazonia has been rejected. It is our collective responsibility now to put this thing to an end, or we continue to pay heavy prices like the one which is fresh in our memories. The 6th November, newly out Egbeko, does that cruel, primitive, barbaric, and harshest attacks on innocent civilians and their properties who were roasted in their homes. But do you know what? Some local people and some evil minds, home and abroad, they were quick to throw it on the military and some CPDM militants who had come to Manu to celebrate the 6th November. That obfuscate and misleading propaganda was easily bought by those who still hold some solidarity for Ambazonia. But thank God, what goes around comes around. It was easily debunked, hastily as well, by those who saw these children. They know them. So members of the community knew what they were coming to do. I want to say with every vigor, the villagers of Ebeko have condemned Ambazonia to the litter. But since their children are playing a leading role in it, blames are usually transferred. When these children came on that fateful day, they seized the phones of farmers. They held them at gunpoint. Our children carried out the act, and it has been proven. Some people have been exonerated. But even before the Seed November attack, don't we remember well enough how our reverend fathers were kidnapped? The universal body of Jesus Christ, Catholic Church, bent. The Pope sent a message. Manu came on the spotlight. Mame Jingwa has taught countless children. Her gratitude was the kidnapping of her son and peers, none and all of that. It is a curse. Ambazonia will never walk. God will never let it walk. Apart from the Catholic, did the bishop, did the moderator, and Christians of Presbyterian Church, the world at large, not cry foul over the burying alive of the chairman of PCC, Nchang, Mbo prison. And even after he was buried alive, families still paid monies to get him out. For us to end Ambazonia is a collective responsibility. Don't we remember the repeated massacre, the gruesome killings of villagers of Eshobi, a young tree? Some pregnant women were even raped, their heads decapitated. I want to move from there to take my horrifying flight to villages like Obonye, Bakinjo, Kesham. As a matter of fact, it is difficult to call a particular village and not to call another one. We have all, in the name of Manfred Manuel, experienced the worst sight of Ambazonia. And it is high time we stand up as one, or we fall as one. We should not blame it on a particular person. It is our predicament. The drivers, each time they're applying our routes, their hearts are in my hands. They are going through a lot. The insecurity is horrible. Today, you don't know who is who. We don't need to always blame it on them. Of course, there are complacencies. Some of them who take information to them, who take food to these our wicked children, so-called Ambazonian fighters, who give the money. As a matter of fact, the economy of war is also another factor in this Ambazonia crisis. Those who want this crisis to continue because of economic gains. We know what is happening, Manuel. How our own children are fighting to block others from doing business. They are doing that in synergy of these our children in the bushes. Because of money, they wouldn't come out. Don't we know, Manuel, children whose goods have been auctioned in our face?
Is that not destructive enough? Don't we know innocent Manu children who were reported at the military tribunal in Boya for supporting Ambazonia, of which it was fake because of the instrument of economy of war. But all of that has been consumed by the thick fog of oblivion. Recently, we have received a new SDO. Let us count on him to take Manu with our collaborations to another level. Make no mistake, the stage has been set for Manu to move higher on the 11th of February. 11th of February 2024, where youths from all the corners of Manu came out fearlessly to celebrate their day again. Youths are the visionary men and women of these androids and gender sensitive periods. These can only be actualized through the power of education, the driving force that empowers confidence, authority, objectivity, smartness. The world is changing. The world is moving on the high lane of ICT, not on the low ways of drugs, cultism, and guns. No Manu son or daughter go back to history. We are a Christian dominated people. No Manu son or daughter has ever risen to prominence to become a minister, for example, a prolific teacher, a lecturer, engineer, a banker, a servant of God who can preach the word with power and conviction for the reign of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to come out soon. There is no Manu child who has risen to the position of a principal, a prominent business person, a diplomat, a nurse, you name the rest, out of the barrels of the gun. Not to talk about magistrates, accountants. Never. Violence, guns, evil, destruction has never been part of our Manu DNA. Our Manu DNA is about education, hard work in agriculture, business, and being one another's keeper. My dear brothers and sisters, especially the youths of Manu, the hour has come without apportioning blame, without criticizing no one, for us to stand up, contribute resources, remove some of those children who are willing to come out, but they have been held hostage by their wicked and soulless colleagues, their leaders. Some of them are also in bondage because they have been told that if they come out, they are going to kill members of their family and all of that. They are going to burn their house, like what happened to Bibish of Nchang. But if your family must pay a price when you come out, in terms of burning your house or family house, and so what? Come out and spare your soul from the blood of your own people. Nobody kills innocent people and goes scot-free. The biggest prison on earth is that of the conscience. You who is still supporting Ambazonia, your turn will soon come from the hands of the same Ambazonian fighters and from no one else. Today, we should all be careful. Whenever Emmanuel Son is arrested, we should all stand up and say a fair investigation should be carried out. Anybody who is not linked be released. A typical example is what happened in Buea, where some of our own greedy and wicked children went and reported their friends at the military tribunal, as I had cited, and they were found not guilty. If it was on those bad days that they were traveling, that they were transporting them from Manfe to Buea, and Ambazonia fighters attacked them on the highway, say they eventually killed the military and the two who were being escorted to Buea, God forbid. It could have been that who killed them. Their own brothers, their own friends killed them. So the enemy is within. That enemy is manual. And the sooner we all stand up, our mayors, you guys have a critical role here. Form your think tank, come up with an inventory of the active fighters in your various municipalities. Constitute a list of family members who can reach out to them, their friends who can reach out to them, their middlemen who can reach out to them. These children are not operating in a void. Before they leave Nigeria to come to the forest of Yimojok, people sit in the confines of their homes. They know their movements. Before they left Akwaya, went through Tamfo, they are now raining a rain of terror on innocent and poor villagers of Awanchi Beteko clan. That is where the mother of Eric Tato comes from. Ako Wilson or Ako Giant, he's chopping up the fingers of villagers, even after receiving monies from some of them. And do you know what? Of course, we know the story about Garidem. Awanchi, the people of Upper Bayan, you should find out who is General Garidem and where does his mother hail from. What goes around comes around. If we stand up as one person, irrespective of you being our political leader, which is good and we are blessed, our senators, our political father, teachers, farmers, we stand up together. We contribute resources. We remove the coalition of the willing. And guess what? We have reached a point where there is no turning back. Reverend fathers have paid huge prices. Servants of God have been killed. Our chiefs, manual chiefs have been killed. Teachers have been killed. Parents have been killed. Youths have been killed. Foreigners have been killed. It is a time, if you're a traditional ruler, do the needful. You have the powers. Those powers were bestowed. Those inherent powers, if you got into power judiciously, the inherent powers of our ancestors who are yelling in their graves are in you. Manuchis, let us come together and do the needful. If you are a Christian, the best gospel should be an open gospel on our pulpits. God, bring down the evil and stronghold of Ambazonia forces. That should be your sermon. This is the time that we need fearless preachers. The church is the universal body of Christ. This is the hour. If you're a Muslim, pick up your Quran. Tell Allah, Allah, we have cried too much. We want you to act against Ambazonian fighters. Some of these children will come out. A total denunciation will bring them out. Trust me, so many Manu children in abroad, at least 85% of Manu children abroad, no longer give these children their money. That's why they are now into indiscriminate killing. They kill Peter like that. Nobody should blame Peter. You know how terrorists operate? They kill even the innocent. They rape them. They burn houses. Our hospital is gone. Equipped General Hospital, Eta, whose father was delivered in that same hospital, organized the burning of our hospital, our schools, our churches, our homes, you name the rest, endless of them. You know what they're doing that? They are spreading fear and fright. They don't bother to kill 10 persons just to make a phone call to receive 2-3 million from others who will be fighting. See, if I don't give you, see, they have killed this person, they're coming to kill me. Our drivers are going through a lot ever since this crisis started. They need decoration more than criticism. Who sees a gun and does not relent? At times we blame our farmers of even Ebeko when they are arrested that someone saw them eating with Ambazonian fighters. When you are in your bush head, they come there, they will lay you. Guess what? If it is me, Ayuk Control, if I'm eating, I see them with their guns, I'll tell them, please, people should come and let us eat because I want to save my life. But when I do that, I have to come back and report that this is where these children saw me and we ate together because I wanted to free my life. Report yourself to the military silently so that tomorrow, if you are misrepresented, you have an excuse that this is what happened. By implication, any farmer, be it in a Beko village, in Chang, Kimbung, or Gumoko, anywhere, if you see these children, we know their bush tracks. We know their hideout. If you wanted to end as a one-man, your family, it will be over. When you see them, say something to save a life. When you see them, say something to save a life. In the name of Manu, we are all one. We are all one. We have to end this thing. We can't get up every morning, blood. If it is not blood, a natural disaster, properties have been burnt. Some of these things are premonition, telling us to stand up or more bad things will happen. When we do our best, I want to give here a good example. We know a family in Upper Banyan, Professor Agbobechen. That family did not sleep until Ashu Are had to surrender. So there was a time people were trying to castigate Professor Bobechen that he sat with a former Amazonian fighter. Please, if you are an Amazonian fighter, you want to surrender. If you see me anywhere, come, I'll embrace you to say you should surrender. Let me tell you what happened. I have been into the forest of Nchang, Okoyom, Bisongabang, Ebeko. The last one was Ebeko. When I was going to go to Ebeko, my brother, Colonel Lewat, who is now assistant colonel, he was the company commander at the time. He said, Ayub, don't go. I said, I'm going. I'm going to meet my children, my junior brothers. I went there. Eta was there. Bob was there. Tabor was there. Benoit, who shot the principal of Ebeko, his leg has been amputated. He was there. We discussed. I pleaded with them. And guess what? These children said they need money to assemble their friends from Eshobi, Akwaya, and other areas to say no, their fathers come and talk to them. And as such, they want to go out. Ayonkwo was there. I don't joke with Ayonkwo, who is now the San president. That's why when he escaped Manfi and went to Kumba, I knew he was innocent. I told him to come back. And I took him to Anaba, the former colonel of the military. I say, I trust this boy, he's not there. Anaba said, okay, Mr. Mayor, work with him. Let us end this thing. If we have love for one another, this thing will be over. But again, also, we have some hardened criminals in our villages, even in Ebeko, who still communicate with these children. They have to stop. And this message which I'm sending is also polite warning. Anybody who is caught collaborating with Ambazonia, fighter or leader, please, you pay a very high price. You pay a high price because the blood of our people who have been killed, their blood is crying for vengeance, and their blood have become walls, forest, firewood, the ground that we walk on, have ears, have eyes and mouth to report. I now move to a concluding phase of my outing. When we succeed to remove our children who are willing to come out, the next should be that our Cameroon military should go on rampage. It is not done that for 7 or 8 years today, no matter how thick and dangerous the forest of Akwaya, Eyimojok, Upper Banyan is kind of narrow winding, life-threatening because of underdevelopment, they have not had a mastery on those about those areas. And I don't think it is done that way. Then why the huge sums of monies pumped in as fight against Ambazonia? That brings us onto another platform that not only some cruel and selfish civilians are in the economy of war as far as this Ambazonia crisis is concerned. I want to also believe that some military people want this thing to continue in as much as they're making their money at the expense of the lives of military officers and civilian officers. We all have to stand up in the name of our country, Cameroon, which is one and indivisible. We all stand up together and Ambazonia and Boko Haram and the ills of our society, or else they bring us down. We don't have potable water in Manfi Manyo. Majority people don't have potable water. At what age, at what era? Are we talking about electricity? These drawbacks have been compounded by Ambazonia. We cannot carry out meaningful development without peace and security. We even say we don't have water, electricity, and all of that. Don't we remember new workers who were kidnapped, tortured? It is no strange history. Technicians of these sectors have been kidnapped, terrorized, some of them killed, huge sums of monies extorted from them. Let us stand up. We have the opportunity through the new SDO to change things around. We have to build on the success of 11th February. I am not afraid. I am Ayok Takunchong. You all know I was the first to voice out the dangers of Ambazonia. I paid the price. I was kidnapped, traumatized. Money went. My son of 3-year-old was kidnapped, traumatized. It was late Mayor Ojong and wife who paid the ransom of my son. May the soul of Mayor Ojong rest in perfect peace. He paid the ransom for my son on the 26th of August 2020. Not long thereafter, he was killed by his own wicked people, so-called fighters. Tabot was that day. The day that Ojong was killed, Tabot called, threatening me, Ayok Takunchong. We don't kill me, Ojong remain Ayok. Today, some people open their mouth to talk rubbish. Well, God is good. As if enough is not enough. They burned 4 of my cars in front of my house. Finally, they burnt my house. My house is their house. All of those things cannot be compared to the life of one man's son or daughter, or the lives of those who have been killed. At least in Manu, if 90 citizens have been killed, Ambazonia fighters have killed at least 83. Our mayor people should bring out the inventory. Material destruction, lives destroyed. Pache, the palaces of our chiefs are gone. Subjects buried alive, yet we fold our hands. May God forgive us and save Manu. Let us build on the stage that has been set fearlessly on the 11th of February 2024. God save us. Mayor Emeritus Siseko Ayok Takunchong John Senior IDP. Chababa Dibo Motame. It's
not the first time that I'm coming to Bat over. It's my first time to come to Guza Market. As you know, I'm leading a peace building caravan in Momo Division. And today, I thought, why to come and interact with you. Hello! Everybody will hear me. I have voice of administrators, so it's always high. So, as I was saying, I'm leading a peace building caravan in Momo Division, and today we are in Guza Market. And as you know, many atrocities were committed here. On the 4th of October, 2 civilians were killed here in Guza Market by the so-called terrorist Efang Emmanuel. We should know his real name, Efang Emmanuel, alias Big Number. On that day, I instructed to the DO to come and mourn with the bereaved family. So I come today in order to reiterate the message of compassion of the head of state towards the bereaved family. And on that day, I also, through my communique, say that we will not leave any stone unturned in order to fish out all the terrorists that are disturbing our peace here in Mumu division. By the way, we continue to monitor those who are disturbing us, and a few days before now, we dismantled a big camp of terrorists in Hawaii, where Efans Emmanuel ran away with bullets. He underhandedly succeeded to reach Bamenda, later on to Belo, where he was admitted at the Baptist Hospital. Before Belo, he was at St. Mary Hospital in Bamenda. So you can see that even terrorists appear to die, but they are the ones killing us. Through investigation opened by the legal department of the military court in Bamenda, we succeeded to lay hands on him on the 20th of January, where he was hiding there in Belo. Unfortunately, with severe wounded, he didn't succeed to live. He passed on. And I say today, because in social media, there is still propaganda saying that Efang is not dead. Efang is still there because they are believing on Odeshi. There is no Odeshi. Devils. They are believing on devils. There is no Odeshi. With the constant collaboration of our good citizens, we succeeded to dismount, and we are still going on by dismantling many camps such a way that you should be free forever here in Momo, here in Batibo, here in Kuzang village. Today, all of us should see the corpse of Efang Emmanuel, alias big number. Now it's a small number. So I want to plead with all of us to continue to work hand in glove with administration, with our security forces, in order to bring the long-lasting peace that we are looking for. Also, I want to call upon on those who are still in the bushes. There are some of our relatives. We cannot deny that one. But we can still talk to them that they cannot yield any good fruit by killing, through kidnapping for ransom, by the destruction of public and private goods. They cannot yield any good fruit. They are fighting a lost cause. The Cameroon is a united country, from the far north to the south, from the west to the east. We are one people. And the head of state, I want to reiterate that the olive branch stretched out by the head of state is still open. Let them drop down their guns and join the DDR center of Bamenda. Many have done it. Many, just to have a second chance, as the head of state has pardoned them by creating chance. As the head of state has pardoned them by creating this DDR center. We, the victims, we, the population of Momo, we are also ready to pardon all those who will drop down their guns and integrate the DDR center. For them to know that war, united country, from the far north to the south, from the west to the east. We are one people. And the head of state, I want to reiterate that the olive branch stretched out by the head of state is still open. Let them drop down their guns and join the DDR Center of Bamenda. Now go. But we can still talk to them that they cannot yield any good fruit by killing. But we can still talk to them that they cannot yield any good fruit by killing, by the destruction of public and private goods. They cannot yield any good fruit. We should know his real name, Efang Emmanuel, alias Big Number. On that day, I instructed Thank you very much. Efang, who was disturbing us, is not more.
Hello, house. Una good morning, una good morning. All man gather. Hey, they say it never rain, but it pours. Wonder shall never end. Yay, if I get die body, people will be work for them. No man know they for bury you now. Who sack a pot Daniel the day? Today date now waiting. Today date now 15th of February 2024. Today na 15th of February 2024. Una come gather. I say, wait see a funny die body the work a parade the whole place. La Republic, you don't work with una well. Una no get shame with it. Ayabacho look as them. Una no go bury a fang for La Republic. Who sound na the carry bad beef go? When something war you go bring up for Ambazonian land for come bury them. That kind of people they don't feel bury for Ambazonian land. May they send about for La Republic. Even the war with La Republic. Why La Republic don't feel bury Efang? Why? Why La Republic don't feel bury Efang? La Efang they can't bury for Batibo or they bury for Ambazonian land for do it. So we are on. He don't kill Amazonia the entire. Then they'll kind of bring them from Amazonia land for burial. Really? In the work with the La Republic. La Republic will not get land. Land don't finish for now. We will not feel bury on a person for the way the work with you now. Wonder shall never end. Wonder foolish. Hey, Kapot Daniel, who's on a day? Who's on a day when a King Kong don't die on a no feel burial for La Republic? How na be employee under La Republic? Sure, I have a shame for you, shameless man, thief man. Christopher Anus. Una not get place to go bury on a person for La Republic. We will walk with una. Shame for una all. Shame. The tiger don't die. Oh, the general. Oh, the supreme. Oh, I say, una not get place to bury for La Republic. Che, shameful na. Bomb eye, Kapot Daniel. Who's on a day? Who's on a day? See people when they hide for China, they do evil thing. That's also them for China, they Roskata Ngokutunja. Una go so far. Che, who's on a day? Una can't carry on a die body, go cook and chop. Una go bring now, let you we will walk up better. Amazon and not get land for bury die body, we don't bury people then correct. You can't bury the kind of watching for Amazonian land. The one a person where they feel bury him. Ha! I found the superior man, the King Kong. King Kong. I have a show on a can't carry on a meat, go the chop. On a can't carry on a
Capo Daniel don't bring some new word, say devolution. See, me. Capo Daniel instead tell Amazon and say, me then submit to la Republic du Cameroon in special status. See me Amazon and them submit themselves to la Republic in special status. I want me listing some audio where Capo Daniel begin conversation with somebody and me listing Capo Daniel a plan. The plan will don't be handed to Capo Daniel from Yaoundé. You see, this thing I can't talk and so that thing where I want to say Muna put them for record. Muna put them for record. Anyone brother where they ground zero, where the whole stick. If you get any contact with Capo Daniel, my brother, delete them. Delete them, block Capo Daniel, throw that SIM card, buy another one. Capo Daniel, it don't be totally La Republic agent. If you know the hear anyone, okay, then we go, you go yeah bad, you go yeah bad. That's not why I the talker. I talk say anyone brother for ground zero. We get any contact with Capo Daniel, my brother Kota, listing the Oja the camp.
I've come to the conclusion that we cannot pursue a path that is not attainable because it is very dangerous. If we try to fight for independence, the more we try to fight for independence, it benefits Cameroon right now. And it also puts us in a position where we may never even have the independence in the future if we burn out all our candle now. So I've come to this conclusion. I think it's needless for me to analyze to you what I see, the dangers I see, and the reasons why I've come to this conclusion. That right now I'm pursuing a path for devolution of Cameroon.
Now in down I don't hear from Capo Daniel anymore. Capo Daniel don't change. And these are the people you guys trusted. These are the people you guys put all your trust in. Now people in this way, when Fabiano began to talk, say this so, this man this so for this kind of level, this man and this kind of man. Una can't start the attack Fabiano. Una can't start to say Fabiano na this man, Fabiano na this man. I ask all that surrogate them for egg of C, all that surrogate they be support Capo Daniel. They be say, oh, Capo Daniel no be Fabiano a level. Yes, of course, it's not my level. Not be my level, of course, and I accept that one. Not be my level. I don't care for no whether the level high or the level low, but we are not on the same level. It's clear, clean and clear. When I can attack Fabiano, but today, when I don't see the evidence, it don't come out clear. And where I don't always tell when I say, you don't know which of that man where you call and say a leader. You don't know which of them they chop with La Republic for 12 midnight, my brother. My sister, when I don't know who they chop with La Republic for 12 midnight, let me say, now people in this way, they don't take Ambazonia, go out and so go reach for middle water. They take their ships so go reach for middle water. Then they abandon Ambazonia and they take their helicopter, they fly and come out. Then Ambazonia and they for middle water, they don't know place where they will go. Now people in this way, they get their hope on Capo Daniel. See, no, look the number of our brother, the way the whole stick for ground zero, where they don't fall because of Capo Daniel. Look the number of what innocent civilians where Capo Daniel they don't render them to a certain level where the level where they did now. One day they don't go 6 feet. One day Capo Daniel they don't ball them, I'm saying a black leg them. Look what the number of what people them. Look the amount of damage where Capo Daniel they don't do for Ambazonian struggle. Now people in that want to be the trust on them. Capo Daniel today, Capo Daniel he preach now special status. My brother, I know say you will watch me, you go school. You understand? Even you don't go school, you will watch me, you know how to manipulate, you know how to do something for internet now. Go type and say, what is devolution? What is devolution? What will be devolution? D, I spell them for you, so that me no make mistake. D-E-V-O-L-U-T-I-O-N. Devolution. That means say that they give power for a weaker giving power to a weaker authority or to a weaker, from a stronger to a weaker. So that the level that we can put that, go special status, a clean and clear special status. So they can put that talk say this so what Amazonian brother them for ground zero with the whole stick. They'll walk like cancer police. Oh, when I see people they wanna be get them. When I see them, I tell una. For me, I don't be pastor, I don't be prophet. I think say this if I've been as some pastor or some prophet, when I've already called me for plenty place then. I don't tell you anything 2 years ago. I started telling you guys 2 years ago. I even tell you now who is Capo Daniel? Who is Capo Daniel? When I can't start attack Fabiano, he serves Ambazonians right. Until people then go through the checking process, until people then take oath with their lives, say they will keep Ambazonians sacred then. I am telling you, I'll be very sure, say, if you ask person like Sisi Kwayo Tabe Julo, say, if you want to choose people them again, how you go choose them? It will tell you something else. If you ask a lot of people, then they will tell you something else. People that never they join Ambazonian struggle anyhow, you know, because they know say anything happen, no man will do them anything. Yes, and when I see that boy they get the video come out and work our food. Best video come out for bar work our food. Go DDR, go hand himself. Then go start show now play with Amber Day. The ball Amber. Start talk how they be do all day she. Start talk how they be go so and so place. Start talk how they be do so and so team. Start talk all sacred then. In nothing no go happen with ye. Yes. Now the Ambazonian struggle that. And when I think so, there's a struggle.
My country people then. Today, na number 12 day for February 2024, the day after Youth Day celebration. This one now President Paul Biya official Facebook page. So this message where he write them for your official Facebook page, he write them just 4 hours ago, where he talks say a heinous act was committed by cowardly criminals in Cambe, Northwest region, while young Cameroonians were celebrating the day dedicated to them. I strongly condemn this terrorist attack. I convey my sincere condolences to the family of Cherish Limnui, a 15-year-old student of GHS Ngwangri. Sorry, sir, I butchered the name. I don't know how to pronounce them. I apologize. President Paul Biya continued for talk say, I equally wish a speedy recovery to the injured. So now the official statement by the President of the Republic, President Paul Biya, on the issue of the Ambazonia terrorist attack for Nkambe yesterday, the 11th of February 2024. Now, for my live broadcast yesterday, when I remember, I be tell when I say, I guarantee when I say that terrorist attack, it go backfire. And it don't already start backfire. When I know how many people them, they follow President Paul Biya, all the international diplomatic corps for Yaoundé. When I talk to the diplomatic corps, I mean all the international embassies them, whether not the Canadian, the Americans, the Swiss, the Egyptian, you talk about the British High Commissioner, all of them, they follow the message where the head of state he put them out there at all times. Now, any person where it be think say attacking those school picking them from Cambe, it go somehow help the Ambazonia terrorist cause in any way. I hope say you get the message. It be clear now. You get the opposite of what way you be want them. You don't succeed for show the world say Ambazonia is a terrorist organization. Yesterday for my live broadcast, I be tell una, I be ask una one simple question. Say that terror attack, you think say it go make Ambazonia get more friends or it go make Ambazonia get more enemies? It go make people they feel sympathy for them. It go make people they be turned off by them. Simple question. President Paul Biya get the loudest speaker for Cameroon, the loudest voice. anything we talk him, it go automatically bring international attention to that thing. And I wait it this way, the Amber terrorists, they don't succeed for doing. They don't succeed for take what black legism to the highest height. For the way all presidents around the world, they understand now, say there was a terror attack in Cameroon by Ambazonia terrorists. It no go give them no favors. They no fit ever enter any office now, whether not for America or anywhere else for talk kind of thing, where they no go understand, say they are killing their people, because these people, they go get this information. They go be briefed. They go understand what will happen from Cambe. And they go ask them, why are you killing your people? I be telling when I say go backfire, I don't even know say go backfire within less than 24 hours. President Paul Biya don't make an official statement. And he call them terrorist attack, which is exactly what it is. All newspapers for Cameroon, they go carry them. All TV, Facebook, everywhere, because whatever the president of the state says, it go must make news. Now, the pictures, the way they out there, the videos, them, how they portray the response. You could see the commander-in-chief of the Cameroon Armed Forces, the head of state. Ego can't talk, say, my sincere condolence. It called the name of the Pekin we die. A 15-year-old student, GHS. It means that it don't be personally briefed. And I guarantee you, say, the head of state, it will send a special emissary or somebody for go visit that family and those victims them. It go try for assist them, at least pay their medical bills, at least try for condole or console, or even just cry with them, listen to them, and then just make them at least feel good. That is what President Paul Biya would do for these victims them. Meanwhile, the Amber terrorists, the way they attack the people, them, they do for Facebook, they celebrate. You see the difference? So now, who be your enemy and now who be your friend? Anglophones, they don't get their answer. The head of state, they cry for una. They put a statement, they condemn the terrorist attack, and it don't really talk, say, it don't send the condolences, and it go follow up for make sure say when I get medical treatment and all of those things, and for try for facilitate that community where they be terrorized. So the Amber terrorists for 2016-17, they be fit to recruit because say they be try for paint President Paul Biya as the enemy. They be try for make the Cameroon government the enemy. They be try. And at that time, because our population, they be gullible, poorly educated, they will be easily manipulated, they fell for it. Because of one reason or the other, they fell for it. But for 2024, even the Amber terrorists, they need to even try for pretend, say that they're out there for protect women and children. They publicly go execute people, then record video, put them for Facebook because they are desperate. They are frustrated. They publicly go target women and children. For church, they go for church, go commit atrocities them for their so-called God-ordained revolution, like the one we happened for Jakiri. They do all of those things them. They do all of those things them, and then they come back now. They want you for beliefs today, so they protect your best interest. They need to protect your best interest. Now terrorists, and they don't finally help the Anglophones them for see them for what they are or for who they are. They are terrorists. They are terrorists. They target Anglophone civilian population. School picking them. Maybe not the first one, this is not the third. For Kumba, Ekondo Titi. Not to talk about the isolated individual ones, them. These ones, they are massive, now massacres them. And then now Nankambe. I be promised when I say go backfire, it don't already backfire. The impression where all Anglophones go get them, now say wait, President Paul Biya cares about Wuna. President Paul Biya, they do everything for try for make sure say Wuna be safe, Wuna get development, Wuna get peace. Meanwhile, now Anglophones and Anglophone, they are unpicking them. They can't plant bomb for bomb Anglophones. And then President Pobia, they come for una rescue. Una say the tables run turn upside down. Now the dynamic that. Now why that una see Ambazona terrorists, that propaganda, no they work anymore. It no feel work. Because the Anglophones, them now they see the reality for themselves. When I remember for Bamenda, I think it been in November 2023, for Big G snack bar for Bamenda. Time when this Nigerian actor, Shinarambo, became for day. They go kill 8 people them. Once again, they no target Cameroon military installation. They no target the Cameroon government institution. They no target the gendarmes, the police, the army, the SDOs. No, they can't target civilians. Now, what's that way Ambazona terrorism it be all about? Thank you for plenty my country people them. When share this message as I watch them. My country people then. For this special day, 11th of February, Youth Day celebration, 2024, I want for bring una an extensive presentation where I go play videos from the Ambazonians themselves. They go explain why they hate 11th of February. They go explain their own side of the story, and then we go analyze the truth. We first of all have to understand the history. There is a point where we all agree on. So make we agree on the things the way they will happen on the 11th of February 1961, and then go on for understand why they celebrate that day as the Youth Day. Go on for examine the facts and also the lies where it be involved with this particular day, because this day it mark a turning point in the lives of all people the way they come from the southern Cameroons back then, where today now the northwest and the southwest regions of Cameroon. It be very important for we for know our history, because if we know what's how we will come out, we go know how we end up for what's how we will day today, and then now we go find a better path for build a brighter future. The history of the former British Southern Cameroons, it don't get a lot of misunderstanding by the people the way the history affect them. A lot of misinformation they out there, a lot of distortion, and quite honestly, some of them they get malicious lies for manipulate the general public, for make you angry about something where you're not supposed to be angry about. But one thing where I want make una understand as una listen to this my presentation, now say some of the things them way were forefathers them, the political leaders them in the 1960s, like John Good Foncha, Endele Muna, Amadou Ayijo. Some of the things the way they be doing at that time, they be doing because they be believe, say they protect now the best interest of themselves and their people. We today for 2024, we get the advantage of hindsight. we get the advantage of having lived this history, they no be get that advantage. So what way they be do back then, they be do based on the political calculations of their time. Make una understand that before we continue. So for this presentation today, I get a few videos that I go play on for una. From Dr. Simon Munzu to Capo Daniel to Eric Chinje to Barrister Mbesa to Barrister Fru Johnson. They go talk to una, they go explain their own side. And when I go see and say, all of these people then, they go agree on the fundamental thing where it happened on the 11th of February 1961. When I listen.
Southern Cameroon was a trust territory category B, just like La République de Cameroon was a trust territory category B. These two territories, like other territories in Africa, were to be given autonomy or independence to govern themselves. The people who have now been governed by either the British or the French would be prepared for independence to govern themselves. And the opinion of the people will be sought. In 1959, in the Manpe Conference, a conference was organized which was assisted by the British government with a British diplomat present in Manpe. And the question of our independence and sovereignty was put to the table. Do we want to have independence by joining Nigeria or want to have our own independence? La République was not part of that conference. The discussion about La République was not part of that conference. And our people unanimously in a 67% vote voted to have their independence. The political leaders led by John Poncha, who was now the premier or the prime minister of the Southern Cameroons, he took over from E.M. Mendele after a democratic vote, one of the few democratic votes that took place on the African continent. Poncha became the prime minister. And after the Manpe conference, Poncha traveled to the United Nations to present the results that were obtained in that conference. What happened in that United Nations is what we are suffering to today. The British and the French connived to deny us our independence because, according to the British, we were poor, we could not sustain ourselves economically, and therefore we cannot survive alone. And I don't know how the French got into the mix because the La République was not discussed in the Manpe conference. And with the French, they now created what they commonly called the two alternatives. We did not vote for two alternatives in Manpe, but how the two alternatives came about in the United Nations is a story for another day. Now the two alternatives were presented to us in a plebiscite that was uncalled for, that our people were not even prepared for, but in a short while, a plebiscite was organized by the United Nations asking us to choose between going to Nigeria or joining Nigeria or joining La République du Cameroon. How La République du Cameroon came into the mix is a mystery. But because of the treatment we have gotten from the Nigerians, even right in our own territory, I listened to a story by an old mother who was saying that, the thing will be made, we run Nigeria, and I say, when you go for market, you price clothes, they cut and throw for your neck. Igbo people cut and throw for your neck. You go for police, Nigeria, na police. You go for court, magistrate, Nigerian. You go anywhere, you not to get justice. So all man be fear. That the thing what we make, we vote same more, we join, we brother them. I don't know how she got the word brother, but that is what prevailed at that time. Now, that is the story, the ugly story of the plebiscite. And to make matters worse, La République du Cameroon, somewhere along the line, decided to make 11 February a youth day. How they call it a youth day is still a mystery, because what is the youthfulness of 11 February? I still don't understand. And in their quest to assimilate us and to enslave us, they created, they thought that we loved 11 February, so they gave the whole of their territory and us 11 February as a youth day. But to us, 11 February was the day that it was a dark day, even though our people voted because they were running away from Nigeria, but it was a dark day in our history. I don't know what happened. I don't know how that delegation that Poncha led accepted this kind of thing, but that is where we are.
So my country people then, when I don't listen to Barrister Frujon, so he explain your own version of events, what will happen up to 1961. Which way we agree 100% na say that territory, the former British Southern Cameroons, it be been a United Nations Trust territory administered by the British. Which way I also agree with Barrister Frujon, so na say the two alternatives for make that territory again independence by joining another territory, it be na a British idea. I want make una understand that one. We agree on that fact. Now make I talk about some other things in where Barrister Frujon so talk and where we not get 100% agreement. It talks for 1959, they be get the Manfred Conference. And he explained and for they say Cameroon it no be day for day. Because at that time, 1959, Cameroon be still being a trust territory itself. France, it no be there for day. So not only the British, when are the administering authority, and the people there for the former Southern Cameroons, they be there for that Manfred Conference. According to Barrister Frujon, so it talks say the people there for the former British Southern Cameroons, they be agree say they want to get full independence. So they sent their premier, where been John Foncha for America, for United Nations, for go lobby. Remember, say these were territories. They never get sovereignty. They never get the full sovereign powers. They never get membership or status at the United Nations. They be just been at territories, them where they be under the United Nations supervision, where it be administered by the British. So John Foncha go now for United Nations, for go lobby for this position. But when I know who a challenge John Foncha, the British. The British, they talk said no. When I go must get independence by joining another territory. So according to Barrister Frujon, so it can now can talk say it is so. How the two alternatives come about, you don't know how La République du Cameroon or French Cameroon it come into the equation. I go answer the question for you, Barrister Frujon. So remember, say at that time, when the British and the French they take over control of Cameroon, the German Cameroon, they divide that territory amongst themselves. The British, they take a small portion. Their only interest in Cameroon was to extend their influence in West Central Africa. They be already control a vast chunk of territory for Central Africa when in Nigeria, where it extend all the way to West Central Africa. And they be control Ghana and some other territories them. So the British, they be interested in extending their influence in that area. Now, why that way? They don't be care. They just take a small portion. From the very first day where the British, they come inside Cameroon, their intention, it be being for attach them to Nigeria for form one territory. And now why that way? they be the administer that territory, the British Cameroons, from Nigeria. Our parliamentarians, they will be elected and sent to the house of Enugu for Nigeria. So it is not a secret. We all know this. So when the British, they will give that alternative, say, when I go get independence by joining, they were telling the people then for former Southern Cameroon, say, when I go join Nigeria. Now, what will happen? Barrister Frujon, so he answered his own question a few minutes later. He explained the story of some mammy, where the mammy be explained the difficulties, them, the challenges, the way they get them in Nigeria, in the house of Enugu, to the extent where I think that 1957 or 1950, something like that, the Anglophone or the people then for the Southern Cameroons, their parliamentarians, they withdraw themselves from the house of Enugu because of over domination, over marginalization, and oppression experienced in Nigeria. That is a historical fact. Barrister Frujon, so explain for una how that mammy, they be explain for una say, you know, if you get justice, because Nigerians, they be over dominate them. So if you go for market, you go price close. They just cut and throw for your food and you must pay. Whether you like them or not, you must pay. You know if you get justice. You go for court, na Nigerian mandate for day. You turn around police, na Nigerian mandate for day, and you go must pay. Based on that, Barrister Frujon so himself, he conclude and say, they be decide for that plebiscite. When they be give them the two alternatives, they be decide for join French Cameroon because they were running away from Nigeria. That is a historical fact we will not get for understand. Now, the question where Barrister Frujon so ask him and say, how did La République du Cameroun, French Cameroon, come into the equation as an alternative? Because for that 1959 Manfred conference, the British, they will tell them, say, when I go get independence by joining Nigeria, because that has always been their opinion, that has always been their intention. Why were the people them like John Go Foncha, they talk say no, we just want pure independence. The British they talk say no, when I go must join another territory because when I not be viable for be independent. So now, forget a middle ground, forget some kind of compromise, forget some kind of autonomy, because at that time, all British Southern Cameroonians them, they be want for run away from Nigeria at all cost. Why were the British they be want them for be part of Nigeria? So now, in order for run away from Nigeria, but also still being attached to another country, so that because the British, they don't declare and say, when I not be viable for be independent. Now, why that way? Now, John Go Foncha, now the people there for the former British Southern Cameroons, they be propose the other alternative. Say, how about we reunite with our brothers when are Francophone Cameroonians? Make una understand una history. That is how the other alternative came about. Now the politicians, them like John Go Foncha, they be propose to the British, say, how about you give we an option, make we choose whether we want for unite with Nigeria or unite with La République du Cameroun. That is how the two alternatives came about. Una need for understand una history. Another point where Barrister Frujon so it talk and where all we agree on. Now say when that plebiscite it will be held on the 11th of February 1961, our people voted, and they voted overwhelmingly, and they voted they be the glad for run away from Nigeria. The plebiscite, according to the people then for the former British Southern Cameroons, it was an election to run away from Nigeria. It was not necessarily said they would vote for join Cameroon, but in their minds, they were doing everything to run away from Nigeria. That is how things happened in 1961. Now, some other things that they were Barrister Frujon so talk where it not be clear upon, where it talk about why they celebrate 11th of February as Youth Day. He don't know, he knows, but it did try for distort history, for try for neglect certain facts and realities them in order for put a point or put across your own point, or for try for confuse the whole issue. In order for we for get clarity, how and why would they celebrate 11th of February as the Youth Day, We will listen to the other panelists, Barrister Mbesa.
I do not know, I'm not sure, that prior to 1960 or 1966, there was nothing in East Cameroon called Youth Day. They've never had one, even till they had the independence. There was never a day like that. But we remember that Youth Day is celebrated on the 11th of February. What happened on the 11th of February is important to us. We all know that on the 11th of February, there was a plebiscite, which we all, our parents went to vote to make the choice. We've discussed that choice before. That is not a program for it. To make the choice to either get independence by joining Nigeria or by joining Cameroon. That was on the 11th of February. And that's what has brought us to this date. After the plebiscite of 11 February, the actual joining purportedly took place on the 1st of October. Because the plebiscite did not involve East Cameroon. That had nothing to do with it. But 1st of October was supposed to involve them if we had actually united with them on 1st of October, because that changed the character of their country. But interestingly, 1st of October is banned. You dare not try to celebrate it. But they celebrate 11 February. But let me come back to 11 February. Most people do not know. In West Cameroon, in the southern Cameroon, there was a celebration for the youth, which they called the Empire Day. The Empire Day was celebrated on the 26th of October every year. What did the Empire Day represent? The Empire Day was a day on which the former Justice Department of Southern Cameroon was launched. It was when they approved the West Cameroon High Court law. That was the legal document that we depended on. So from 1950 to 1958, they have been celebrating Empire Day, which was the British Empire Day. So we adopted that date as our Youth Day, 26th of October every year. That was the Empire Day. Came 1961, they were purportedly left. There was nothing to celebrate as Empire Day anymore. So the frontier government said, look, let us find a date that our youth will do something in remembrance of our history. The other important event that came to Frontier's mind under his government was 11 February. Because everybody, even the opposition, those who wanted to go to Nigeria, those who wanted to go to Cameroon, everybody took part. So as late as 1963, 1964, the Frontier government adopted the Youth Day, 11 February, because that was the only event that had brought all our political parties, all our political actors together. That was changing the whole character of British Southern Cameroon. That saw officially the division of Southern Cameroon from the Northern Cameroon. Because on that day, remember, the Northern Cameroon people for the first time opted to leave what they call the UN Trust Territory of Cameroon, administered by UK. That day became the official day that they signed the death warrant by voting to go and join Nigeria. It also became the official death certificate for us that we voted to go and join some other person called La République de Cameroon. So the Frontier government agreed, let us celebrate this date because it is common. Whether we are crying, whether we are weeping, everybody took part on that day. So they started celebrating what they call the West Cameroon Youth Day on 11 February from 1964, 1965. Then came 1966. Many events took place in 1966. Remember the changing of parties, the creation of the unique party, the CNU. It came in 1966 by Ahijo. And Ahijo also approached Frontier and said, look, why? Let us celebrate this National Day, Youth Day. Let it become Youth Day for everybody in the whole country, not just West Cameroon. So from 1966, or late 1965, they now adopted what they call the Youth Day, celebrated on the 11th of February every year. Again, as I've said, the 11th of February had nothing to do with anybody in the Republic of Cameroon. They didn't vote in the plebiscite. They had nothing to do with it. Then why are they celebrating it? If they must celebrate it as a national day, as I've said, what they ought to celebrate is 1st October, because that's the date that purportedly marked the official joining of Southern Cameroon with East Cameroon. That's the date that officially marked our becoming part of that republic.
That is the day that officially marked our becoming part of that republic. Now, wait that way, Barrister Mbesa talk. Why I repeat that statement? Now, because you get some people them in their desperate attempts for misinform people them and lie about the history of Cameroon, they could tell when I say, we don't ever be part of that country. So we not be part of Cameroon. There was no union treaty or whatever nonsense. But we'll come to that. I will can address that later. But according to Barrister Mbesa, if they accept, say, there will be a part of that country, an integral part of that country. Now, wait away Barrister Mbesa talk now, say the 11th of February plebiscite, it not be get anything for do with French Cameroon. They not be vote in the election. They be already been an independent country by that time, 1961. Remember, say this territory, the French Cameroon, they get their independence on the 1st of January 1960. So 11th of February 1961, the former Southern Cameroons and the former Northern Cameroons, they vote for that plebiscite. And Barrister Mbesa include the former British Northern Cameroons in the explanation. It be very important because whenever we discuss about what will happen, United Nations Resolution 1608, most often Anglophones, they forget said that resolution get to do now with the British Cameroons, when at the Northern and the Southern Cameroons, not be just one territory. Anything where it happen, where it get to do with that resolution, it get to do now with the two territories, them, the Northern Cameroons and the Southern Cameroons, not just us. Now, Barrister Mbesa go on for talk, say, our parents made the choice. If they accept, would we say, we voted, we decided to go and join La République du Cameroun. It was not forced upon us. We could have joined Nigeria. That was the only other option available to us. But Mbesa go on for talk today. So the idea for the Youth Day, no be even Cameroon or French Cameroon, it bring them. Now, John Go Foncha for 1964, 1965, they be celebrate what they call and say West Cameroon Youth Day. Remember, say they be celebrate the Empire Day on the 26th of October. But now from the 1st of October 1961, they no longer be part of the British Empire. They be now a part of one country called the Federal Republic of Cameroon, and they will get that territory now, the former British Southern Cameroons, now it be known as West Cameroon. So now, throughout 1960, 61, 1962, they don't get no national day for celebrating. They don't celebrate no Empire Day. 1963 now, they decide now for make them into their own small law for their own state of West Cameroon, say, because as Barrister Mbesa talk, it say they try to look at which day it gets significance for them, where they feel celebrate them as a national day or a youth day, just like how they will celebrate Empire Day. They not choose 1st of October. Remember, this one it not get nothing for do with Yaoundé, it not get nothing for do with Francophones. Now just the Anglophones, them people they for West Cameroon, the politicians, them the elites, they should not amongst themselves. They decide upon all the 360 something days in the year, upon all the history where don't happen before them, they choose for celebrate now the 11th of February as the West Cameroon Youth Day. Like I explained for now before, that day it will be a monumental, a very important day for our history, because we, the people then for the former British Southern Cameroons, will be see that day as the day where we finally, officially, and legally run away from Nigeria. That's why it was so important where our forefathers them, John Go Foncha, Endele, Muna, and the rest, they agree, say we will celebrate 11th of February as the West Cameroon Youth Day. 1966 now, President Amadou Ahidjo, it talks, why don't we celebrate the whole, the Youth Day across the whole country? Actually, this is a man who is trying to welcome you, who is trying to make you feel at home. Now, why do we say we go celebrate the day where we now hold them as the most precious day for ourselves, the day where we now one hold them in high esteem, the most important day in the history of una. We go celebrate them for the whole country. Instead, Anglophones them today they talk and like say it was a bad thing. When they try for honor una, when they try for respect una wishes them. Now, Barrister Mbesa talks something when a pure, blatant lie. It say 1st of October is banned. It is not banned. No person ever banned Anglophones from celebrating 1st of October. Like it itself talk say, John Goat Foncha and the whole government of West Cameroon State, they be decide on the day where they go celebrate them. They go choose na 11th of February. They no be choose 1st of October. Just imagine if they be choose 1st of October, maybe na 1st of October we for the celebrate them today as Youth Day. But now the Anglophones, the people them for the former British Southern Cameroon, they choose for celebrate 11th of February. Now, another thing where Barrister Mbesa talk when na distortion and plain lie and manipulation. Now about what way another thing will happen from 1966. It talk about the dissolution of the Anglophone or the West Cameroon political parties. Then, yes, what will happen from 1966? Now say there was a lot of infighting within West Cameroon. It will explain them. I think it already explain them, or it will explain them later when I go here. It talk about at that time for East Cameroon, they began only one political party, when President Amadou Ahidjo a party. But for West Cameroon, they began plenty, multiple political parties them. And because of those plenty political parties them, Endele began on, John Go Foncha began on, so other political parties there was a lot of infighting. And as a result of that, they could not achieve anything because they were busy spending all their time fighting against each other. To the extent where the parliamentarians, I mean the politicians them for West Cameroon, they will go to Yaoundé every time for go beg President Amadou Ahidjo for can separate fight. So what way President Amadou Ahidjo do now say, he proposed for them say, all these things for una to get plenty political parties them. Now you they cause this infighting amongst una because now they fight for positions. Why not dissolve all that political parties them? Maybe una fall under one political party, it will reduce all that infighting, and then now it will make them easier for we now for forge ahead with this our project of nation building. The Anglophone political elites, they accept, they agree for deliberately, willfully, and individually, they dissolve their own political parties. No blame, no blame, no man, no blame Francophone, no blame President Amadou Ahidjo. Now, John Go Foncha dissolve your own political party, the KNDP or whatever they call them. Endele dissolve your own party. And all the other political parties that they dissolve them, all of them, they can't fall under President Amadou Ahidjo, a political party. It not be been any manipulation. It was plain, simple. It was legal. It was transparent. They tell them, say, this is what it will stop when infighting. They accept and say, pa, not true. It will stop the infighting. And they deliberately, willfully, and decide upon themselves for dissolve their political parties them for fall under the political party of President Amadou Ahidjo. Make una understand una history. No man no be force Anglophones. No man no be fool them, or even if they be fool them, then now because they be foolish for accept for be fooled in that kind of way. Some person can't tell you destroy something where you value them, and then you destroy them, and then you want to begin cry. The political like federation. When I cry about federation, now some person destroy for una no. Now also the Anglophones. Federation be favor now Anglophones. It no be favor Francophones at all. From the very first day where they started negotiate for bring these two territories, I'm sorry, together, because the former British Southern Cameroon was not a country. It be been a United Nations Trust territory. While La République du Cameroon is a country, a sovereign state where it get a seat at the United Nations, a seat at the African Union or the Organization of African Union, the OAU. It get all the agreements, everything where you need them for make a sovereign state. Whereas the British Southern Cameroon was just a United Nations trust territory and a territory where the administering authority, the British, they be talks that territory not be viable for be independent by itself. It must join another one. So make we understand when we talk about these two, one between a former territory where it become a country and the other one it remain a territory until it join the country of La République du Cameroon for make up a state within the Federal Republic of Cameroon. Now the difference is in that. So when people they talk about say joining as two equal partners, they were never equal, have never ever been equal in any way, shape, or form, whether not economically, politically, the size, the population, in every way. One, it was a sovereign state at the time where the union it happened on the 1st of October 1961. The French Cameroon being a sovereign state, they don't already get their seat at the United Nations. While with the other territory, they be tell them say you know be viable for be independent. So make we get that difference. Now, more videos a day for we for try for understand and for try for unravel this thing about the 11th of February, the history behind it, the distortion, misinformation, misunderstanding, the lies and the manipulation. Una listen.
Yes. After 11 February came the 1st of April 1961, where the United Nations debated and passed a resolution 1608.
Yeah.
And that resolution was voted by members of the United Nations, among which was La République du Cameroun and France. La République du Cameroun and France and all the colonial, all the countries that were colonized by France, except Mali, voted against Resolution 1608. La République voted against Resolution 1608 and France and its acolytes. Therefore, they did not accept what 1608 represented. They repudiated 1608. And therefore, anything that had to do with 1608 was repugnant to La République du Cameroun. For example, 1st of October.
Wait the way Barrister Frujon saw the talk, say French Cameroon, it be vote against Resolution 1608 and they try for misconstrue or try for distort and lie about the history and the facts. Make I explain for una what will happen. Like I tell una, on the 1st of January 1960, French Cameroon gained full independence. By September of that same year, they get a seat at the United Nations. So now, it means that by 1961 for April, La République du Cameroun or the Republic of Cameroon was a fully seated member of the United Nations. So when that resolution 1608 it become up, they be vote against the resolution. Make I explain why. Even Barrister Fruit Johnson know the reason why they be vote against that resolution. Barrister Fruit Johnson go talk him for your next video when I go understand. At that time, remember, say 11th of February 1961, for Cameroon, it's a bittersweet event. Wait, means wait, the northern Cameroons, it go to Nigeria. That is bitter. The southern Cameroons, it come back reunification. That is sweet. So at that time, French Cameroon, the sovereign state, it even go to international court for try for claim back the former northern Cameroons. Make you understand that history. It file a lawsuit in court. Barrister Fruit Johnson no, and I go talk him in the next few minutes. Now, why that way? Resolution 1608, it no be acceptable by Cameroon because they claim that territory of the former British Northern Cameroons. And Resolution 1608, if enacted as it is, it go mean say the former British Southern Cameroons go join La République du Cameroon, and the former British Northern Cameroons it go join Nigeria. That Northern Cameroons joining Nigeria is what the Cameroon government under President Amadou Ahidjo it be reject them, and that's why they voted against resolution 1608. Make you understand, and not get nothing for do with British Southern Cameroons, but everything to do with the British Northern Cameroons. Well, now listen.
And they even went to the extent of filing a lawsuit in international court to also take Northern Cameroon as it then was. So, because they refused what 1608 represented, they did not want to celebrate 1st of October. And 11th of February to us was against the will of the people of the Southern Cameroons. Because the will of the people of the Southern Cameroon was already expressed clearly in the Manfred Conference that they wanted their independence. And when they forced down these two alternative things on their neck, they had no choice but to run away from Nigeria. And La République du Cameroon was the only other alternative. Endele cried up and down, and Endele was wanting us to join Nigeria. I don't know whether you can run away from the deep sea to go and enter the fire, or you run away from fire to go and enter the deep sea. But that was the dilemma of our people.
So now Barrister Fruit John so that the talk. When I don't hear, say Cameroon government file a lawsuit in international court for claim back the former British Northern Cameroons. How then do you expect the same people for accept the terms and conditions of resolution 1608 that gave away the former Northern Cameroons? How do you expect them? But anyways, now like I explained for now, some of these people they lie with the intention for manipulate public opinion. Now, why that would be important for people like myself, for can explain the truth and the reality of what really happened, make what people they understand. Yes, if some person just tell you, say, oh, Cameroon government be voted against 1608 because they know be one way. They know be one way. If some person can't talk, so you say you could start vexing, but why the people even the resolution where it is supposed to make the union happen, they vote against them. Why? If you don't understand the full story, it's like person can't judge case for one side. That person where you listen to ego must win. You must judge case from two sides. You understand when you get the full picture now, then you feel make up your mind. Now, why that would be important for we forget the full picture. Barrister Fruit John so go on for explain about how our people had two alternatives. They forced the two alternatives on us. Wait, we not tell una now who forced una. The answer is simple. Now the British, now the United Nations. It not get nothing for do with Cameroon or France. No be Cameroon, it force una. No be France, it force una. Now the British, where una today when I call ourselves Anglo-Saxon heritage. But that is a discussion, a topic for another day. Now the British, they force una with those two alternatives. Now the United Nations, it force una with those two alternatives then. And according to Barrister Fruit John, so it say they were running away from Nigeria. Now your own words.
Look, to us, 11th of February does not exist in international law because Resolution 1608 made it clear that they were giving us independence with the condition that we join La République as we have expressed on 11th of February. In international law, La République du Cameroun should have not accepted the joining because they voted against that resolution. It was a signal that there was going to be trouble. It was a signal that these people will not execute the resolution that they voted against.
Now, another thing where they want to talk about, say, because the Cameroon government will vote against resolution 1608, somehow, maybe it means, say, it not be binding. May I explain something for now? If you go for election, because when the vote, like for United Nations, is a vote, not election, when you put out an opinion and then people come and express their choice. They express their opinion, say, I like this one, I don't like that one. And then the majority win. That's the fundamental idea about democracy. So it no matter whether you be vote for the resolution or not, once the resolution it don't pass and it becomes law, it will affect all man. Whether you be vote for president or not, when that president a win, it will become president for the whole country. Which means say anything we sign them into law, it will affect you whether you like them or not. So this idea where they try for talk say because Cameroon be voted against resolution 1608, it gets some kind of implication. It's just stupidity. And they know it because these people are lawyers. They know it. Law, now law. Whether you be vote for the law or not, it will still affect you for as long as you be governed by that law. President, now president for the whole country, whether you as an individual be vote for that president or not. So to help me make this point, I go borrow the words from Eric Chinje, the esteemed journalist.
A nation was built in 1961 with full diplomatic rights, with a flag, with an anthem, all the accoutrements of a nation, all the symbols of nationhood were available to this new country on the 1st of October 1960. They were available. I'm not making this up. History is there to prove it.
I agree with you.
But through the years, there have been ups and downs, tensions and crises of all natures, but the essential arrangements of 1961 are still in place. They're still in place. The UN recognizes that. The African Union recognizes that. All the nations of the world with which this country has diplomatic relations, they all recognize that.
The African Union Constitutive Act recognizes French Cameroon and Southern Cameroon as two separate states with two separate boundaries. You may want to check that out. That's what the African Union
get away with historical lies.
But then you also have to realize, Eric, that yes, something took place in 1961.
Yeah, but what you're saying is
October 1961. The UN
it's
process,
a historical untruth.
The UN process, Article 16.
So the last thing where Christopher Anu the talk it's just gibberish. It talks say the African Union Constitutive Act recognized French Cameroon and Southern Cameroon as two separate states. That is a fat lie. And they don't try for bring this case into the African Union. First of all, make you understand something. Like how Eric Chinje it talk the United Nations, it recognize one territory. It create one seat at the United Nations for Cameroon. It never ever create no seat for so-called Southern Cameroons because it is not a sovereign state. The African Union and the United Nations and all the other international organizations, then from ECOWAS, you name it, World Bank and International Monetary Fund, they create now one seat for that country because now a sovereign country, because they recognize the so-called former Southern Cameroons as part and an integral part of one and indivisible Cameroon. That is the point. Now, wait the way these Anglophones they talk now say, because the African Constitutive Act, if it talks say, countries should remain in their borders as they were drawn at the time of independence. They cling onto that word, say at the time of independence. They don't even take the case, even though they not be a member state of the African Union. Might give a small background. The African Union was born from the Organization of African Unity. The Organization of African Unity be formed when these African countries they start get independence. Ghana get independence in 1957, Cameroon for 1960, Nigeria 1960, and all of these other countries. By 1963, the first 32 African countries, the way they don't get independence, they will meet for Addis Ababa for Ethiopia, and they form the Organization of African Unity. Remember, 1963, they formed the Organization of African Unity. When did the former Southern Cameroons unite with La République du Cameroun for form the Federal Republic of Cameroon? 1st of October, 1961. So even the Organization of African Unity or the African Union, they don't tell them, say, we not even get the powers or the jurisdiction for adjudicate this case, because even the Organization of African Unity, it was formed and created after the two territories, they don't already be united. So you know, if you go talk, say you broke some law where the law no be exist, time where the thing happened, it don't even make sense. Not to talk of the fact, say, the former Southern Cameroon has never been a sovereign state. You are not sovereign. You don't have a seat at the African Union. You don't have a seat at the United Nations. So you are talking as who? That is the question. Now, why the way when I see and they talk say this, so even for United Nations, they will tell you say this. So, for example, another thing where they talk about say union treaty. But I promise when I say by the end of this presentation, I go explain for una. No, me I go even explain for una. Capo Daniel go do a brilliant job for explain and for debunk that lie for una. They talk about union treaty. Make I just digress more. Even for the United Nations or the African Union, they talk and for they say this. So member states, if you get any treaty between member states, you need for file them at the United Nations. First question, are you a member state? That is the first question. That only applies to member states. Cameroon is a member state of the United Nations. If Cameroon get an international treaty with Nigeria or any other member state, it go file them at the Secretariat of the United Nations. But the Southern Cameroons cannot even enter into international agreement or treaty with anyone because it is not a sovereign state. As some territory that is part and parcel of another sovereign state, you cannot go to file anything at the United Nations. First question where they go ask you and say, are you a member state? Then they kick you out. Simple.
The United Nations that held Cameroon as a trust territory, unfortunately, decided on how it was going to grant these trust territories independence. And that was done by the United Nations in 1961. The votings and the pattern of voting and the views expressed did not create a nation. That nation was created in 1961 on the 1st of October after a referendum in which the decision was made. We could have rejected that referendum. We could have rejected the process that was agreed to. So do not talk about intellectual dishonesty. You, my friend, and all those who've convinced you are people who are intellectually dishonest. These were UN territories. The UN did not create a seat for the trust territory that Cameroon was in 1961. It created one seat in October of 1961 for a state that
all
was
right.
a combination.
Let's take the next caller, please. Let's take the next caller. Hello.
So thank you, Eric Chinje, someone I respect so much. It don't make the point clear. So if Namia be talk hamuna for things, say not just because say Namia the talk ham, that one na my opinion. So now why that way if fine for share other esteemed, senior intellectuals, make they explain what way happen so that make una also get a different point of view. Now, why that way are they bring even the Ambazonian their own side of the story? Now, why that way they play for na Barrister Frujon, so Barrister Mbesa, I go play for na Capo Daniel, play for na Dr. Munzu and the rest for na forget a full complete picture. And I implore una, I encourage all man for read a lot. Not only manipulators that they hide information from you, but we know they hide information. Now, why that way? I know they just can't present to you my opinions them, but they bring the Capo Daniel them, me they can't talk. And they bring the Frujon, so then the Ambazonians them, the Christopher Anu them, me they can express their own views as well. Make una hear where they talk about these kind of events them. 11th of February, 20th of May, the history of the former Southern Cameroons, why we celebrate Youth Day. All of those things them, it be important because now our lives, now our history. Now we continue. We now listen.
Even the constitution that was imposed on us was a constitution that wasn't even voted by parliament because they had no democratic institution. It was probably written by France, given to them to come and impose it to us.
This is what happened, Paddy. This is what happened. They took the East Cameroon constitution, amended it, passed it in their East Cameroon house, got it promulgated into law by their own president, and they refused to give us a copy to present to our parliament in Boya. It was still the Southern Cameroon parliament. And he did not want to have anything to do with the Southern Cameroon parliament. So they brought it to the so-called Fumban conference and would not allow us to consult our people through the parliament. And that again, they retroactively applied the law to us that we were not party to.
So now that they talk about the Fumban conference and the federal constitution, wait away, Barrister Frujon so talk. It say they refused to give us a copy for us to vote or debate it in our West Cameroon. Listen, my country people, and that is a fat lie. Historians, they don't talk them plain. Say, President Amadou Ahidjo, remember they began tripartite meetings them. They began the Bamenda conference before they began the Fumban conference, and after the Fumban conference, they began the Yaoundé conference. All of this, they call them tripartite because now three parties they will be in attendance. One party will be now the former Southern Cameroons, the other party it will be now the sovereign state of Cameroon or French Cameroon, and then the third party it will be now the British, when now the administering authority. Now remember, say all of this, the Fumban conference and all of these conferences and tripartite, all of these meetings, they were taking place as stipulated in Resolution 1608, where the United Nations, it talks say, now where this territory, it don't vote for joint Cameroon, the parties involved, Southern Cameroons, the British, and the Cameroon sovereign state, they need to sit together, have meetings, and arrange how this union it go happen. And that's exactly what they did. The first meeting where they come today, President Amadou Ahidjo don't do his homework. They don't prepare a draft constitution, how the new country it go function. It present them to John Go Foncha and the British. John Go Foncha take the constitution now, he hide them from the delegation, from the people and for Southern Cameroons. And now, a few decades later, Anglophones, the one blame President Amadou Ahidjo. You cannot. Now, Foncha be take the constitution, hide them. This is a historical fact. Foncha take the draft constitution where Amadou Ahidjo be given, he hide them from the people, then from his own political elite for Southern Cameroons. He hide them. And then now, in this next video, I go plan for Una, Barrister Best, I go explain them better, and then I go continue. Una listen.
Because the plebiscite was organized by the UK, Resolution 1352 says so. It was organized by the UK. The administering authority shall organize a plebiscite to be supervised by the UN. So how would they then come to endorse a plebiscite that was organized by the UK technically? that the Youth Day had nothing to do with French-administered Cameroon. Remember, the Youth Day, the plebiscite took place on the 11th of February, 1961. As of 11th of February, 1961, we were still a trust territory under British administration. So anything that was happening to us was internal. They had nothing to do with it. They would not come to celebrate an internal administrative act committed by Great Britain over us during the colonial period. Similarly, we will not go to celebrate what they were doing in 1959 before the independence. So they have no reason at all legally to claim an event that occurred exclusively in southern Cameroon before whoever purportedly joined them. And let me just say this: as far as the Resolution 1608 is concerned, yeah, we all agree that they voted against it. But because the United Nations did not act rightly, they imposed the outcome of that vote on them. It was imposed on them because they said, we don't want to join you. Instead of the United Nations General Assembly saying, well, if you don't want to join them, let them go away by themselves. They still imposed it on them and say, okay, well, you don't want to join, that's great, but we must allow you to join by giving you time to go and negotiate just 1685, the terms of your joining. And so the event, 1608, was not even binding on them because they rejected it outright. But it was binding on us because the independence by joining was affecting us. But because the United Nations imposed it on them against their will, they were bound to attempt to fulfill Resolution 16085. And that is where you find this nonsense of Fumban coming in, Fumban going forward, sometimes tripartite and so on and so forth. But even then, the Fumban Conference, which was intended by their own standard to meet Resolution 1608, failed because the Fumban Conference did not have UK present. The procedures they adopted were the most unorthodox type of stories. Like Barsanso says, they came there with their constitution, call it anything, they came there with a draft document, which they did not give us the opportunity to amend. From the minutes of what I have in writing, what transpired in Fumban, people talked, say, oh, you have just given us this document now. We have seen this article, we don't like it. We have seen this one, we don't like it. And they say, okay, we'll look at it. Oh, we'll look at it after. And close the conference after 2 days. It started on the 17th of July. And went back. They came back again for a third conference in Buea, where Aisha was there, Fancha was there. There was one British colonial master there. But what's important is, in that last conference, we were still trying to implement the thing. A. Njua was there. He was a delegate there. A. Njua said, look, what you have presented to us as a constitution will not be binding on us. It will only be binding if our parliament sitting here in Buea adopts it. They said, no, that's not important. The British advisor who was just say, well, whatever thing the Francophones admit, because they are a majority, just accept. And so whether we like it or not, Ahidjo took that into his National Assembly, which was the right procedure. It was a very bad document, but he could not just approve it by himself. He took it to his assembly, and they adopted it. Joe had said, this thing should be taken to the assembly of West Cameroon, and then co-signed by the government of West Cameroon. They did not do it. They took the defective constitution, whatever it is, adopted it in Yaoundé, had it signed by Hijo. They had proposed in their discussion that the Prime Minister of West Cameroon would be the Vice President to have it binding on West Cameroon. The Prime Minister of West Cameroon, who was supposed to be the Vice President, should have signed it. And you wouldn't have signed it without passing it through his own assembly. That did not happen. The document came out with the signature of Mr. Hijo alone. Could Hijo, before October 1st, signing the document binding on West Cameroon, because he had asked us to deal illegally? He could not, because that constitution was signed 1st of September and described as a federal constitution. Hijo could not sign anything binding on West Cameroon on the 1st of September. That is a month before October 1st that was supposed to join them. He was legally not capable of signing it.
So what the way Barrister Mbesa had talk, it be disingenuous. Because it talks say the celebration of the 11th February, they say the Cameroon government no get legally, they not supposed to celebrate them as if it's even a matter of law and legality. Yes, yourself don't talk and previously say the celebration of 11th of February was Foncha's idea. Now Foncha started celebrating for 1963, 1964, 65, before 1966, where President Amadou Ahidjo can ask his permission, say make a national celebration, and he agreed. Now, the one for turn around, twist him again, blame Francophone or blame President Amadou Ahidjo, which is what Anglophones do all the time. They just twist information and try to blame someone else. They never take responsibility for what they don't transpire for their own lives. Now, it go on for talk about, say it is so they be impose the joining, they be impose all of these things them on the people them for Southern Cameroons. But it never show we any documents. It never show we any time, anything where the people them for former Southern Cameroons they be doing for revolt, for complain. Say they don't like this. We see them for 1950s. The parliamentarians them for Southern Cameroons, they withdraw from Enugu, despite the fact that at that time they be been a trust territory administered by the British. Sovereignty it be held in London by the Queen of England. Now he hold sovereignty on that territory. It was not a sovereign state. Despite the British military and all the power where the British they be get them, the people them for that tiny small territory, they organize themselves and they withdraw from Enugu. They withdraw. That was revolt. That was a way to protest, a way for complaint. Say they don't like the treatment where they treat them from Nigeria. But after that, everything else will transpire. From the two alternatives, the way they give them for join Nigeria or join Cameroon, no protest. They say they be force them for the negotiation, federal constitution. We not be like them, but no protest. No person, no right against, no person, no protest. It's because they were happy with what we be.
Si quoi you tabi banyangi boy dismiss am say you no qualifié for arrêter case even for Tifao. Barrister John Fu, he come for a uni. Say he must come on si quoi.
Now, make I explain another thing for now. Like I don't explain them. That territory was not sovereign. Not only a sovereign territory if you get international treaty or international agreement with another sovereign territory or another sovereign country. Understand that. So the British, if you get the powers for engage the former Southern Cameroon into an international agreement, whether you like it or not, because sovereignty was held by the British. Now, La République du Cameroon, also a sovereign state, if it enter into international treaties. Remember, as they talk, Fumban Conference, Barrister Mbesa talk say, they did not have the British present. Why is that? I go explain that for now. The British, they be want that territory for join Nigeria. The British, they be see that territory joining Cameroon as a big loss. The British, they be assess this territory, say they not be viable for being independent by themselves. So now when they don't advise them, the people they strong head, they deny for hear them, they deny for join Nigeria. So the British, they wash their hand. They leave them. Say they will now go join when I call them, when our brothers them for Francophone Cameroon, for French Cameroon, no, when I go join them. Whatever happened, it happened. When I don't take our destiny into our own hands. That was the perception and the impression of the British at that time for 1961. They be just want leave that territory as quickly as possible. They no be give a damn what will happen for that people. Them they do not care. That is a fact. When I work at talk Anglo-Saxon heritage, you need to know this reality. And then another point where you get to understand and say, like I talk, Cameroon it been a sovereign state where it get a president, it get a parliament, it get a government, it get a flag, it get an anthem, it get diplomatic relations with around the world, it get a seat at the United Nations, it get all of these things the way all sovereign states they get them. The president of the republic, in order for redraw the boundary of the country, in order for change the flag of the country, change the national anthem of the country, change the parliament, and change the government of the country, it is called a constitutional amendment. They be need for redraw the constitution for the country. One person enough to change name for country. One person enough to change the constitution of the country. That belongs to the sovereign people of the country. They can do that. It belongs to the people the way they own the sovereignty for that territory. So President Ahmadu Ayejo do the right thing, the legal thing. It take that constitution, the new constitution where they go start use them on the 1st of October 1961 for your own house and parliament. They vote them into law so that it will redraw or rearrange how the country could be run. The laws of the land they could change from the 1st of October 1961. It take them to your country because now a sovereign state. They vote them, they pass them into law. This one now, that remember, say, even Barrister Mbesa tell when I say, remember, say, the plebiscite happened now on 11th of February 1961. And the United Nations, it will make them very clear. Say by the 1st of October 1961, what do they call them again? The trusteeship agreement where the United Nations, if you get them with the British for administer the British Southern Cameroons, the agreement would be terminated by the 1st of October 1961. So everything has to be done before that date, before the agreement expire. Remember, February 1961 to the 1st of October 1961 is not a lot of time. Now, why the way they get this tripartite meeting? These meetings were happening in a quick, in very, like they were pressurized for make sure all these things that happen because they be need for terminate the trusteeship agreement. So these things that were happening in quick succession. So as Barrister Mbesa they talk, I think it will be July where they will hold that Fumban conference. July, you get August, September. They will get just 2 months for make sure that the constitution was done, it was passed into law, and everything was done before the 1st of October. And another point we get to understand and say, as Barrister Mbesa is explain and say, it's a when Jua it be proposed, say me they take the constitution, go for their house, may they go vote them into law for West Cameroon. Now the British, they be denied. When I know why, the British, they tell them, because Barrister Mbesa not explain them properly. It say the British, they just talk, say, whatever the La République du Cameroun agree because they be majority, just go with it. No. It is a question of legality. Who own the sovereignty of that state? That is the question. At that time, it was the British. As long as the British, they be agree to that constitution, they be agree to which way they go on, it's legal and it's binding. And now why that way, even Capo Daniel can't explain that for now. Later on, I go play the audio, he go talk. Capo Daniel go explain for now, say, on that 30th of September 1961, the day before that territory it joined Cameroon, La République du Cameroon, on that day, when we they lower the British flag for the last time, and then they hoist the Cameroon flag, the flag of the Federal Republic of Cameroon, on that day, the sovereignty of that land, the former Southern Cameroons, it was handed to President Amadou Ahidjo. It was not handed to Foncha. You get to understand that. So this bind now, one of the things that they talk about union treaty, because there is how when I want enter into a union treaty where we not be sovereign, you are not a sovereign state. So the British, they be do what they call them in international law and international diplomacy. They call them say exchange of notes, which is an international agreement between the British and President Amadou Ahidjo, handing over that territory to President Amadou Ahidjo. The sovereignty of that territory, it was handed over to President Amadou Ahidjo. Now, what did I tell you? I said that territory has never been sovereign. These are historical facts where we have to check them for ourselves. Now, why that way? The West Cameroon House of Representatives was not in any way, shape, or form capable of adopting that thing into law, the federal constitution. As long as the British, they agree, that is enough, legally speaking. Now, wait that way you get to understand them. The West Cameroon could not or did not need to pass that federal constitution in their own house. And like I talk, if we not be like them, why would not be revolt? Why would not be reject the constitution? Why would not be demonstrate? Why would not be shout out? Why would not be do something? We not do them. We not just go ahead for continue for with the reunification, for continue for elect una parliamentarians, send them for the Federal Assembly for Yaoundé, continue una go for United Nations, go declare for United Nations, say decolonization has been completed, has been successful. The British, they go back for United Nations, they tell them, say decolonization has been successful. The British, they don't get no other thing for do with the Southern Cameroons, and that territory has been decolonized until even the office of decolonization at the United Nations was abolished in 1994. Una no ever complain. Then after, in 1995, Una said, no, we have to revisit the Fumban Conference of 1961. We have to revisit the Federal Constitution of 1961. Life does not work that way. Una talk say, una be annexed. They say annexation. They say the Cameroon government don't colonize Una. You ask Una which date they colonize Una, which date they invade Una, which date they colonize Una or they annex Una. Una no fit talk the date. Because they be annex Una, colonize Una in Una dream. If they be annexed Una on the 1st of October 1961, Una realize them now for 1995. It is because everything will happen from 1961 up till today. The Anglophones were not just aware of it, they were participants from Endele, Foncha, Muna, all of them. They participated in this history. They voted for these things to happen. They accept these changes them for happen. And now why that way at the beginning of this presentation, I explain that una say, make una understand, say, things the way they be happen in those days in the 60s and 70s, the politicians, them, Endele, Foncha, Muna, and the rest, they be make political calculations based on the realities of their time. They be make those calculations them. They be according to them, they be putting at their interest and the interest of the nation and the interest of their people at the forefront. Of course, when we look back, we see say they were politically naive. They, for the most part, they did not know what they were doing, because later on they regret their actions. And this goes back for confirm what way the British, they be talk, say this territory and these people are not viable to be independent by themselves because they were not ready. Today, for 2024, when I see the Anglophones, they still not get the leadership. They are still not viable to be independent by themselves. My country people, then, I don't come to the end of the first part of this presentation. I go bring Una the second part in the next few days. But before I go, I want to make we understand a few fundamental facts. Say, this was country, Anglophone Cameroon, Ibibina, a United Nations Trust territory administered by the British. On the 11th of February 1961, our forefathers, they be vote in a plebiscite for join French Cameroon. That plebiscite it will be organized by the United Nations and supervised by the British, not Francophone Cameroon, not France. So when I want to blame any person about the two alternatives or the two options, independence by joining, when I know who to blame, the United Nations and Britain. It not get nothing to do with France, it not get nothing to do with Francophone Cameroon. I also want to make una understand this fact. Say, for 1963, now John Go Foncha, it be start for celebrate 11th of February, West Cameroon Youth Day. For 1966, now for then our President Amadou Ayejo, it talks say why we not go just honor una and respect una and make una feel welcome in the Federal Union. So we go celebrate that day as a national day for the whole country. And that is when they start for celebrate 11th of February Youth Day for the whole of Cameroon. Make una understand that fact. So in the next part of the presentation, part 2 of this presentation, 11th of February Youth Day celebrations, the history, the facts, and the lies, I will bring una more information. We will discuss about the so-called Union Treaty. Capo Daniel will talk, give you own opinions. I will even bring in other people them, like Thibaut Nagy. I will bring in other people them for can express their views, like Professor Victor Ngo, 1961 resolution, and the way forward. I would talk and analyze all those things then for paint a clearer picture for una make una understand the history of our country. And remember, say we not fit tell the history of our country in 1 or 2 hours. It will need a lot more time. So some details the day way we don't miss them because I will not get the time. Some information the day way I expect una to go do una extra homework, read more about the history and understand. Sometimes there were some things that happen. In order for you to get the full picture and understand why the things that happen the way they happen, you get to find out the information. Look at the political calculations of the people at that time where the events they be happen. That way you could then understand why they be make the decisions the way they be make them. But before I go, I want you to think about the people the way they talk about a restoration. Say they want to restore their independence and sovereignty. May I ask you a simple question? If, according to Una no be don't ever join Cameroon in the first place, say there was no union treaty and all of those things, then Una no be don't ever be part of Cameroon, right? So for 1961, 1962, 1963, John Go Foncha be been a vice president of which country? Is it possible, say John Go Foncha be president for country where he no be part of that country? Is it possible? For 1962, 1963, the former Southern Cameroons, where now they call them West Cameroon, it be the elect parliamentarians and members of representatives where they represent the people, send them to the Federal Assembly for Yaoundé for go do it. You first send your elected officials and representatives for go represent you in an organization or a country or anything where you not be a party to. Is it possible? That one, now question for your conscience. Make it jog your memory. Make you think about when people they talk about restoration. And remember, in order for restore something, it means that the thing we don't exist before, and then you want to bring them back. So, all we would not agree that this territory it be a colonized territory administered by the British, United Nations Trust Territory administered by the British, up to the 1st of October 1961, and then it became West Cameroon, a federal state within the Federal Republic of Cameroon. So, if you are restoring anything where you restore them before 1961, you are restoring it back to colonial times. You are going back to when the British or the Germans, they colonized that territory. Anything after the 1st of October 1961, you're going back to the Federal Republic of Cameroon. So what are you restoring? Are you restoring federation or are you restoring colonialism?
Révolution d'Ambazonie. La course, Dr. Sako, apprentisme social. Tien appris à Portia, political witchman for the Landiana. Amber Boy, Songbulu. Sakorong spoil we country, now who go fix us? Sakoe, 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 Sakorong, Titi Wata, now who go clean me? Sakoe, 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 Sakorong spoil we country, now who go fix me? Sakoe, 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 Haye, Haye, inside Bakanga spectacle to pastor them where they do all kinds of stuff for toi. That means that inside that their own sia équipe nationale de Shiva. Dr. Sako, he promet Ambazonie them say with $1 million, I go take una rich boy. But so that road for boy is so long. That road for boy is so long. Now the Ambazonie said, see big mommy. Mon money, mon béton, mon téléphone, mon tablet, mais là, nous m'a tout changé, mais que je te prends, moi bien, mais quand je te prends, mais là, y'a un beau stock, moi, quand tu gagnes, mon achumé, ou caramoué, la capelle, mais ça va mouiller, mais là, mais que je te prends, mon billet, que tant que, mais là, y'a d'un beau tabassier, mon père, ou mon chat, ou away, mon père, ou chat, ou away. Only country, now who go fix me? Sakoe, 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 Petit Wata, now who go clean me? Sakoe, 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 spoil we country, now who go fix me? Sakoe, 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 aye, 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 inside down our own sia équipe nationale de Shiva. Them get back can people. Can four pastor them with the avocat way. Si quoi you tabi banyangi boy dismiss am say you no qualifié for arrêter case even for Tifao. Barrister John Fu, he come for Eta uni. Say he must come on si quoi you tabi for Chia. In nak bakan kan Jim Grammar for television. Population d'Ambazonie accent that you own grammar na from Gumba so na vile na Italia. Baso Chris Anu, political tip man for Ambazonie. He use bakanka spectacle for Tuado. Magretasha d'Ambazonie. Ma Aringwa. He told them say Me a day so I dey work for aeroport. Me I no go join una for Tuado. Every town. He say me I no go join Equipe Nationale for Tua people. He too come out. Say na for Tumbanyong na so. I return turn na na person for Tumbanyong for that you. Politique Ambazoni. Na for cheap people. Yeah, the struggle go up. One day, liberation va venir.